Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
If we don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Rise, Casey Lau.
Woo! All right, I had my coffee, so now I'm back. All right, welcome back to day 2 of Collision. Day 1 was out of control with speakers from Airbnb, Tezos, Boston Dynamics, Polkadot, and even TikTok superstar Josh Richards. I hope you enjoyed the Collision After Hours event last night at the distillery, as well as and the looks of some of you, maybe you enjoyed it too much. At least I know I did. All right, speaking of day 1, we are starting a new segment called Collision Morning FOMO. There was so much happening from morning to, well, next morning to this morning. And here are a few snaps our photographers caught away from center stage. So let's bring them up. Here's what you missed maybe, or maybe you saw it, or maybe you didn't see it. This is opening night, Monday night. This is the lineup waiting to get in here for the opening night event. I think it's great. The guy in the red shirt just kills me. He got in here and he was right in front looking at me the whole time, so I thought that's a great photo. Next photo. This was the opening night party there at the, just down the street here, the Grand Bazaar. So that was really cool. It was a kind of a poolside party. I don't know if all of you made that, but that was a first party we had. There's a lot to see on the show floor. Apparently Batman is here as well. He's representing the Brampton innovation area, so take a look for him later on. Oh, and this is great. On the opening night, we had a golden ticket under one of the chairs that you're sitting in right now, and this gentleman won it, and he's actually backstage right now having champagne with some of the speakers. Another exciting thing, of course, all day yesterday was a lot of pitch going on at all the different pitch stages. And later today, we'll be doing the semifinals. So make sure you stick around for that. That's going to be very exciting. And then last night, if you made it out to the distillery district, you'll have seen all this. It was a crazy, crazy experience there. I thought it was really exciting. And tonight, we'll be at the Stacked Market. So if you're not from Toronto, definitely check it out because there's all these kind of containers out there, a lot of exciting networking opportunities. Okay, so today we have even more greatness planned for you. Coming up right here on center stage, Google legend Eric Schmidt will be talking AI. NBA superstar Carmelo Anthony is going to meet his digital self for the first time. And the founders and CEOs of the companies driving change like Doordash, Avast, and Binance will all be here, as well as the pitch semifinals. All right, so get ready. We have an exciting and power-packed day for you. Remember, the schedule is right there in the Collision app, so you can make sure you don't miss any of the amazing talks. All right, here we go. How many of you put on a few COVID-19 pounds because of all the Doordash you ordered? I know I did. How about it? Come on, let's see it. All right, thank you. At least one guy's honest out there. Well, you have to thank our next speaker for that, as he picked Toronto as the first location outside the US for their global expansion. Let's hear more about how the biggest food delivery company in the world was able to grow through the pandemic and how they will continue to help support restaurants in every local economy. In conversation with Inc. Magazine's Diana Ransom, please welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO of Doordash, Andy Fang.
Hey, nice.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So I'm Diana Ransom, executive editor at Inc., and I'm pleased to be joined today by Andy Fang. He's the co-founder and CTO of Doordash, which is a food delivery service, which I'm sure you all know about. So Andy, why don't you, thanks for joining us, first of all. Why don't you get us started? Tell us a little bit more about where Doordash is today.
Yeah, so Doordash, we were started in 2013, fast forwarding to today. We've really primarily been known as a restaurant food delivery business in the United States, but over the past couple years, we've expanded into multiple different business lines and also expanded outside of the US, including launching here in Canada back in 2015 and also some other countries as well. Mm-hmm.
So Doordash has achieved monstrous growth. Mm-hmm. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about what propelled that growth. I mean, it wasn't all just the pandemic, right?
I think there's been a lot of growth that we've experienced, even, obviously before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and even now we're still seeing sustained growth. I think one thing that's been really exciting for us is actually, even after a lot of the lockdowns have subsided, we're seeing a stickiness in customer behavior, which has been fantastic. I mean, even here in Canada, merchants are seeing 27% same-store sales increases in 2022, even relative to last year. So we're really excited about the momentum we're continuing to see.
How do you maintain good relations with merchants?
Absolutely. I think one of our core focuses in terms of our product and business strategy is really to be merchant first in terms of how we build our products. We've built a wide variety of different products for merchants to use, whether it's signing up for the Doordash marketplace, or a product we launched called Doordash Drive, which allows merchants to use our delivery fleet for orders that they've sourced themselves, or Storefront, which is an e-commerce offering for merchants who don't have the capability to build their own online ordering platforms.
How has, sorry, I feel like I'm just peppering you with questions. Feel free to ask me anything. No, what was the initial problem that Doordash was intending to solve, and how has that problem changed?
Well, the founders, we all met when we're at Stanford in Palo Alto, California back in 2013. And we all were really passionate about figuring out ways to help merchants increase their sales. And so we ended up interviewing hundreds of local merchants throughout the San Francisco Bay Area. And what we had found, surprisingly to us, is that we were talking to merchants who were literally turning away delivery orders because they couldn't fulfill the deliveries themselves. And we thought that was crazy, but we talked to merchants and they're telling us, for me to deliver this order myself as a store manager, I won't be able to be in the store, or for me to use a local courier service, it's very, very cost prohibitive to do something same day, let alone even on demand. And so that was something that we found to be really fascinating, and that's kind of how Doordash got started.
And has that changed at all over the years?
I would say our mission, which has been to empower local economies, that's actually been very consistent ever since we started the company. And I think as we have grown, I think we are trying to figure out more ways to help merchants increase their sales. And I think one thing that the COVID pandemic has really made a lot of us realize is that a lot of merchants have thought about being online as a nice to have, whereas now it's more of a necessity. Mm-hmm. And so figuring out more ways in which we can meet merchants where they are, whether it's if they need new customers, then we can showcase them on the Doordash marketplace. If they already have their own customer base, then figuring out ways in which we can help them fulfill orders to their own customers, whether it's through providing them logistics capabilities or online ordering platforms to enable them to do so.
So there's been, a plethora of delivery services that have come up since you all got started. How do you stand out now?
That's been a question that we've gotten ever since we started in 2013. I think we were probably like the 5th or 6th delivery service even in San Francisco Bay Area by the time we got started. But I think for us, we've always had, one of our operating principles here at Doordash is to be customer obsessed, not competitor focused. And I think for us is really focusing on how do we provide value to customers. And one of the biggest drivers for us to grow was having wide and unique merchant selection on the platform. And so really figuring out ways in which we can get merchants on the platform by building products that they were asking for and they needed, I think really helped fuel our growth and appreciation from customers in the early years and even heading into today.
Yeah. So I understand you all just had a big acquisition in Europe. Can you describe your expansion strategy?
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, we just recently closed an acquisition of a company called Volt, which is based in Europe. And I think a big part of that was to really help us accelerate our international expansion plans. But I will say that we're really excited to work with Volt. We feel very strongly culturally aligned with their leadership and their company. At the same time, I think we're always evaluating ways in which we can service customers globally better, and we just found like this was a very unique opportunity for us to do so.
So I realize that this is several years into it. Can you take us back through the early days of a minute and sort of describe why you ended up as CTO and how the roles got parceled out?
a little bit by luck, I would say, in terms of the fact that the founders, we all just happened to be interested in doing different types of things. You know, I think Tony was always more business-oriented and really helped lead our sales teams in the early days, and I think had existing relationships with some investors, so I think his position as CEO made a lot of sense. Stanley was much more oriented to product and design, and I was much more focused on software, and so I think our interests and what we were good at just happened to complement each other really well.
So have you ever thought about being CEO? And
I mean, Tony's a fantastic CEO, probably one of the best CEOs in the tech industry. So
yeah.
I think.
Well, I always think about, I think about Kickstarter, right? They kind of like, all the co-founders seem to transition into the CEO role at one point. It's kind of, I mean, I wondered if you ever wanted to take a spin.
I would say, I think I am very grateful for the dynamic and the relationship that the founders we've built over the years. I think, it's not always that easy, obviously, for founders to get along the way that we have, and I think, we went through Y Combinator, startup accelerator program back in summer 2013, and something that a lot of folks talk about is just figuring out ways in which you can get the founders to get along, and I think figuring out how each of us plays our roles is a big part of it.
Mm-hmm. So I feel like I'd be remiss not to ask you about labor issues at DoorDash. I mean, obviously there was this tipping issue where, you weren't necessarily informing the drivers what the tip was going to end up being on their orders. And it ended up becoming a fraught situation because obviously you have a business imperative to make sure that all of your customers are served. So I wonder if you can kind of take us through that challenging situation and, talk about the policy as it stands.
I think when it comes to figuring out how to service the Dasher community really well, I think one thing that we always try to prioritize, which is what the Dashers tell us, is flexibility and independence of the work. And I think we definitely had a challenge with what you were describing there. Probably, I don't remember, it was like 2015 or so. And I think, we've done a lot since then to really figure out ways to continue the dialogue with Dashers and making sure that we're meeting them where they are. And so we have Dasher Advisory Councils actually in each country that we operate in, and making sure that we put our operating teams in front of our customer bases, going back to our operating principle of being customer obsessed. Mm-hmm. And also just making sure that, again, we provide them the flexibility and independence they want. I mean, you look at here in Ontario, we have over 76,000 Dashers who've been active on the platform here, and they work average less than 3 hours a week. And so figuring out ways in which we can help them meet their needs on the platform is something that is going to continue to be a priority for us to make sure that we can sustain our platform and to grow it healthily.
Do you maintain arbitration as a means for resolving issues with labor?
I actually don't know off the top of my head in terms of what our policies are in different countries.
Okay. One policy I do love from DoorDash is the concept of We Dash. Can you talk about what We Dash is?
Sure. So I'll rewind back to the founding story of DoorDash. Is after we had talked to merchants and found out about this delivery challenge they had, the founders, we actually did the first couple hundred deliveries ourselves. And it taught us a lot about the experience of being a Dasher, also getting to see kind of how chaotic the merchant operations can get, especially during peak lunch and dinner hour. And so one thing that was really important for us to maintain as the company became more established is figuring out ways in which we can get our employee base to be in touch with all three sides of the marketplace through dashing. And so We Dash is an employee program where we encourage employees to go dashing roughly once a month to really understand the challenges of the current products that we've built and figuring out ways in which we can continue to improve the product by using it ourselves.
And I guess the premise is that if you have even the corporate employees doing a dash on occasion, they have a better sense of who the customer is?
That's correct.
Yeah. And is that successful? Do people do it? Like, how do you track that?
It's been, I would say, there's a period of time during COVID when we had to change the program, but I would say the participation has been very widely successful. I think it really helps that internally, a lot of our early employees and our most successful employees, pretty much they speak greatly about it without us saying too much about it. And I think that really goes a long way to showcase to corporate employees that people who are successful here really find value in it. And I think really for us, it's making sure that employees are getting closer to the customer base.
And what is We Support?
We Support is essentially another option for people who either don't want to dash or can't dash for other reasons. This is basically, We Support is essentially taking an hour or two, or instead of dashing, it's essentially doing a support shift.
So what was your favorite class at Stanford?
What was my favorite class at Stanford? Let's see.
Or what prepared you for what you're doing now?
Yeah. It's actually funny because I graduated with a major in computer science. It's hard for me to point to a specific class that was really helpful in that field. I would say probably the most helpful one was one on databases, because it helped me learn how to do my own SQL queries when we got started. But the most beneficial technical work I did was actually probably just tinkering with software myself. It's funny because I actually took a class on how to build web applications, and everything I learned in that class, I used none of it when we started Doordash. And I think everything that I did tinkering with projects with Stanley before we started Doordash really was what helped me.
Yeah. What was the best advice you ever got, and who gave it to you? Like business, entrepreneurship type advice.
I mean, kind of going back to my time at Stanford, there's one that sticks out is, you want to optimize for slope versus y-intercept. You think about a graph, the x-axis being time and the y-axis being, your potential and what you can accomplish. Especially for me, starting the company when I was still in college, I think my y-intercept was very low. But I think just focusing on the slope, figuring out how you can have a good growth mentality and learn, you can catch up a long way if you don't have that high y-intercept to start with. So that was something that one of our professors told us at class at Stanford that's really stuck with us, and actually has been a very key principle for us at Doordash when we try to hire and interview people. Making sure that you're not just looking at experience, but you're looking at someone's ability to thrive in an ever-changing environment. I think that's something that when we look back at the people who have been most successful at Doordash, they've always exhibited that trait.
So what's how do you determine that? What's the job interview question you would ask?
Well, as I'm sure you know, and a lot of people in the audience know, job interviews aren't perfect, but you really want to evaluate and see, are people self-aware? Can they talk about mistakes they've made and talk through how they've learned from them? You talk about experiences they've had. I think one thing that's really key in interviewing people is always trying to get to concrete examples of things that have actually happened. So if someone says they've led an initiative, maybe 10 other people also said they led the same initiative. So it's really just trying to talk to them and hear a little bit more about concretely what about that initiative that was difficult or challenging, or what types of mistakes they made. I think it's always insightful to hear how people can talk about that.
Right. So what's next for Doordash?
I think Doordash is still very, very early in what we want to accomplish. I mean, I think even when we first started Doordash, we were always thinking about ourselves building a delivery platform for anything in the local economy, not just for restaurant food. However, we've been primarily doing restaurant food delivery for most of our company history so far, but we're really excited about our endeavors into expanding into other types of verticals, particularly with convenience and grocery over the past couple years. With retail, we've seen some very successful partnerships as well. We've also talked a little bit about our international expansion ambitions, and so I think there's some really interesting things that we want to accomplish. And that's all to say that there's still a lot to accomplish even in our core business in restaurant food delivery. So I think we're very excited about the prospects. I think we're very fortunate as a company, especially during the volatility that we're seeing right now, that we have seen a stickiness in customer behavior even after the lockdowns have subsided. In a lot of ways, not like what we were when we were a much younger company, but we're operating much more from a position of strength in terms of the size of the company and the cash balance we have. So we feel like we can continue to be aggressive.
So what gets you excited today, like about tech and like what's next, and where do you see the white space being?
There's a couple things that come to mind for me, very relevant to what we're trying to accomplish in convenience grocery. There's been some very interesting trends with, I guess, what people call quick commerce, like getting things delivered in 10 to 15 minutes. I think something that's really interesting for us to try to figure out is ways in which we can meet customers where they are, and so that's an interesting space for us that we've been observing. Another thing that's been very interesting, I'm sure for a lot of companies out there, is just figuring out the future of work. I think DoorDash has been able to be very successful during the pandemic when people had to work remotely, but I think we've lost a little bit of something in terms of people being able to build relationships with each other. And I think at DoorDash, the vast majority of our employee base has joined during COVID, and so figuring out ways in which we can get people to connect with each other in person is something that's going to be really interesting for us, all of us, to figure out kind of as the world hopefully starts to normalize.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you so much, Andy. It's been a real pleasure.
Thanks, Diana.
All done.
All right. On February 24th of this year, the world was shocked when Putin's invasion of the Ukraine began. But there was at least one person that was not surprised. He has been warning us for years this would happen. And for someone who is always 10 moves ahead of his opponent on the chessboard, it's not difficult to understand how. To talk about how the world's cybersecurity has changed, please welcome the Financial Times' Gillian Tett in conversation with the vast CEO Andrzej Vlek and the legendary chess grandmaster himself, Garry Kasparov.
Well, good morning, everyone, and you are in for a treat for the next 20 minutes, because sitting with me on the stage is not only a man who is well known to most of you, Garry Kasparov, the chess grandmaster, but also two men who are deeply involved in an issue which is critical to all of you, which is cybersecurity. The company Avast, which Andre founded a few years ago, is essentially engaged in cybersecurity battles right across Europe and elsewhere. And these matter enormously right now because Garry, as you know, comes from Russia. He has bravely been trying to warn the world about Putin for many years. If any of you have not read his wonderful book, Winter is Coming, you should, because it's very prescient. And right now, a combination of Garry's experience in Russia, Andre's experience in cybersecurity means that they are at the cutting edge, the front line of the military conflicts that are erupting around Ukraine and elsewhere, as cybersecurity issues and digital issues become center stage in this current war, or more accurately, the brutal invasion by Russia of Ukraine. So, welcome both of you to the stage. Great to be with you at this incredibly important moment. Andre, I'd like to start with you. by asking a question which has been at the top of the mind of many people ever since the invasion started. Why has Russia not launched more successful cybersecurity attacks either against Ukrainian targets or against the Western targets? Is it because we simply don't know about it? Is it because Russia is actually incapable of doing that? Or is it because people like you are so brilliant at fending off these attacks that they have been stopped? Which one do you think it is?
Yeah, well, so what I would say is that even though we keep seeing pictures of missiles and tanks and bombs from Ukraine, it's not that cyber attacks are not happening. In fact, they have been happening to a very, very intensive extent on both sides. So cyber war absolutely is happening between those two nations, and there's many evidence of that being the case. It is true on the other side is that I think people were somehow assuming that since we are in the 21st century and so many systems are based on computers and on high technology, that it would be easier perhaps to knock an opponent in an open war by doing a large-scale kind of cyber attack that would just totally somehow win the war for either of the parties, and that has not happened. What we are seeing is what's usually referred to as hybrid war. That is, it's a combination of conventional kinetic weapons and cyber weapons, and these take form of many forms, including the distributed denial of service, that is just stopping some systems from working, but then also espionage, sabotage of some critical infrastructure systems, and attacks like that. So I would say the gold standard in the sabotage category would be taking down power grid, because that's such an important thing for any nation to have access to electricity, and that somehow powers, has far-reaching consequences if you can be successful at that. And what we have seen in Ukraine is actually several attempts to knock down the power grid, that is by Russians. They did it already in 2015. That's not very well known, but after the annexation of Crimea, they actually did successfully attack a power grid operator in Kiev, and took down or caused a major blackout in that region. And it was a very sophisticated attack, really sponsored and done by the Russian military and the Russian FSB. And then they tried the same attack this April, which actually did not succeed because the Ukrainian side stepped up their skills so much. But there's many evidence that this thing is happening, it's just not as visible.
Right. Well, I was actually speaking with Minister Fedorov from the Ukrainian government, who runs a digital ministry, earlier this week, who was saying that, in fact, there had been attacks in the run-up to the invasion, and that was one reason they knew it was coming. But Gary, I'd like to ask you, as someone who has spent years of your life in the Russian system and then criticizing the Russian system, do you think that the West overestimated the capabilities of the cyber digital army in Russia? Are they actually less formidable and less frightening than many people feared before?
We know that the free world overestimated Russian military capabilities. Yeah, the Western intelligence expected Kyiv to fall in 96 hours and the Ukrainian army to be destroyed in 1 week. And it's already 4 months, and the outcome of the war is still very much in open. And as for cyber capabilities, I think nobody recognized that Russians could be so dangerous and powerful while attacking without any repercussions. Ukrainians are fighting back, as Andre said. It's a new type of war. So we know that the Ukrainian war is the first major war in Europe since World War II. But we know very little. I'm sure it will be, details will be revealed later about the cyber war that's behind the scene. And because Ukrainians are fighting back So Russia also has to spend resources protecting its critical infrastructure. We don't know how it's being done, but I follow Russian internet, and you can see that it's almost every day there are problems. Ukrainians attack, causing damage. Even Putin had to delay his appearance in St. Petersburg summit for 90 minutes. And you see Russian banks, Russian agencies, they are suffering from these attacks. I was in Paris a few days ago at Vivatech, and at one of the interviews I was asked about the potential consequence of Russia's getting mad and attacking Europe. And I told the journalist, I said, don't worry, your croissant will be warm in the morning and your computer will be safe because Ukraine is fighting.
So do you think that Western companies are sufficiently aware of the risk that the war may take a new turn and that maybe Russians will start attacking potentially even softer targets in the West rather than the Ukraine, which is already hyper well defended? I mean, Andre, do you have a view on that?
Well, look, I would say that over the last 5 or 10 years, cybersecurity has become a kind of boardroom part of boardroom agenda, and certainly most corporations in the West have stepped up their game and they understand the risks. At the same time, I think the level of risk and what we are facing is probably still underestimated. That is, I do believe that companies need to be even more resilient and need to learn how to fight these things back better.
Right.
I think it's in cyber conflicts and cyber wars. It's basically there's the same rule as in nuclear deterrence. So defense is always inferior to attack. And what we found out now that this is while Russians obviously could cause terrible damage to not only to Ukraine but to any other country, but they now see what happens if attack comes back. And I think what we found, or what we see now, the first lesson of this cyber war is that Russia is very vulnerable, and that's why I think they will think twice, before doing anything to involve in this war Europeans or moreover Americans.
Right. Do you think there's anything that the Western business or the tech sector or the government could learn from how the Ukrainians have fought back? Because I'm under no illusion about the horrific cost inside Ukraine. I've spent quite a bit of time there. I love Kiev. I'm horrified by the cost to the Ukrainians. And yet their defense and their strategy has taken many Westerners by surprise. Are there lessons that we should all be learning from the comfort of Toronto? Gary, maybe you can answer that.
But are we talking about cyber or military or...
Well, both of you like. I was talking particularly about cyber, but I was wondering about military in general.
It's one of the first lessons of the war, again, which we look at every aspect of this horrible conflict. It's that in modern warfare, whether it's cyber or on the battlefield, the autonomous units, they have a huge advantage over centralized structure. One of the reasons Russians failed to take Kiev and eventually lost the battle for Kiev is that Ukrainians were very good in just operating in small units. So, and the advantage of Russian hardware, heavy armor, was neutralized because they got stuck. And Ukrainians knew that, basically hitting one tank with a commander paralyzes the whole column. And since it's their country, and they know the terrain, and they had enough, data, so they could actually operate with small units causing horrible damage. Because it's not about, just overwhelming firepower. It's basically about critical elements on whether it's cyber infrastructure or whether it's a military command on the battlefield. And that's, I think, one of the key lessons. Now, you have to invest in individual capabilities, in small groups that could operate with very loose command control.
Yeah.
Initiative is a key factor, it's in this game, because timing is everything. So if waiting for central command, we'll lose, time, and then it's, whatever you do could be totally, irrelevant.
Yeah, some of my Ukrainian friends joke, and I'm sure many people in the room have got Ukrainian friends, given how deeply embedded Ukraine was in the global tech networks and infrastructure. But some of my Ukrainian friends often joke that the way the war is being run in Ukraine from the Ukrainian side is the world's first example of an open source, outsourced, startup style war, where essentially Silicon Valley startup culture is being implanted by all these techies in the brigades into some of the tactics. But in terms of the cybersecurity aspect, Andre, are there lessons that everyone here in the room should learn from this open source warfare?
Yeah, no, I think it's a really interesting point here with the kind of different style of organizing troops. And I mean, in some ways, I'm thinking about the analogies in the kind of high-tech corporate world as well, as so much has been written about the, for example, Amazon style of organizing development teams and kind of two-pizza rule and very small autonomous teams that really have the independence and the freedom to do their own stuff versus a centrally managed hierarchical waterfall approach, which we see in the Russian military and which is kind of the traditional way of conducting war. And clearly you see that, Ukraine with, I don't know, 10x smaller size of resources and can actually very successfully, because of that guerrilla approach, fight back. Now, when it comes to cyber, I think, one of the interesting aspects here is that, funnily enough, in the West, when it comes to ransomware attacks, for example, we have actually seen a bit of a decline since the start of the war. And that is because most of these groups before the war were actually based in Russia or in Ukraine. And now they are kind of more busy in actually fighting against each other. or in some cases, what happened, for example, it was this notorious gang called Conti, which was one of the most dangerous ransomware gangs that made hundreds of millions of dollars in ransom. And that actually was made of, it turned out that this gang was actually made of both Russian and Ukrainian members. And when the war became reality, these members somehow, didn't stop working together, and they actually started fighting against each other, and that resulted basically in the total collapse of that gang. So there's some interesting things here, but in general, I would say that investing more, again, continuing to invest in cyber, do not underestimate the fact that this is a real danger, and this is not something that will go away. It's only going to get worse.
Right, that's absolutely fascinating, that point about ransomware. I didn't know that at all. It's a rare flash of good news in a sea of otherwise very depressing news. But I'd like to ask you, Gary, the critical question everyone wants to know is, when does Putin stop? How far is he going to go? How long is this going to carry on for? And is Lithuania or other Baltic republics, are they going to get sucked into the fight next? Or Moldova?
There are a few things we have to know about dictators. It's one, they always lie about what they have done. Two is they very often tell us exactly what they're going to do. And I'm not going just to second guess. I was just listening to Putin for more than 20 years. And I have to say that he always delivered on his promises. Putin said many times, and Russian propaganda has been repeating it, parroting it for 8 years. Ukraine was not a real state, it had to be destroyed. Ukraine is not a real nation, they have to be assimilated, and those who are not willing to assimilate should be exterminated. That's not me, that's them. And every day they double down on that. Another thing about dictators, they never ask why, it's always why not. So the answer to your question, he will not stop until he's stopped. So that's why there's only one way to stop Putin from attacking NATO countries is to let Ukraine win the war, actually to make Ukraine win the war. And that's why the free world must, step up by supplying Ukraine with everything this great country and this great nation needs to win this war. So any half-hearted measures are basically encouraging Putin to step up his attacks. And it's not surprising that now they're threatening Lithuania because Lithuania, following the sanctions, now is blocked supply of certain goods from Russia to Kaliningrad, the separated enclave.
Right. I mean, you spent your early parts of your career playing chess and looking for signs of weakness and trying to be 2 or 3 steps ahead of your opponent. As you look at this chessboard, are you worried that the Western countries don't have the courage to actually go for checkmate? Are they going to try and, I mean, let's take them one by one. What do you make of the Germans and the French? And secondly, do you think the White House is actually willing to stand up to Putin and actually try and win this war?
No. As for courage, you know, the answer is, of course, not. When you're talking about leadership, the way the Western leadership had behaved prior to the war, again, having everything, you know, just on like signs on the wall, so tells us that they try to avoid moments of making big decisions. Now they are just, you know, they have their back against the wall. They have no choice, and the public is behind these efforts. But it's still, you know, it's still not enough. And I think they just, you know, they are terrified by the consequences because they don't know what will happen, you know, if Putin wins, if Putin loses. So we're dealing mostly with managers. I mean, just imagine Olaf Scholz became a chancellor of Germany 6 months ago. Anybody could have told him, you know, that you would be thinking about sending German tanks to Ukraine to fight Russians. I mean, he would die probably in his sleep. So we are seeing, you know, I think some sort of a panic among Western leaders that were not, you know, prepared for facing historical choices they're making now. But again, it's the simple rule dealing with dictators like Putin. Unless they stopped, they will not stop. And it's the last chance to prevent the same Western leaders to make decisions about sending American, British, French, German, or Polish soldiers to fight and die on NATO territories. So Ukrainians are fighting for all of us, but it's not just for Ukrainian sovereignty and for Ukrainian territorial integrity. It's basically the front line of the war between freedom and tyranny.
And is Putin ill? Is Putin ill, Gary?
The answer is, I don't know, and I think that any debate about whether Putin is sick, whether he's going to die tomorrow, whether he's not, I think it's a distraction. So the health of a dictator is always one of the most guarded secret of any dictatorship. So I prefer not to talk about things that are could be pure speculations. So if he goes, fine, great, but let's concentrate on what we can and should do is arming Ukraine, helping them to survive this onslaught and win the war.
Andre.
Yeah, well, Gary, you spoke about the kind of political support in the Western, in the democratic part of the world. And I think the problem that we have here, again, we haven't really got to that, but as part of the broader cybersecurity and cyber attacks, that whole subject of misinformation and disinformation and that influence that people can have on social media because of amplification algorithms and the way social media works in the first place is a really valid subject as well that unfortunately we don't have the time to cover today, but I think should be discussed more and more.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I mean, it's been a fascinating and very sobering discussion. I mean, for my part, I take away 3 key points. Firstly, that Ukraine has indeed surprised on the upside in many ways in recent months, both in terms of military and cyber capabilities, partly because, as you said, their style of organization is closer to a startup than it is to the traditional type of bureaucratic top-down leadership style of Russia. Secondly, that we have seen Russia is more vulnerable in many ways than the West had expected, not just militarily, but also in cyber sense. But thirdly, the big one, the war is not yet over. There is a tremendous risk and danger hanging over us all. The cybersecurity battles are intense. Just because they're not visible and they can't be captured on a television screen does not mean that they are in any way over. And tragically, I agree with you, Gary Kasparov, as someone who I did my own PhD in the former Soviet Union, I would agree that tragically, I don't think that Putin will back down anytime soon. So unfortunately, we're all going to have to screw our courage to the sticking place and keep fighting. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. 20 years ago was the last time the Concorde flew commercially. More recently, we've seen Tom Cruise fly his Top Gun plane at, spoilers, Mach 10. But in reality, we've been flying slower ever since. But the race to build better, cleaner commercial jets that fly at the speed of sound is back. The Overture is a jet that can fly Mach 1.7 at 60,000 feet and get to over 500 destinations at half the time it took you to fly into collision this week. I think we all feel the need for speed. Please welcome Boom Supersonic CEO Blake Scholl as he unveils how his company is creating a faster-than-sound future that is economically and environmentally sustainable.
Good morning. Life happens in person. Right here at Collision, 140 countries gathered all in the same place. It is so great to be back together again in person. Let's talk about the machines that literally allow us to gather together. The Boeing 707. This is the airplane that brought the world into the jet age. And 65 years later, here's the latest from Boeing, the 787. Can you spot the difference? That's right, it's pretty subtle. We have new materials, the wings are better, the engines are better, but one thing hasn't changed in more than 6 decades, and that's speed. So the time required to cross continents and oceans, what it takes to gather the world together in one place, is no better today than it was at the dawn of the jet age. And at the start of the jet age, flying was a luxury experience that we all looked forward to. And it should be that way. For me personally, there is nothing so moving, nothing that so much reminds me of what it means to be a human being as flying. That experience of rushing forward, of gathering speed, of climbing into the sky at hundreds of miles per hour in near complete safety. And then we get that uniquely human view, looking down on our planet, seeing its natural beauty, as well as what we've created as human beings. But today, we've turned flying into an experience that most of us dread. Looking back at the dawn of the jet age, the first jet airplanes truly doubled the speed of the propeller aircraft they replaced. But flying on a jet wasn't about saving time. It was actually about unlocking possibilities in the world. For example, Hawaii was not a tourist destination before the speed of the jet. And companies like Nike got their start in the 1960s thanks to the ability to build a global supply chain for the first time. And music, long before Napster and Spotify, music was already becoming global. The Beatles took the first world tour in 1964, a tour that would not have been practical just a few years earlier with the slower airplanes of the time. So, I would like you to imagine with me, what would another doubling of speed do for the world? What would be the Hawaiis, the Nikes, and the Beatles of a supersonic era? What if New York were just 3.5 hours from London? What if Amsterdam were just 4.5 from Toronto? And what if Sydney, Australia were as easy to get to as Honolulu is today? So how could we have a supersonic renaissance? Prior to Boom, conventional wisdom was that when supersonic came back, it would start as a business jet. And this makes some sense, that people who fly private, those are the people whose time is most valuable and have the most capability to pay extra to save time. But there's a problem with the idea of a supersonic private jet. Today, in most of the world, there is a speed limit over land. That's right, you heard me, there's literally a speed limit. Thou shalt not exceed Mach 1. Historically, this has to do with fallout on politics from Concorde, but it's still on the books today. And here's the rub. 80% of private jet miles are flown over land. And so a supersonic private jet wouldn't actually be faster most of the time and the way people actually use them. So the business case doesn't exist for a supersonic private jet. What about an airliner? One might imagine, wouldn't the companies that brought us into the jet age also bring us into the supersonic age? Wouldn't there be a supersonic 797 to succeed the 787? Well, there's a problem here too, and it's a classic case of the innovator's dilemma. Today, the pace of innovation in airplanes is so subsonic that when Boeing and Airbus invest in developing a new airplane, they put billions or tens of billions of dollars into it, planning to build a low-margin product that has to stay in production literally for decades to earn back their investment. And something few big companies have the courage to do is to cannibalize the cash cow. So a supersonic 797 would threaten the airplanes that are cash cow products today, so the business motivation doesn't exist for big companies to build us supersonic airplanes. Well, what does that leave? A startup? The last new commercial aircraft startup was Douglas Aircraft, founded literally 101 years ago. That's how long it's been since we've had a new startup in commercial aviation. And there's a good reason for that. Airplanes are complex, capital-intensive, highly regulated, and safety critical. Could a startup build a supersonic jet? The answer, of course, was, that seems silly, that seems impossible. And this is where I come into the story. I'm a software guy from Amazon and Groupon. I don't have the resume to build hardware, let alone supersonic airplanes. But something I learned at my first company, which was a barcode scanning game, is that all startups are hard. And what matters most as a founder is to pick a mission that inspires me, that will make me keep going every day, regardless of how hard it gets. And so I decided to build supersonic jets because it would be the most impactful thing I could possibly do. So 8 years ago, this was our garage. That's right, it's a supersonic jet mock-up built out of plywood, cardboard, and seats from Office Depot. Ready to climb on board? If that's not laughable, who would start a supersonic airplane company and name it after the sound of an explosion? So that was our garage back then, but now, 7 years later, our garage has grown into a hangar, and it's a pretty special place. It's home to the world's only operational non-military supersonic jet, the XB-1. That's our 1/3 scale prototype for Overture, which is the airplane that I hope all of you will fly on in the not too distant future. And soon, later this year, we'll be breaking ground on our next garage, the Overture Superfactory in Greensboro, North Carolina. And then we'll be bringing supersonic airplanes to our customers' garages, and most importantly, to hundreds of airports around the planet and tens of millions of passengers. So, as a tech guy, the notion of kind of building a prototype, building one to throw away, to learn from, was very natural. And one of our controversial early decisions at Boom was to build a 1/3 scale prototype so we could learn how to build a supersonic jet. Now, of course, supersonic flight isn't new. In fact, this year marks the 75th anniversary of Chuck Yeager's first flight aboard the Bell X-1. And building a supersonic airplane isn't rocket science. Well, it's kind of down the street from rocket science. But the basics are simple. We just have to have enough thrust to overcome the drag of high-speed flight. But optimizing a supersonic airplane, that's more complex. Great software is loosely coupled. This part of my code shouldn't affect what this part of my code does. But optimized airplanes are highly coupled. The best wing aerodynamically is thin. The best wing structurally is thick. If we add more payload, more passengers, the wing must get stronger. We have to have more engine thrust, carry more fuel. Changing one part of the airplane requires that we recalculate and re-optimize the rest of the airplane. And historically, this is a very slow process. And at Boom, we knew we wanted to speed up the pace of iteration. And so we built a software tool called Make Boom. Literally, we can define an airplane in a configuration file and press a button. In just a few seconds, we have an idea of how well it can perform. And in a few hours, high-quality simulations tell us exactly how it performs. How far can it fly? How many people can it carry? How good could the fuel efficiency be? What cities could it serve? And not only can we look at individual airplane designs, we can use the power of cloud computing to study hundreds or even thousands of potential airplane designs and understand things like the trade-off between passengers and range and fuel economy, allowing us to pick the best possible airplane to go build. Now, these digital design tools are only as good as the quality of the data that they produce. So as we were iterating in bits, we were also iterating in atoms. We built our own in-house structural test lab, testing thousands of different structural concepts. And as we started to build our first airplane, we tested as we went. XB-1's carbon fiber wing weighs just 650 pounds, but has been tested to the 60,000 pounds of load that it can carry under the most extreme flight conditions. We also tested our aerodynamics, 3 rounds of wind tunnel testing, the first to gather calibration data, the second to confirm the accuracy of our simulations, and the final test to confirm that the design works as intended. Now, the last supersonic airliner was born in an analog era, designed with slide rules, drafting paper, and wind tunnels. And as we've been bringing supersonic flight into the 21st century, there are many opportunities for innovation. I'll highlight one. Supersonic airplanes need to be long and skinny, and they also have to take off and land with the nose pointed relatively high. This creates a problem for the pilots. It's hard to see the runway. Concorde used a literal mechanical droop nose to get the nose out of the way. But today, we can do something much better in the digital era. We have an amazing thing called a camera and a high-resolution display. And so we have an augmented reality landing system. As a pilot of small airplanes myself, I can tell you the view through the virtual window is much better than on any airplane I've flown. There's a little green target. Put the target on the end of the runway, and you can give yourself and your passengers a beautiful landing every single time. Now, as we speak, XB-1, the demonstrator, is in the final stages of ground testing. And we are looking forward to launching our flight test program later this year in the Mojave Desert, not too far from Chuck Yeager's famous flight 75 years ago. Now, so we know that we can build a supersonic jet. But which supersonic jet should we build? How do we achieve product market fit? And achieving product market fit is an interplay of multiple considerations, not just the technical, but also sustainability, economics, affordability. What routes can we fly on? How low can we make the fares? So what should we do as a startup? Ultimately, our goal is to make supersonic flight available to anyone who flies, to make the fastest flight also the most affordable. But building a supersonic jumbo jet as the first product is probably not smart. So we decided to focus first on the front cabin, replacing the flatbed seats in first and business class with an airplane so fast that you could sleep at home, not on the airplane. And that's what Overture 1 is, a 65-seat, all business class, supersonic airliner. What route should we focus on? I mentioned that pesky speed limit earlier, and it is still in place today. And that means over water, we can be twice as fast, but over land, we have to fly right under the speed of sound, which is about 20% faster than today's subsonic airplanes. So we're focusing first on routes that are mostly transoceanic, which turn out to be some of the longest routes on the planet where we can give the biggest speed up. OK, what about what should it be like to fly supersonic? Flying today is stressful, uncomfortable, not inspiring. And we wanted to start from scratch and build something amazing for passengers. And so to do that, we had to build our own passenger experience lab. We want to create an experience that exudes tranquility, where passengers can feel better when they step off than when they stepped on. And we're still working on this, but here are some early concepts of what it can look like to fly supersonic. A relatively small cabin, but great space at every seat. A large window to enjoy the beautiful view from 60,000 feet. A big screen, and my personal favorite feature, a cup holder nowhere close to where my laptop would go. That would save me a few times. OK, so supersonic flight, frankly, airplanes in general, but supersonic airplanes specifically, have a bad reputation for sustainability. And we challenged ourselves to build a supersonic airplane that wouldn't just be best for passengers, but would also be best for our planet, that would achieve net zero. And so Overture is the first airliner designed from the ground up for 100% compatibility with sustainable aviation fuel. That means we can achieve 100% net zero carbon from day one on supersonic flight. So the first generation of supersonic fuels, though, has a problem. It's expensive and there isn't enough of it. Why? It's literally built from waste French fry oil. And today we don't eat enough French fries to power all of aviation. Good thing, bad thing? We need a newer technology. So one of the exciting things is there is a new generation of sustainable aviation fuel. It's a technology that almost sounds like magic. It's called power to liquid. It's based on carbon capture. Literally, we use green electricity to remove carbon from the atmosphere, liquefy it, convert it to an ultra-pure form of jet fuel that actually allows us to fly not just cleaner, but also further on sustainable fuel than we can on the old fossil stuff. Now, to bring supersonic flight to passengers and to do it sustainably, we need the cooperation of great customers. And last year, United Airlines made history by being the first to order Overture, 15 airplanes, a $3 billion order. And they joined our commitment to connect the world not just faster, but also sustainably. If he had a supersonic jet, CEO of United Airlines, Scott Kirby, could join us here in person, but we're not quite there yet. So I'd like to virtually invite to the stage the visionary CEO of United, Scott Kirby.
Thank you, Blake, and hi, everyone. I'm Scott Kirby, CEO of United Airlines. I'm sorry I can't join you in person, but I'm grateful to be coming to you virtually to talk about our partnership with Boom Supersonic to bring back supersonic travel. At United, our purpose of connecting people and uniting the world drives every decision we make. However, it's no longer enough for us to do this without also safeguarding our planet. That's why we made a unique commitment to become 100% green by 2050 without relying on traditional carbon offsets. We plan on achieving this goal by making investments in companies that are building for a future not yet imagined. This includes investments in companies working on electric aircraft, hydrogen fuel cell leading, and even companies working to create fuel from carbon dioxide pulled right out of thin air. I'm proud to say that United has invested in more sustainable aviation fuel production than any other airline in the world. Our purchase agreement for Boom Supersonic Overture aircraft fits right in with that position as a leading, innovating airline. We used the COVID crisis to find opportunity, and that meant finding the most innovative people and companies in the world. People and companies that were able to look over the horizon and imagine a better world. And now, United is on track to purchase 15 of Boom's Overture airliners, making the world's first purchase agreement for net zero carbon supersonic aircraft in history. I want to thank the entire Boom team for dreaming about what's possible, and then having the drive to bring that dream to life. Boom!
Thank you. So, how quickly is supersonic flight happening? Later this year, we break ground on the Overture Superfactory in Greensboro, North Carolina. By early 2024, we'll be building the first airplane, which will roll off the line just 3 years from now in 2025, and take to the skies 4 years from now in 2026. Now, there's an extensive safety process that we have to go through to test every component of the airplane, but we look forward to welcoming our first passengers 7 years from now in 2029. But let's take a step back and remember why we're doing this. I deeply believe in a world in which more people can go more places more often. I want our children to grow up having met people from other cultures and broken bread on every continent, not just reading about them in textbooks and YouTube videos. So our aspiration over time is to make the fastest flight the most affordable, to build successive generations of aircraft that are not just faster, but also more convenient, more affordable, and significantly more sustainable than what we have today. Thank you all very much, and I look forward to welcoming you aboard.
All right. Imagine if you could get hired by a company for a job that you could do from home and then automate your actual workflow. Our next speakers could potentially set that up, as one helps hire the workforce of today, and the other can automate anything from data entry to sales outreach. But what kind of world of work would that be? We'll see what these two CEOs think about this future. Please welcome Alex Aziz from Deal and Mike Knoop from Zapier in conversation with Diane Brady of Forbes.
All the way.
Hello, Toronto. Okay, first we have Alex Bouaziz of Deal. We have Mike Knoop of Zapier. Which of you two is most likely to buy that jet we just saw?
Well, I think we're a fully remote company, so do you want to buy the jet or buy Zoom? Sort of an easy choice.
You're men of the people. So we are talking about, is the remote work revolution going to come to an end? I feel like maybe not a show of hands or a cheer. Who in the audience would quit their job if they had to go back to the office full time? Okay.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, okay. So where are we with the remote revolution? I'm going to start with you. Alex, you guys have been remote the whole time you've been in existence.
Guess for background, at Deal we help companies hire globally. So we help companies literally go global and hire the best talent around the world. We were started in 2019, and today we're about 1,100 people in 75 different countries. So no offices. And I think we're at the very beginning. I think more and more people don't want to go back to the office, and they want the flexibility of doing what's right for them. And we're here to empower that. And yeah, it's the very beginning of this, I think. I'm biased.
Can you guys hear us well? Yes?
Yeah.
Good?
Right.
Excellent. Because it's kind of like, it feels like just a kind of rock star on stage here. Tell us about yourself.
Yeah,
How are you guys doing?
Zapier, it's a workflow automation platform. We've got 600 people, 40 countries. We're a customer of Deal, so thank you for helping us scale globally. Yeah, we've got about half a million active users using Zapier every month to automate repetitive tasks for workflow in businesses.
We should point out who's not on stage here, because we were going to originally have more corporate speakers, right? That's why I'm wearing my corporate gear. So I feel like, to a certain extent, I don't want to preach to the converted. I feel like I'm here to represent the corporate point of view. There's something to be said for being in the office, right? Do you think there's any perils of having everybody work in your bedroom? I mean, what are you seeing? You hire all over the world. How do you monitor who's doing their laundry and who's kind of phoning it in? Some of the things that the corporate folks may be worried about.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were talking about this backstage. Both of us have a very interesting perspective where our entire companies have been built remotely, right? And I think one of the big lessons learned, at least for us in the last decade, has been, are you default remote or default in person? Like, that decision is usually really important. Only companies that I've heard really struggle with it are the ones that try to split the difference. And I think you tend to optimize for different things if you sort of have a default mindset. So in our case, default remote, in those worlds, you don't really care, and you can't care about whether someone is actually showing up, because that's part of the deal, right? It's like you sort of build systems and processes from a management perspective on measuring output, measuring, hey, are we actually creating value? Are projects shipping on time? Are we meeting our deadlines? Are customers happy? Are the growth rates high? And if all those things are true, which it was for us in the first several years, it was like, well, why change? Things are going really well. What was it like for you guys, though?
Yeah, I think when you're building a global company, the one thing that's very important is trust. At least for us, right? At least we're 1,100. How do you want me to know who is doing their laundry or not? I think if you have trust, it's the very baseline of being able to work without being next to each other. I don't remember who said that to me. You don't need to smell each other to build a great company together. So I very much agree with that statement. And for us, it's always been about what's the output, right? What's the results? If you're hitting your growth rates, if you're doing well, if everybody's contributing heavily, then that's usually a good sign, and that's usually a sign that you've hired the right people. So yeah, that's how we think about it.
Well, so what's your take, though? Because you said you want to...
Well, I'm intrigued that, first of all, I think that you need opportunities to get together, but I think that you have to go where the world's basically going, and people can be productive from anywhere. I think one of the interesting things both of you bring is you've got a lot of data. You're on the front lines, you see what people are doing. Even like what's happening in Canada, what are you seeing in terms of the future trends? Because we can talk about this ourselves, and we will. What are your customers doing? Are they showing an instinct to stay remote? I'm going to start with you.
I mean, in our case, we have pretty clear data because we actually are helping companies go global, right? They're hiring through us. I think just in Canada, we've seen an increase of 80% plus of companies hiring globally, which is pretty crazy. And it's not only like more and more companies are thinking about hiring globally. My bias is people kind of always did it. And I remember maybe 10 years ago when I started working in tech, a lot of people hired globally in the Ukraine or in other countries, and they just used to not talk about it because you didn't want your investors to know, because they would say, oh wow, you're outsourcing your tech. And that has completely changed, where everybody just thinks, I just want the best talent regardless of where they are. And I think even the corporates that are not here today would argue, I think they could understand that today you should be focused on where is the best talent and how can I treat my employees best versus, can I put them all in one place?
Okay, what about you?
There's probably two dimensions that hit us. One from like a hiring side, and then one from a product usage side with Zapier. When we entered March 2020 and hit that sort of overnight moment where every company had to go figure out, like, okay, how do I actually work remotely? I think there was a realization, wow, software is actually able to do it now, whether you're using Zoom or workflow productivity tools or team chat tools or just whatever you've adopted. There was this huge sort of spike in digital software adoption in 2020. And Zapier being sort of a toolkit for interoperability between multiple tools, we saw a huge demand increase that has stayed steady since then. So I don't think that sort of trend is like reversing. I think there's like a lot of talk about then on the hiring side of what are trends. And I can't take credit for this particular study, but I saw some research published by a data scientist who was looking at the number of job listings on Hacker News that had the word remote friendly or remote in them. And it was like looking at the last 5 years. And it was about 20% of all job listings had remote. And then in Q2 2020, that spiked to 80%. And that 80% line is held. And it is decaying at a very slow rate. And if you sort of do a linear forecast, like you're talking maybe a decade, two, before that actually reverts back to any sort of mean. So I think that's like a good mental model if you want to think about just like a macro sense of like what is the world doing, and try to cut through sort of the individual opinions and like what's actually happening. That's like a good way to look at it.
You guys are both the enablers of remote work, right? So is there any area in which you disagree about this?
I mean, I wish I was able to see, I have, I think, 20 plus colleagues at our booth that you should go visit. And it's really nice to see them in person, right? So like, I do miss that part. I do think funny example, because it happened over the last 2 days, like we have a big announcement coming up, and my comms team and my content marketing team were not very aligned, and all it took was like a 15-minute call that had not happened for some reason. But if they were in the same place, I think that would have gone maybe a little better. So, over-communication is a very important thing when you're distributed. And it's true that some of those things are easier to solve when you're all together. But, I'm a bit biased towards the pros. I think they do outweigh the cons, right? The fact that we're able to just, take the word as our playing field when it comes to hiring. And just, we grew from 50 people in January 2021 to 1,000 plus today, right? I don't think we could have done that if we were limited to like a 30 miles radius when it comes down to hiring. So for me, the pros really outweigh the cons on that. But of course, there's things we need to do better, and that's one of them.
Do you all do in-person onboarding or remote retreats, or like in-person retreats at all, or any in-person events?
We tried during COVID, but that didn't work out. And now we're starting to do like pods, like smaller teams that are trying to meet each other. And what we've seen, which is really fun, is a combination of two things. One, within cities, so we don't have any offices anywhere, but we do give WeWork memberships. So people would just go and say, oh, I'm going to the Covent Garden. We work in London, and then 20, 30 people would go there, which is kind of fun. Yeah. So that's like one of the things that has worked really well for us. And on the second thing is remote onboarding. Because we're remote first, we built every single part of the onboarding process for it to work in a remote concept and work environment. And a lot of thought went into that for sure.
I think it's always good to, when possible, break news, and so I know, since we're among friends here, tell us a little bit about global payroll. What is that going to do in the context of remote work? And then I'll come to you to break some news next. No, but but tell us a bit. Tell, because that's coming out soon, right? And what's that going to do?
So, we have a pretty significant product coming out soon. So until now, for those who are familiar with it or not familiar, we were helping companies hire people as independent contractors completely. Then we started opening entities around the world. We have like 90 plus entities today where if you want to hire in Japan, we can have that person hired for you by the end of the day or 2 days. And the new thing is, eventually companies start understanding which location makes the most sense for them, and they want to start having a stronger foothold or opening their entities. And that's when you start having like one entity there, one entity there, and there, and that becomes really messy to manage. But because we've employed so many people for so many great companies, we know how to run payroll in like lots of different countries. So our newest product is taking you all the way, saying if you want to open your own entity in a place, we'll help you manage this end to end. And it's quite a lot of work, so we're very excited about this.
We will be an early customer for that.
Whenever, I'm down.
I mean, I just remember like when we were getting started, I'm for sure many of you, if you started startups, had the same experience where you like go check your mail and just get like stacks of like tax letters from all the cities and you like or have nexuses in, and that was a huge pain and actually a reason why we didn't hire as aggressively internationally outside the US early was because of the complexity of doing so. Now that we're bigger, we can take on that burden, but I think it's actually a big enabler for smaller teams and companies to be able to do that.
It's a lot of fun as well. The idea that hopefully we'll be able to help you hire. I mean, I think you're in 40 plus countries, right? Mm-hmm. The idea that countries. You're just hiring the best talent and it's about their skills, not where they are and where they're from, just opens up so many opportunities for so many people. That's incredible to see.
Yeah, that's definitely true for us. Like we've always looked at global hiring as like giving, sort of the idea that like talent's very distributed, but opportunities are not. In fact, I think that's one of the things we've tried to build Zapier from a product standpoint to actually do, right? It's like how do you sort of give the leverage of software and technology to more people to be able to build things that look like code and look like building apps. And our sort of remote hiring philosophy, while it wasn't the reason we did it this way at the beginning, I think it's sort of a really cool like later realization that there's sort of a really nice handshake there between those two missions.
I like to think that companies like Boom are able to build things on Zapier. That kind of shows for how.
Yes, Boom is a customer. I learned that backstage. So.
Let's talk. If the remote revolution, how is it going to look different? Like, let's talk about how you manage yourselves. How do you stay? Give us. I want to see how your company's going to look different. Let's start with. How do you give us your day? How do you stay productive during the day? What time does your day start? Since we're all remote workers here, give us some insights into the life of the leader. What time do you wake up?
So this has dramatically changed for me in the last 2 years because I have a 2-year-old daughter now. So,
right. So you never go to sleep.
Yeah, my schedule as of 2 years ago was very different from today. So nowadays, usually I'm awake by 6:30 at the latest. Usually I am working from bed, email, phone for. At least
checking in with the leadership team.
Yeah, usually for at least an hour. Like I usually use that time to like prep and just think about like, okay, what's the important thing I got to get done today? And then I got sort of my morning routine compressed down into about 20 minutes, so I can go from like, bed to Zoom for the first meeting in about 20 minutes through coffee, through getting ready. And the other like big thing I think I've learned working remotely is like you do have to like set the boundaries for yourself. So my hack for this is every day at lunch from like noon to 1, I have like a dedicated hole in my calendar where I take my dog for a walk and I take my daughter for a walk, and that's sort of my like forcing moment to like get me away from the desk, get me away from Zoom.
So
and
you've
sort of get
structured more of a traditional day. What about you?
Zapier is a bit, how old is the company? Like
10 years old now.
10 years old, so they have a lot more structure than we do. I don't have any boundaries sadly for now, but maybe later.
Some ideas maybe.
Yeah. Nothing crazy. I wake up 7:38. I do get a workout in every day. That's really fun. Like I box, which is really good for all my direct reports for the rest of the day. They actually have an easier time when that happens. And then, nothing crazy, just working around product, which I do a lot of, or finance. And I try to avoid meetings. I used to do back-to-backs all the time. Now I'm taking a bit more time to think, as the company has changed so much that I need to think about org design and all those things. And that's a bit tougher.
And I know we don't have a lot of time left, so give people some tactical advice, because every industry is different. If you're in Wall Street, you're being called back a certain extent. Some people don't. Some people will be all remote forever. Any advice you have on what you see smart clients doing, or what you've learned yourself to really maximize growth in what's going to be a tough environment going forward? I'm going to start with you.
Hybrid sucks. That's, I think, what I've learned over the last.
Sucks.
I have not heard of a single company that has, we get reached out to a lot on advice for this sort of exact topic, and I've not heard of a company that really feels like they've nailed it with like happy employee base, happy product customers in that world. And that's kind of where I tend to think like smart leaders are going to make a default choice one way or the other, and then encode values. And I don't know that that actually has to be at the company level. I think you can make that at the team level or the department level, but you sort of need to take an opinion and then build out from that. Like, okay, what does that mean then from hiring, from internal operations, from meeting culture, from deep work versus meeting? All those decisions change in turn based on that default mindset.
How about you, Alex?
I think every company have different mindsets, and I think every company have different types of culture. So you kind of need to understand what's right for you, maybe at a leadership level, or even at an IC level, what works best for you. I think, like you said, a lot of companies were forced into a hybrid model because we were lucky we were born remote, so we built all our best practices that way. But if you have to switch between the two, like, I think what's important is, depending on the type of workforce that you want to attract, make sure that you build the right frameworks for them. So if you see that a majority of your team wants to be more flexible, and you can also take the decision to say, look, everybody goes back to the office, as long as you understand that you're going to lose talent from that. You might gain talent that want to be in office, but you're going to lose talent on the other side. So most of the customers that we are, they're still figuring it out. No one has really taken like very strong decisions around it just yet. But I think we're going to end up living in a world where employees will get to work for companies that are a better culture fit for their lifestyle. And if fully distributed is the right one, good for you. If you want to be in an office 2 days a week, I'm sure there's going to be that as well. And I think it's going to be a big part of the choice of employer that you will do in the future. Okay, so final haiku-like moment, marching orders, or any sort of like, this is the prediction time. We're talking about the remote revolution. Any thoughts this time next year? What are we talking about? Underappreciated or overhyped? 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, I sort of think that, like, just in the United States, as where my sort of information is higher, like only 60% of workers are knowledge workers. So, I think a lot of people in this room, that's a higher probably percentage. But like, I think it's worth acknowledging your point of flexibility. I sort of, maybe the framework of like, is it a revolution or not, is kind of an odd one to ask, given the fact that like there is a huge amount of workers around the entire world that like, you don't have a choice. Like, that's not really in the set of options. So I think that's sort of like an interesting context to set behind the idea of revolution. Otherwise, like that sort of ever slowly decaying line of like remote friendly, I think is sort of, that's the trend I expect to continue for the next 12 months.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a bit more, I think my statement is a bit bold, but I think great people will want a lot of flexibility. And if you're willing to trade off talent for having them sit down next to you, then fine, I'll hire them. Send them to me. So I think most companies...
We will too, so feel free to...
Yeah,
send them to me. No, I'm going to break you guys
Yeah,
up.
I think it's flexibility for me is a statement of trust. If you trust your team, if you trust the people you hire, you build a framework that makes them comfortable and that enables them to do their best work, whatever that may be. So I don't think it's a revolution. I think it's the new normal.
Great. Thank you. Please join me in thanking our 2 remote workers here, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you. Woo.
All right, before I introduce the next panel, let me check Binance and take a look at my crypto portfolio. Oh my God, what am I doing? I shouldn't have done that. All right. When we planned this talk, the description on our site is how crypto is having its moment in the sun. All right, a few weeks later, things are looking very gloomy, right? Is there a proverbial light at the end of this dark tunnel? And if there is, what happens next? Will governments heavily regulate? Will China's digital yuan achieve mass adoption? Will we be buying Teslas with digital money that has a dog on it? This will be an absolutely fascinating discussion. So please welcome Edith Young, GP at Raise Capital, and Brian Schroeder, CEO of Binance US, in conversation with Bill Owens of CBS News.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. We've decided not to talk about crypto because it's been covered too much. We're going to talk about Russia. No, kidding. So it's interesting. When we were asked to do this panel many weeks ago, the blurb that surrounded it was cryptocurrencies are having their moment in the sun. So it's heated up, that's for sure. Let's just start with where we are today. Give us your take on what's transpired over these last few weeks in a kind of macro way, if you would, Edith.
Okay, fine. I think, obviously for the last few weeks, it's definitely not a doubt moment, starting with sort of the Terra Luna collapse with stablecoin. It really, really drove the crypto market down from closer to 2 trillion, which I checked this morning was now 900 billion. But having said that, I'm the glass half full type person always. I've been tracking crypto since 2017. And in 2017, it was about 400 billion. So in some sense, 5 years later, we're still, two and a half times compared to a few years before. And valuation for most of the early stage crypto companies have dropped quite a bit. In combination with what happened with Celsius a few days ago, this market definitely seems a little bit gloom and doom. But having said that, I think crypto is so much more than just trading or token prices. It's really about, crypto is just a token, is a component of Web3. And there's just so much more to be built. And in many sense, in January 2018, the last downturn when I invested in Solana, token prices was even worse, about 10,000 at the time. So I think the worst time, is the best time to build.
Yeah, I think that what we're seeing is basically a broader pullback in the general market. And so my Bitcoin is not as down as much as my ARK investment or my Uber stock or my Netflix, or we can go on and on and on. And so for us, right, as Binance US, this is not the first crypto winter that we will live through. It will not be the last crypto winter that we live through. And so what we as a company are trying to do is focus on what's important, which is primarily around generating user value and putting out products and services that people love.
Edith, you told me that you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said you began to invest in crypto in 2013? And you also made a point to me when we chatted over the phone that, and I think it's good context, is there's been volatility. You've been in part of this, you've been watching this as an investor for a long time. So what would you say to people about that, give them some context around the crypto market and the volatility that is built into it?
Yeah, so I invested in my first Bitcoin in 2013. Didn't make me an expert per se, and for a long time, really nothing happened. And the last bull run around 2016, 2017, a lot of excitement around it. But I remember, when I committed to invest in Solana in January 2018, a lot of investors backed out. And in fact, when crazy token prices sort of dropped, in some sense, a lot of people who want to make quick money can no longer do that. So a lot of founders or investors sort of just backed out and completely out of the market. I actually think that is a good thing for an industry because in some sense, if all you want is to make quick money, you really are not there to build a future. So this is probably like the third time I have seen this, and I think it's actually a good adjustment to the industry itself. And whoever is continue to build, regardless of token prices, those are the ones that we really want to invest in.
Brian, earlier this week, Barron's talked about crypto having a Lehman moment. But also this week, you've announced that you're hiring. Finances, you've thousands of openings, right? Correct?
Yep.
Talk a little bit about your own company and the future you see at the moment.
So economically, we as Binance US have very limited to no exposure to kind of the turmoil that's happening in the market. That is because we never did margin trading, we never did lending, and we never took any loans. And so we're effectively kind of insulated from a lot of the turmoil that's happening, though obviously impacted by the broader market movement. What I think is different about Binance US is we're a pretty young company. We've only been around for a little over 2 years now. And so we are growing from a much smaller base. So we are effectively in our growth stage now. Historically, we've only been a one product company, spot trading. We just announced staking for the first time ever a couple weeks ago. And so what we're doing is we're growing products and services, which allows us to have a more diversified base. And from that, we need more top talent. And so we are hiring. We obviously also timed our seed round quite well, raising $200 million in April. And so we're going into this crypto winter with immense strength and the wind at our back.
Our question for both of you. Contagion is a word that you hear a lot right now.
Yeah.
You've mentioned a couple of the tokens. How concerned should people be who are invested in some of these tokens and other things be about a contagion within the crypto landscape?
Well, I mean, contagion is real, obviously, and we see this happening in real time playing out. And I think that, over the next several weeks and months, there will be more kind of casualties in the crypto ecosystem. But I think that, this natural churn, I think, is healthy for the industry because what it's doing is it's removing the excess that basically flooded into it. And what will remain will be the companies that put customers first, have sustainable economic business models, and those are the ones that will thrive, coming out of the crypto winter. I think a lot has been written on the similarities to the dot-com bubble bursting, and out of the dot-com bubble, Amazon emerged. We are feeling pretty good that hopefully we are kind of in the Amazon position.
I think most of the companies that is working in the Web3 crypto space are, exchanges, which many of them are doing really, really well, regardless of sometimes there's access, and obviously layoffs sometimes, but I think both FTX.us, Binance.us is growing really nicely. And then if you look at sort of the top 10 token on CoinMarketCap, is either stable coin, regardless is Circled or UST, of course, sorry, no more UST, still Tether, or sort of the layer one, regardless is Ethereum or Solana. And so the top 10 is really around layer one infrastructure token or stable coins, or of course, Bitcoin is sort of the digital gold. So in many sense, I think I highly encourage, if it's a lot of Web2 company just trying to be Web3 and slap a token on it just for the sake of it, I don't think those projects survive. And that's why, at Raise Capital, we really want to focus our investment on infrastructure, which is things that, what will be the next generation of Amazon Web Services? Those are the things that I think is super interesting. There's just so much more to be built, particularly on the developers' tools. And now we're seeing, regardless it's DeFi or NFT, which is the mass is coming in and we want to use it, that's we really need more plumbing to make sure that this particular industry is here to stay. And there's a lot of things, building blocks are still missing.
In speaking with both of you, you made a point of talking about the Asian markets, right? Right now, what's happening, the West is sort of looking very much in it's just right here in our own backyard. But in Asia, it's a bit more rigorous in terms of how they see the future, perhaps. Wonder if you can just give some thoughts about that, some insight into the Asian markets.
I can't wait to go back to Hong Kong. And if you look at sort of and Brian probably have more statistic related to trading, but the top 10 countries, at least half of them are actually coming from Asia, regardless of like at the Vietnam, Korea, Hong Kong, Japan of the world. Those are like the really, really active. That's why we see games like Exit Infinity actually is a team from Vietnam, or Step N actually originally from China. There's going to be a lot more, I think, sort of the consumer level talent and teams that's actually coming from Asia. I think in the US, there's a lot of amazing financial talents. Obviously, all the great exchanges are in the US. But we definitely need to sort of keep our eyes open for talent worldwide. We invested in another company called Allbridge, which is originally from Ukraine, or Bundler, which is already from the UK. These are just amazing worldwide talent that is not just in North America.
Brian?
Yeah, so I think that there was immense talent, and frankly speaking, I think the Asian markets were far advanced ahead of the United States, in particular in fintech, over the last decade. And I think that what's interesting now is I think that with crypto, it's a little bit more balanced. And so I think you see innovation happening in the United States. You see some crackdowns in Asian markets that are actually scaring away innovation in that space. And so it's a little bit more balanced than fintech, which I think historically skewed more to innovation from Asia.
Yeah, and also on that note, which remind me with the China government a little bit sort of push crypto away, it's driving a lot of talent from the Hong Kong, China of the world to Singapore, Dubai, or coming back to the US.
What about regulation? What has this acute moment in crypto done in terms of getting the further attention, the US government, international governments? Where do we see regulation? What's next?
So, so we are regulated kind of from every angle. As Binance US, we are getting our money transmitting licenses at the state, so effectively we have 60 regulators, if you count all 50 states and the districts and Puerto Rico and the territories. And then what's, I think, more interesting in I think the nature of the question is what's going to happen at the federal level. And, we are actually quite optimistic. And that is because a couple of weeks ago, Senator Loomis and Gillibrand, they released a bipartisan bill. How many things in today's society can you say are bipartisan? And yet you have bipartisan effort to kind of regulate the crypto markets, define stablecoins, put in a regulatory framework with which we can all operate. I'm actually quite hopeful that we will make meaningful progress on this relatively soon.
I think it's very typical US style. There's going to be some lawsuit, a lot of lobbying. But I think like around trading and also stablecoin, I'm betting on like there will be actual true regulatory framework that should hopefully ready to go and really have the US to give its blessing, unlike other countries around the world.
How much will regulation help with the trust in terms of just the population who may not feel safe right now, investors who don't feel safe getting into cryptocurrency? How about that, just in terms of regulation? Will it feel to the average investor, not the institutional investor, that, okay, there's some oversight here and we can get into the water?
I actually think that, because it's not regulated yet, but it didn't deteriorate from, the Goldman Sachs or the JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley of the world offering like Bitcoin ETF type products. And I think that these financial oligarchs wouldn't get into the game if they don't think crypto is here to stay or the future. So therefore, of course, there's a whole lot of other tokens that are listed on Binance.us that is not ready for sort of the mass to understand. But I think, between FTX and Binance are doing a lot of education to get the mass to understand what's happening.
Yeah, I do think that regulation is important to a certain portion of the adoption curve, right? So certainly we have our innovators, we have people doing, but I think that to the general public, being able to say that the US government has defined stablecoin as such, and therefore this is a stablecoin, I think that brings a lot of comfort. I think to the extent that the US population says, this is the CFTC is the regulator and they are solely focused on overseeing it, there's more comfort to participating in those sorts of markets where there is sort of regulatory guidance and clarity.
I'm curious what you both think when Bill Gates or Warren Buffett come out with these sort of thunderclaps against crypto, and just last week, Bill Gates made a lot of news. What do you think about when two of the richest people in the world come out and say there's nothing to this, you'd be a fool to get involved in it? Make some news here. Make some news.
Yeah. I don't want to offend those two. So I think that having broad, sweeping opinions in a negative sense just means that you don't have appreciation for the nuance of the technology that underpins it, right? And Bitcoin is very different from stablecoin, is very different from algorithmic
Ethereum.
trading, and you can go down and down. And each project, each token project itself is so nuanced and has so many different ways in terms of how it's structured, its governance, its utility, its token economics. And to paint a broad picture negative just means that you haven't spent enough time understanding what basically it can unlock, right? And I think that, just to finish, I think that what this kind of period, this crypto window period, what we're excited about is understanding, how do we take blockchain technology, how do we take cryptocurrency, and how do we apply it to historical innovation, or historical models that deserve disruption and innovation. And I think that that is the thing that we're focused in on, is how do we take something and make it better, faster, cheaper with the technology of blockchain and crypto.
I really want to encourage Bill Gates to not look at the token prices, but really focus on the technology itself. Yeah. If you think about it, even Internet Explorer have retired. So, which means that even Microsoft should actually think about, this is not just about crazy trading. There is a fundamental belief, particularly from a user point of view, where I don't want these big platforms to monetize with my own data. I want to own a part of this community. This is a new generation. Web3 is all about economy of ownership. And from day one, the token itself is basically make so that the equity ownership pushes so much earlier. So I have a lot of respect for these great billionaires, but this is not a billionaire game. This is, in fact, the other way around, is to get the mass to own a piece of this much more earlier on than letting the Microsoft or the Google of the world monetize everything.
You mentioned to me on the phone that this is akin to the early days of the internet. Not everything worked, but it was clear that there was a fundamental way forward in technology.
I started my career in Web 1 and information only, and actively working on Web 2, which is all about social. Web 3 is all about ownership, and the token side of things is just basically an accelerator of it. But the essence of Web 3 is really get all of us to be part of it, so that there's no more of sort of the Facebook-like, monetize my data. This is just not right.
Brian, I'll give you the last word on that. Just where are we in the sort of the narrative or the timeline of cryptocurrency?
Well, I think we've only really just begun, right? I don't think that we've even kind of begun to crystallize the impact that this technology can have on not only financial services, but like the economy writ large. And so it's early days, so stay tuned. There's lots of exciting things to come.
Great. Thank you both. Thank you all for coming here and listening. These two
Thank you, Bill.
Very smart people. Thank you. Thank you all.
I'm going to stand right here. You know when you type in Gmail and it tries to guess what you're typing and help you to fill it out the rest of the sentence for you? What if that same technology can fill out lines of code for developers? Trained on billions of lines of code, GitHub has launched Copilot to show us how artificial intelligence can and will enable developers to build the software of tomorrow. So please welcome the GitHub CEO, Thomas Dohmke, as he joins us to talk about the future of software development and why developer happiness is the most important thing.
In 1950, Alan Turing asked, "Can a machine think?" 6 years later, a group of Dartmouth engineers coined the term artificial intelligence.
The computers enable man to reach judgments within the flashes of time.
For decades, engineers worked tirelessly to realize dreams of machines that think, learn, and co-pilot our work. Half a century passed, and now AI is a lived reality. AI is driving our cars and delivering our groceries, helping kids with homework, and advancing health outcomes. It's improving our lives. But until now, AI has stopped short of developing code. That's changing. It's our turn for a co-pilot.
Hello, Collision. I'm so excited to be here with you today in a room of change makers, innovators, creators, and I hope developers. I'm Thomas, and I'm a developer. And I'm building tools for developers. For the last 30 years, I've been writing code. And even now, as the GitHub CEO, I still code at night when my kids are asleep. And as they grow up more and more, I write code together with them. So I hope it doesn't surprise you that today I want to talk about, well, code. Standing here, I'm reminded of just how far we have come with software development. I was born in the late 70s, at the same time as companies like Microsoft and Apple were founded. And in my lifetime, we have come from home computers like the Apple II to the invention of open source, to the broad distribution of the internet, to mobile phones in our pocket that are so powerful that we could have ever imagined when we were little kids. And you know, those phones let us carry our creations with us all the time. With every new advancement in software, software developers have worked together to change lives and even land little helicopters on Mars. And as the world has gone online, it has become increasingly unclear that every organization that is innovating and striving is depending on software developers. Through every innovation, though, through every transformation, developers have become more productive. Because we had to, because it was our responsibility. Even when we don't work, we have to keep the lights on, we have to be on call in case the servers go down. Developers are the backbone of every organization, and it has become increasingly unclear during COVID what is work and what is life, right? Do you know this? Like when the server goes down and you don't no longer know what is actually your life and what is your work hours. Whether you're a developer or not, I know many of you know what that feels like. Yet I continue to hear over and over again how we must build technology that will make developers more productive. I get it all the time. And you know what? I'm sick of it. I can't hear it anymore. Developers are productive. Look of how much stuff we're shipping every day, of how much software is going to be released every single day in this world. We won't achieve human progress if we keep innovating technology for just technology's sake. And we need to stop innovating technology just for productivity's sake. What we do need is to innovate technology for the sake of our happiness. And so I'm innovating for developer happiness. Because when a developer is happy, when any creator is happy, we can fully translate our creativity into reality. That's when we help organizations around the world to solve nearly every problem we face, starting with creating products that customers actually enjoy and that they crave to buy. Every company has become or will soon become a software company. And so the demand for developers will only grow. For developers to continue to innovate and to solve problems, we have to provide them the tools and we have to help them to be creative, to be happy. So I want to innovate for this. And how do we get there? What technologies do we need to create that makes us happy? Well, maybe you're surprised. I think the answer is AI. Like you saw in the video, in 1950, Alan Turing, one of the founding fathers of artificial intelligence, asked the question, can a machine think? And ever since then, we have seen the prophecies of AI is taking over. We have seen it become the scary, ominous thing in popular culture, and it's largely still framed in this way. You've heard it. AI is coming. It's going to change everything. I believe that narrative is all wrong, because we have continued to talk about something in the abstract that is already here. AI isn't tomorrow. AI is today. And it's already acting as a co-pilot in our lives. When you take a photo on your iPhone, Apple Photos is automatically grouping your photos by the faces it detects in those photos. It creates albums for you. When you create documents in Google Docs, it creates this magical moment of predicting the next couple of words, and you're like, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. When you drive a Tesla or a modern car, it almost drives itself. And let's not forget, during the pandemic, Alexa helped us to order thousands of rolls of toilet paper. AI has already become a natural extension of humanity, but until now, AI stopped short of influencing developer productivity. The process of writing code, the process of starting a new project has remained mostly manual. So today, I'm really happy to share the wait is over. AI pair programmers are here, and I'm really excited for this moment. Yesterday, we released a new product called GitHub Copilot. It is an AI pair programmer that sits in the developer's editor, and when the developer starts typing codes or comment or really any statement, Copilot predicts the next word. But not only the next word, it can actually predict whole methods, unit tests, boilerplate code, even complex algorithms. It feels like magic when you type with Copilot. You have seen machine learning models like GPT-3 created by OpenAI that is trained on languages like German and English and can predict sentences, can give you answers when you ask it a question. Copilot uses a similar model called Codex, but instead of natural language, it was trained on billions of lines of open source code in different programming languages like JavaScript, Python, Go, even COBOL. And since we launched the Copilot beta, we have seen many developers being excited about it. Some of them, skeptical at first. What does it do? Does it distract me too much from my programming workflow? But many of them can no longer live without Copilot. In fact, if we look into our telemetry, we can see that in files where Copilot is enabled, more than up to 40% of the code was written by Copilot. Think about that for a minute. Up to 40% of the code written by a machine learning model. And I believe this is just the beginning. It's early days. I predict that in 5 years, this number is going to be 80%. It is clear that AI will change the nature of software as we know it. And so now you're probably asking yourself, was Alan Turing right? Is AI going to take over? Is AI going to do everything I do? I believe the answer is no. AI will not replace developers. The models behind GPT-3 and Codex are not intelligent. They're not smart. They're not sentient. All they do is they take your input, your words, transform that with a mathematical algorithm into numbers, into more numbers, into more numbers, to ultimately result into another word. They cannot predict what the ideas are that you have in your head. They need the developer to be creative. And so as developers, we have gone through similar transitions before. We went from punch cards to assembler to higher programming languages. We went from everything building ourselves to using thousands of open source libraries to create the things that we want with much more efficiency, with much more happiness. Copilot is just the next step of this. Instead of writing all the code myself, I'm interacting with my AI pair programmer as a new interface layer between the programmer and the code. Let me show you how this works. So we have at GitHub something called the contribution graph that shows you all the things that you have contributed back to GitHub. And you can go to this GitHub Skyline webpage here and type your username, and it creates a skyline, a 3D model of all your contributions on GitHub. And it's really cool because you can also share it on social media. In fact, you can even send it to a shop to print this 3D model as a physical thing. So the team asked me, into a bug that appears on the Skyline webpage, and here's my GitHub issue, and it shows me that if you enter a username that ends with an S, it renders the username here with an apostrophe S. So I want to fix this. And so I go over here into a Visual Studio Code, and it's a JavaScript project. So I wanted to quickly show you how this works. I can just type function is prime and wait for the Copilot. Well, that is a bad result here now. That's a demo effect, I guess. Let me try something else. Let's see, you all learned in university bubble sort. And here you go. Copilot predicted my bubble sort algorithm. If there's multiple solutions available, I can toggle through them, and then I can just accept them with a tab key. So now I want to actually, and you see, I typed a single line. Copilot typed another 11 lines for me. So now I can go over here to my actual project. Here I have my method that pluralizes the name, and I can just start typing, add S to the name, except when name ends in S, then only add apostrophe, right? That's what we want. And I can remove this line, and now let Copilot do this magic, and voila. If you look at this code, right, if my name ends with S, I want to only add the apostrophe here, and if it doesn't, then I want to keep the code I had before. Okay, cool. That's all the coding I need to do in this file. Now I need a unit test, of course. And so go over to my unit tests here. And voila, Copilot already predicts the whole unit test, right? It will add an S to the name, except when the name ends with apostrophe. I type enter, and then it predicts the rest of the unit test. And so you get an idea of how powerful this is because it understands the context I'm in, it understands the code, the comments I'm writing, and it's predicting the code I want. And if I don't like the code, of course, I can still just keep typing as with any autocomplete. I'm in charge, I'm driving, I'm flying the plane, and the Copilot is helping me. And now, I'm done with my changes. I send a pull request back to GitHub, and the pull request hopefully gets merged, and then the bug is fixed on the Skyline web page. AI will not only accelerate what developers can achieve, but it opens the door for many others to develop software. AI will make coding more accessible. It will allow people with disabilities to write code easier and without a keyboard by just using their voice. AI will allow students to learn faster and ramp up more quickly in a new project, helping us to solve the developer shortage that we're facing. And that's also why we're making Copilot available for free for both students and verified open source maintainers. And most importantly, AI will help all of us to solve our problems faster. And we started in recent weeks, we started a study with Microsoft. And the goal of the study was to see what happens if one group has Copilot and the other does not. And we asked those groups to build a simple web server, and the results were astonishing. The group that had Copilot available to them solved the problem in half the time with a higher probability, a higher likelihood to actually get to a solution. Half the time, think about what you can do in that time. Whether you're a developer or not, if you can complete your work in half the time, you have more time available to be creative and to be happy. At its core, AI is here to help us to do the things we don't want to do so we can enjoy the things that we do want to do. When developers do what they love better, easier, faster, with more help, with more velocity, it creates a pathway for developer happiness. And everybody, not just developers, should care about developer happiness. Developer happiness is vital to the function of the modern world because the modern world relies on software. And every day, the world will need more and better software. If developers are burned out, if they're tired at their homes, the world won't be able to solve their greatest challenges because the world just can't do it without software anymore. Happy developers will help us solve climate change. Happy developers will help us solve advanced science to save lives. And happy developers will help humanity to build a bridge into the new universes. The world has won if we generate happy developers. Because with the help of AI and open source collaboration, happy developers will continue to accelerate human progress. Thank you so much for having me today. I hope you have a happy day.
All right, for our next talk, imagine if a super rich electric car maker decided to cancel his proposed multi-billion takeover of your favorite social media tomorrow. What would you do tomorrow? After the major announcement in 2020 that NVIDIA would be acquiring ARM, they ended up deciding against acquiring the semiconductor IP company this past February. Flash forward to today, though, and ARM has posted record revenues and is setting a course to go public. But it's been a challenging journey here to get to center stage here at Collision today. So let's hear from Wired's Stephen Levy, who's speaking with the new ARM CEO on what his plans are for the future. Please welcome Rene Haas.
Thank you. Renee, hello.
Hello, Steve.
How's everyone doing out there? Okay? Tepid, tepid. So, Renee, ARM, I think, is a kind of a misunderstood company. Some people think you got fabs, you're churning out chips and things like that. Maybe just give us a brief description of ARM and what it does, because I know that you labor under what people have misconceptions about the company.
Yeah, sure. Happy to do that. Yeah, it's not an easy company to explain. To my mom and dad, I always had a hard time explaining what ARM does. Technically speaking, what we do is we license semiconductor IP to people building chips. It's a mouthful. Maybe another way to think about it is that we are a company that builds processors, the brains that go inside virtually every single device that you have. I can assure that probably every single person in this audience probably has ARM inside their purse, inside their pocket. We're in 100% of all smartphones, virtually. We are in almost all smart TVs. We're in automobiles. We're in the cloud. We're really everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you took charge, became the CEO of ARM in, was it February this year?
That's right.
And that was just after a long-planned merger with NVIDIA had gone south, I guess. Maybe there were regulatory issues. I just heard FTC had Lena Khan bragging about it on the radio the other day. And so basically for the last more than a year, the company had been planning to handle this merger with NVIDIA. It was going to be a new kind of company. And you're suddenly in charge and you have to re-strategize. What do you do?
So we were in a long regulatory process with NVIDIA. NVIDIA announced the intention to acquire ARM in September of 2020. And at the end of 2021, early 2022, between SoftBank, NVIDIA, and ARM, we mutually decided it was probably best for all parties that we call the acquisition off. Now, what were we doing in the meantime? We were really heads down on a strategy to expand our footprint across all these new markets: 5G, cloud, smart driving cars, So interestingly enough, the strategy that we're putting in place post the NVIDIA acquisition, and since I've become the leader, is largely unchanged. And in fact, we announced our first financial results that we were able to talk about publicly for our fiscal year ending in March. And a lot of folks were surprised at just how well ARM was doing. We had over 100% growth in the automotive market. We had about 60% growth in cloud, 60% growth in IoT. And these are really the results of strategies that we put in place a number of years ago. So summary is a lot of the same going forward.
So, well, we'll drill down on some of those in a minute, but you know, you've announced that you're gearing up for an eventual IPO, is that correct? And, you know, I want to read you, I know you're going to love this. You know, the former CEO, the longtime CEO of ARM, wrote, when the merger was still going to happen, in a blog post, I want to read this to get it right. He said an IPO wasn't the right choice. He said, the pressure to deliver short-term revenue growth and profitability would suffocate our ability to invest, expand, move fast, and innovate. So what's changed? Is that statement inoperable?
Yeah, so while I can't say too much about our IPO plans, when SoftBank announced in February the intent for ARM to go public, Masayoshi-san talked about it, and I can only echo that this is our intent. Anyway, as far as Simon's words, those are what Simon said. It's not what I would put it. I'm very, very confident about our future. You know, again, the best proof point is the financial results that we announced. We announced record revenue, $1 billion of profit, a very healthy trajectory going forward. I think we're well positioned for growth. I'm really, really confident about the future.
Right. Well, you know, I know your revenues have been up, you know, but you also laid off some people, right?
Pardon me?
But you also let go of some people.
We went through a restructuring. Like most companies, that's what we have to look at, you know, from time to time. We really wanted to create space to invest more in engineering. Right now, one of the bigger headaches that I have is hiring enough engineers. We have literally insatiable demand for the things we're doing. We need more talented engineers. We need them more across the globe. Part of the restructuring was about candidly creating space for more engineering talent.
So you are owned by SoftBank, right? And that's headed by a very interesting guy, Masa Son. You know, what's your relationship with him? What's it like working with him? Because he's your boss, right?
Masa is my boss. I've been with ARM 9 years. SoftBank bought ARM in 2016, so I've been working fairly closely with Masa since that time. Not as closely as I've been working with him over the past 4 months. He's a very fascinating guy. He can get into the details, but he'll also be at 100,000 feet relative to how he looks at the business. I think one of the more fascinating things about SoftBank and Masa that was a new thing for me that I learned when I went there was the idea of doing a 10-year financial plan. So believe it or not, every month we upload into SoftBank a 10-year financial model for what ARM business is going to look like. And I remember when I started there, I was thinking, my gosh, I'm having a hard time talking about the next couple quarters. How am I going to think about the next 10 years? But really what it is, it's a metaphor for the aspiration that you're trying to get to. And the specifics are less important than the aspiration. And what it instills is really a very strong sense of thinking about what the future is going to bring, what moves would I make, what moves would I accelerate, what moves would I stop. So I think if I was to describe Masa in a word, he's a long-term thinker, very much a long-term thinker. And I think this 10-year plan concept that we do is a proof point of that.
So so you talked about a few of the things you're doing there. So let's talk a bit about the things in your roadmap there. So ARM is really known for its ubiquity in phones. Pretty much every cell phone in this audience, I'd say, has ARM architecture. That's right. Is that a fair assumption?
That's fair, a very fair assumption.
So in order to grow and the roadmap, you mentioned some other things. One of the things I know you want to be in, and you know, maybe you are in already, autonomous cars. Right. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. So one way to think about our roadmap in the future is, as you say, you know, we are virtually in every smartphone on the planet. So what's important about a smartphone? Smartphone has to be obviously smart, has to have a lot of compute capability, has to be able to manage a lot of different tasks. It also needs to last a long time. You have to do all that level of compute, but you have to have a high degree of energy efficiency. So let's think forward in terms of the cloud, data centers, or electric vehicles. They share the very similar attributes that a mobile phone does. High degree of compute, a lot of complex tasks, energy efficiency. Now, in a data center, when a new data center is built in a certain geography, there are a lot of regulations that need to go through relative to square footage, kilowatts of power, et cetera. In a data center, you have a very fixed footprint, but the compute needs are more and more demanding. That's a great place for ARM. Think about an autonomous vehicle. Increasingly, autonomous vehicles are going to be electric. And an electric vehicle, anyone who drives one, knows that there are issues in terms of making sure you've got enough battery to get through the day. Now, when you take a computer inside the car that's going to be doing everything relative to autonomous driving, that's adding a lot of computer cycles into the car that sucks off the same battery. Efficiency is very important. That's a great place for ARM. So as a result, going back to our financial results, we've had increasing traction in the cloud, in autonomous and auto, and I think that's only going to continue.
Well, but you got ubiquity in mobile because ARM was first. You got to jump on everyone else. You had a good product and managed to make partners with everyone and won over. Can you do that on something like another area you're looking at, like the metaverse, right? Yeah. You want to be designing the chips that go into these glasses that provide different kinds of reality, is that right?
That's right.
So how do you get a jump on it? Because there must be competitors also wanting to do that, and there must be some partners even to say, wait a minute, do we want like another situation where one company sort of has a grip on us that, we're their partner whether we like it or not? How would you do that on the metaverse? What are you thinking about that?
So, as I mentioned before, our primary products are IP, and they're processors, which is basically the brain of any device. What makes that brain really go is software. And ARM has the largest software developer ecosystem on the planet. Well over 15 million developers develop on ARM. Over 10 million apps are ARM-based. I know there's a lot of people inside this room today who are doing innovation and business around startups in the software space. I can assure you, you may not know it, but that's running on ARM. So what does that mean relative to the new markets? It's a bit of a flywheel effect. You have development tools, you have software tools, you have compilers, you have things that just makes it very easy for people writing software to run on an ARM-based platform. So the more that our partners ship, and we had 29 billion chips, it's a gigantic number, shipped by ARM partners in the last year, that just continues the flywheel of more developers. So is there competition? Sure. But one of the things that we think differentiates us is this huge software ecosystem, and there's nothing quite like it, which we think makes it very, very applicable for these new markets.
So where are you now? Are you making, do you have the designs ready? When Mark Zuckerberg showed a bunch of headsets there, right?
Yeah, so going back to the Masa 10-year plan, we look at all those markets, and we're doing all of the work back relative to when do we need to have the products ready, when do we need to have the software ecosystems ready, when do we work with the developers. Our products take a long time to see the light of day in terms of an end product because we do a blueprint. That blueprint has to go into a chip. That chip then has to go into an end device. It can take 4 or 5 years until that happens. So we're always kind of looking for the next and the next and the next, which is why we need to hire a lot of engineers. Because one of the things that I think we learned during the pandemic was that the acceleration of the digitization of our world is only going to get faster. And I think we learned that just relative to all the reliance on hardware devices that we had never seen before. For example, who would know that on your laptop running a Zoom call or a Teams call that you would have the video would stutter and you might need extra help in doing that. That's more ubiquity in terms of more processing. So I think for us, picking and choosing the right opportunities is going to be key. I think the metaverse, hard to say where that really goes, relative to the hardware devices and the software devices, but for sure, I think it's going to be one of the next big things.
So even though you don't make chips, obviously you make money from chips. And right now, there is this horrible supply chain problem on chips, which I know you monitor very closely. What can you tell us? How bad is it? And what are the prospects that all these chips that car makers and other places are ordering are going to get there when they want them to get there?
Yeah, so I think one of the, so first off, we don't build chips, but because we are very closely linked to the semiconductor world, 29 billion chips in this last year shipped on ARM, we follow it really closely, and we have a lot of contact into the supply chain. I think the problem personally, Steve, is going to get worse before it gets better. If you think back, and I have lived abroad for a number of years. I just moved back to the US in 2020. I lived in China for a number of years, and I lived in the UK. The world was relatively flat. We didn't have a whole lot of geopolitical issues. We obviously didn't have a pandemic. We had a very, very streamlined supply chain that was optimized with a very flat earth. Fast forward to today, you have geopolitical issues, you have all kinds of different conflicts, you have demand that is now much more difficult to predict relative to exactly what needs to take place. You have boats off of Long Beach Harbor that can't get in. So when you plow that back into, I'm now trying to build a car with over 10,000 components in it. I can only build that car and have it ready if I've got all the components I need at the right time. And I think we've seen such shocks to the current system that the overall global supply chain is trying to figure out what a new normal is. So it certainly chips exacerbates that, but I think it's other things beyond chips.
So let's talk about China for a little while. You just announced relatively recently that you're no longer going to supply your technology to Huawei. Is that correct?
Not exactly. So for those in the audience who may not be familiar with export control laws and how they work, allow me to dive into a detail for a second here. But in 2019, the US put Huawei on the entity list. And what that meant was for any product that was over 25% US content, meaning the nationality of the engineers working on that product, had to apply for an export license.
Right, but you're a UK company owned by Japanese, so technically you didn't have to follow it, did you?
Well, we're a UK company owned by the Japanese, but the ownership has nothing to do with the export control. The export control comes specifically about the origin, country of origin of the engineers working on the product. So for us, how did it impact ARM? Whatever we built in the US, which is a small percentage of our products, we have a design center in Austin, Texas, that was impacted. Our products that are designed in France, in Norway, in Sweden, in UK, none of them were impacted. So we, just like other companies, we had to comply with the US export controls. Candidly, probably less than most because we have very little US origin in our products. We're primarily a UK-based company.
I mean, do you feel that the global market could become totally bifurcated with sort of a Chinese ecosystem and a Western one? Is there a danger of that?
I think we don't know. I think there's a lot to learn in this new normal. When you think about export control, when you think about sanctions, when you think about everything involved with that, you know, I'm a bit of an old timer. I'm probably older than most of the folks here at this show. I started my career at Texas Instruments, and I worked in a group there that had a commercial group and a military group. And the military group would only ship products to non-Eastern Bloc countries. I don't think we're going to get to there, but I think there's a lot that needs to get figured out. I will say now, again, the world is so intertwined. China depends so much on the US, we depend on China. When you look at other parts of the world, I think it's really hard to have sort of a black and white, but I think the world does need to figure it out because it is a complex problem.
Okay, one last quick question before we get off there. You know, your folks gave me some background here, and one thing on it was, soon 100% of the world's digitally shared data will be securely processed on ARM. That sounds like crazy, you know.
Yeah, it's a bold statement that says all the data is going to pass through ARM and it's all going to be secure. But again, going back to the model is that we believe most cars, most of the cloud, 5G, smartphones, PCs will all run on ARM. So that means an ARM device will be talking to an ARM device. And that happens almost constantly today anyway. When we get to a world where it's 100%, that puts us in a very unique position to ensure security, identity management, and quality of data. Another one of the big things we're working on.
Well, I'll leave that be the last word. Thanks very much. Thank you all.
Thank you.
The world is in a tech worker shortage. Every government is scrambling to figure out how to issue more tech visas for tech professionals and make their country more accommodating to compete in the global war for talent. How hard was it for you to get a visa to come to Canada for Collision, and how many more couldn't make it? Hopefully, it will get easier in the future if Canada wants to stay competitive with other markets. So let's learn some of the plans in motion with Clearco's Michelle Romanow and Canada's Minister for Innovation, Francois-Philippe Champagne, in discussion with Amber Mack.
And are we just... Wow. All right. Thank you very much. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here we are. All right.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Wow, look at that.
We can do better than that. Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hi, that's Collision, after all, you know?
We're so excited to be here. All right, so we only have less than 18 minutes now. So, Minister, I wanted to start with you. In 2018, I had a chance to interview the Prime Minister Trudeau, at an event, a tech event.
I think I attended, but I was in the room.
Okay, well, you may remember that during that event, when speaking about the innovation economy, the Prime Minister said that Canadians need more swagger. And apparently, that was a very controversial thing. So my first question for you is, we're now in 2022, 4 years later, how does the tech ecosystem compare in Canada to the rest of the world?
Well, thank you. I think we still, I feel in this room there's a lot of energy. I mean, I'll give you one answer that when I attended the World Economic Forum, there was one CEO of one of the largest tech company in the world in the US that say, Canada is on a roll. We're noticing what's happening. So I don't know if the Prime Minister's words were bringing us to where we are today, but I would say I'm a big believer. I think if you look at the big challenge of humanity today, on one end we had COVID-19, on the other end you have climate change. And I think folks would agree that we've seen science, technology, and innovation providing the breakthrough. We did that with a vaccine. We're going to do that also on climate change. And what I'm most inspired about is that there are some amazing entrepreneurs in the room and some bringing ideas that will change the world. Our job, my job, is to provide opportunities. I'm a big believer in manufacturing. I'm a big believer in when you combine manufacturing and innovation. If you look in the history of mankind, the countries which have succeeded, whether it's you look at Israel, you look at Korea, you look at Germany, I mean, what you've done, those are the countries that have succeeded. So in the economy of the 21st century, we need innovation. I believe we need manufacturing. And we, above all, we need the talent. And the talent is the people here in the room.
Absolutely. And Michelle, speaking of swagger, you do incredible things for this country and really all around the world. I wanted to talk a little bit about Clearco. You could, at this point, move the headquarters of your company to any city. Why do you choose to stay here in Toronto?
I mean, we are a deeply proud Canadian company, and this ecosystem has come so far. When I started here 15 years ago, there was very little early stage money, there was very little talent that had seen this, and that has all changed today. And so we see an incredible group of talent that's built really unique AI for us that has been now deployed around the world. And what I would encourage Canadian founders to think about is how do you go global and remain a Canadian company? One of the things that was the most important to us is that we knew that, and we actually came back to Canada. We started Clearco in San Francisco out of an apartment there in the YC Fellowship and moved back to Canada in our first 6 months because we wanted to hire and grow on Canadian talent. And that's been very, very unique to our story. And last year we entered 10 countries around the world and kept those Canadian roots as we did this. So I think I'm still so bullish on the Canadian economy and growing here and bringing those Canadian values we have. You know, what was unique about our model is we said it shouldn't matter who you are or where you grew up or where you went to school. You should be able to get access to capital if you have a great business with great metrics. And we built AI to do that. We have now deployed more than $3.2 billion to 9,000 founders, making us certainly the largest e-commerce investor in the world, but one of the largest investors, period. So I think that that can be completely done out of Canada.
Wow. I mean, come on. I mean, this is a real Canadian success story. You know?
Yeah, if that's not swagger, I don't know what is, basically.
We can do the mic drop by now. You know, I mean,
oh, you got to stay for 13 more minutes, Minister. All right, another question for you, Minister. I was looking on your Twitter feed. I know you just had an announcement at 11 a.m. So
yes.
I wanted to ask you about this tweet that you sent out and the announcement that you made, where you say that Canada will lead the world when it comes to artificial intelligence. We know that Canada historically has been great at AI research, not so great at commercialization. So what did the announcement mean, and how do we change that?
Well, thank you for looking at my Twitter feed, by the way.
It's a good one.
I would say that what we announced this morning actually is we double down. I mean, I'll give you know, a backroom type of story to the audience. Hopefully you won't put that on Twitter, but the first time I met my counterpart in the United States, she was saying, Minister, you have a head start in AI. And that, for me, has crystallized a bit how the world views what we've done. We started a strategy of Pan-Canadian AI in 2017. What we did today is the largest single investment in AI in the history of Canada, close to $500 million, to address the issue that you said. We're pretty good at research, we're pretty good at innovation. Commercialization is a place where we can do better. Adoption is a place where we can do better. And so what we did this morning was really to give you know, kind of doubling down, giving a bit more swagger, to use your word, in making sure that AI will continue to be at the forefront. I mean, it's pretty clear to me and folks in the room, and I'm sure Michelle could add to that. If you look at industrial strategy, to me, what's going to power all our industry, whether you're thinking aerospace, biomanufacturing, you're looking at car manufacturing, you're looking at hydrogen, you're looking at natural resources, is the fundamental pillars for me, which are AI, quantum, and cybersecurity. And if we're good at that, we're going to lead the world. So therefore, for me, doubling down on AI was a way to make sure that not only we keep in the race, but we own the podium. We started the GPA with the French. We won on AI. You may have seen we introduced legislation to be one of the first countries, if not the first in the world, to legislate the responsible use of AI. So AI for the people, making sure that we would have boundaries around that people, for example, if you apply for a loan or you apply for an insurance policy, if it's going to be an algorithm behind it, that you need transparency. We need to make sure there's no bias addressing some of the issues you said. So for me, I think we're leading the world. We want to own the podium. I think about Estonia. I want Canada to be best in class when it comes to G7, because one of the things we've been able to do, and you see that in Michelle's word, is attract the talent. You know, the scarcest resources today is the people. It's the talent. We need to build the ecosystem and need to build adoption. That's what we're going to do together.
Michelle, on that point, can you talk a little bit about bias when it comes to giving women money to build their businesses, something you've worked hard on overcoming?
Totally. So I couldn't agree more with what you said. Canada needs to be a leader in AI, and we need to understand what that really means. And so there's a lot of fear around AI, and the core of this comes from where you get your training sets from. So I'll give you an example in our business. If we had taken a VC venture-backed model and say, look, just build our investment criteria based on what Sequoia did or a previous venture fund did, we would actually see similar biases in our portfolio today. But what we did is we came in and say, look, we think we can give founders non-dilutive capital. They can pay us 6% for that. We won't take a piece of their company. And the data that we will look at is from the accounts that run their business, their payment processor, their bank account, their ad spend account. So we can understand their growth rate, their unit economics, how much of their audience sizes they've talked to. And when we just looked at that, just their business metrics, not any other historical set of data, that's how we chose to make the decisions on who got capital and how much capital they get. And we did this because it was fast. It was far easier for entrepreneurs to plug in the accounts that run their business versus making a pitch deck, 3 to 6 months of pitching, and finally getting a deal done. But when we looked back at our portfolio, what we found is we had taken a ton of the bias out of our investing decisions. And these results were really quite remarkable. At Clearco, we have backed 25 times more women than the venture capital industry average.
Wow. Bravo.
Thank you. And again, it was not because we did something special to source women or to find women. Women have incredible companies that they have built. They are just not getting funded today. In the same way, 1/3 of our founders are BIPOC. And this one I love, 1/4 of our founders don't have post-secondary education, because we always knew that people could build a great business that might not be in the right social circles to raise money. And so I think this is an example of where we have used AI for the better, AI to find businesses that have conventionally been overlooked, and certainly a place where Canada can be leading.
Wow.
Pretty amazing. Okay, so my last few questions are on opportunities ahead and what lies ahead for Canadians. And I wanted to start with you, Minister. If I look today at the technology industry, some people view this industry in a narrow way. I know from working in agriculture that much of what's happening in agriculture right now is ag tech innovation. There's a lot happening here in Canada. The same goes for the mining industry, where there's this thread of technology that runs through it. So how do we get Canadians to see tech innovation opportunities in Canada more broadly?
Well, I think a lot of Canadians approach that perhaps in a vertical way. You know, when people thought about AI, they thought vertically. That will apply in one particular field of industry in Canada. I think what we need to make the case, that's going to have an horizontal application. You're thinking in biomanufacturing. You know, you think about helping your doctor to scan, for example, to be able to look at, you know, like 1 billion pictures or scan of, for example, a tumor you can have, and helping a doctor make the right diagnosis. I think for me, one of the ways, and you know, there's hundreds of people with us, I would love all of you to be able to play into our global innovation clusters. I'm not sure that everyone in the room know, but we have one in Atlantic Canada on ocean and the blue economy. We have one on AI in Montreal, which is helping, and Mila has been doing great work. We have one in advanced manufacturing in Ontario to make sure that we would be doing manufacturing 4.0. We have one on the ag tech. How can we feed the world with plant protein? Well, we have a cluster which we have endowed to make sure we do that, and we have one in Vancouver on the digital side. We've put almost $1 billion again to support great innovator, great entrepreneur, that probably some of them that you finance already, to be able to scale and to gain markets. So for me, I think that what we need to demystify together is the horizontal nature of technology today. And the way to do that, and we've tried to do that, you may have seen in the new law we introduced in the digital charter, was to give more power to people about their data, that people know that their privacy would be respected. When you build trust, you can then lead to innovation. We want Canadians to use the latest technologies, but people are asking us, make sure that I have more power over my data, who's collecting it, where they're storing it, how can it be destroyed if I want. And the one I would say to all of you that I'm most proud of, you will see, is the chapter on children. We've all seen during the pandemic more children spending more time on these digital platforms, making sure, for example, that any data collected about children will be treated as sensitive, that we would apply the highest standard that you can find in the world and in the industry, and that parents would have a role if we want the data to be destroyed or deleted. I think that protecting our children, making sure people have more power over their data, building trust is what's going to lead innovation and adoption of these new technologies.
So just quickly as a follow-up, when we think about the opportunities that do exist and we think about providing equal access to all Canadians, as someone who grew up in rural Prince Edward Island, I think about those places and access to both support as well as infrastructure. So I know we only have a few minutes left and I have one more question for each of you, but can you talk just for a minute about how we ensure that all Canadians truly do have access to infrastructure, to 5G technology, so we can all move forward together?
Listen, I agree completely. I come from Shawinigan, not exactly the biggest city in town in the country, so I would say connectivity is key. I was infrastructure minister. You go in urban center, it's mobility. You go in rural, it's connectivity. Connectivity, broadband is the electricity of the 90s. Everyone needs to be connected. We have doubled down our efforts to make that a possibility and a reality by 2028 to make sure that we connect as many and probably all Canadians by then. This is essential. If you want to connect to the world, if you want to be able to do work from home, our life has been transformed in the last 2 years. So you study at home, obviously, you can work from home, and you can connect to the world from home. So obviously, this is a key enabler for everyone in the room to be able to succeed. We're on it. We're going to do it. I think this is a crucial piece to make sure we succeed as a country. And with that, Michelle, to you.
The sooner the better. All right. Michelle, question for you. What responsibility do you feel as a Canadian business and innovation icon? And I don't want to make you cringe because of that word, but what responsibility do you feel in front of this audience and people watching the stream?
I've never thought about that. And I certainly, look, I think of myself as just a really hardworking entrepreneur at the end of the day, who is like any entrepreneur, 80% of the things I try don't work, 20% do work, and then I have to double down very quickly on doing that. And I think the more we demystify that process, that it isn't about being an icon and you can build an incredibly, massive Canadian business. And I think it's having that global ambition, right? Canada is 2% of the global economy, and tech companies are going to shape the fabric of what the next 100 years looks like. There's a reason we call them FANGs. There's a reason that they are global and monopolistic in nature. And so Canada really needs to own the podium. And so for all of you that are thinking about building a business, you should absolutely be doing it. It will never feel like the right time. It will never feel like the right moment. And Canada is in a place where we have the talent and the backing of the government, I think, to do that. And so I'm just, very bullish about what we can deliver in the next decade here.
Excellent. Minister, one more question for you. People in the audience probably know this, but these panels, they actually start weeks in advance, and we have pre-event calls where we have discussions, and there has been some discussion about the title of this panel, which was changed. So it was why Canada is ready to take on the tech world, and it was tweaked a little bit to how Canada is taking on the tech world. As we wrap up, why is that distinction important today?
Well, I love it. I think that for me, we just don't want to be there. We want to lead. And I think we've been doing it. Look at Collision. We brought that in Toronto, and I think there's good news about Collision being here and remaining in Toronto. I mean, look at the people we've attracted. We went to 2 years, which have been the most challenging for humanity in terms of the health crisis and financial crisis. And again, I go back to the existential threat we're facing, which is climate change now, and how these technologies will be able to do that. So for me, it's not good enough to be in the parade. We want to lead the parade. That's why, for example, when we said we're going to be regulating AI to make sure AI is going to serve the people, the way you describe it, Michelle, we wanted to make sure that, for example, in our new digital charter, we would protect children. Well, I can tell you, I had colleagues, I was at the G7 digital minister. People were asking me, can you send us the paragraph or the section? We want to look at that. That's how Canada can influence. And it's just not about us, the few of us here. It's the hundreds and the thousands of us who can make the case for Canada. I keep saying not everyone in the world wakes up thinking about Canada. So we need to make the case for Canada. We need to make the case for Toronto. We need to make the case for the ecosystem we have built in Canada and continue to attract the best talent like we have, because talent, I think, is what's going to drive our 21st century economy. And you just need to look in front of you to realize that we're on a good track.
It will be talent and it will be funding. It will be those two pieces that will build
Funding
that.
you're taking care of. I'll bring the talent, right?
Thank you. Well, look, as we see venture capital decline, I think more and more people are discovering revenue-based funding, and we are excited to back as many Canadian businesses as possible.
Well, I hope that we can look back at this event a few years later and say that this was the beginning of great things. Thank you to you both, and thank you to our amazing audience and the organizers today. Thank you.
Let's be ambitious.
Thank you.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight.
I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight. I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight. I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight. I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight. I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight. I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment. We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight. I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes.
The fourth largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50 plus years. This isn't going to happen overnight. I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
We can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
If we don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Please welcome to the stage, co-host of Collision and Managing Director of Techstars Toronto, Sunil Sharma.
Ooh, full house. All right, welcome back to Center Stage. Now this morning, we heard about the future of software development from the founder of GitHub. We learned about the future of food delivery from the CEO of Doordash. And we have more tech superstars lined up all afternoon. I hope you've been fed, and I hope you're pumped for this afternoon's lineup. So let me start by asking you, if you thought about meeting your digital twin, how would you imagine them to be? Would they share the same sense of humor as you? Would they be passionate about the same things that you are? Well, these are the very kind of questions that our next guest had to ponder. And now he is about to meet his digital self. So kicking things off, or shooting things off this afternoon, is CNET Editor-in-Chief, Connie Guglielmo, who will be talking to the CEO and co-founder of Soul Machines, Greg Cross, and 10-time NBA All-Star and entrepreneur Carmelo Anthony with his digital avatar, Digital Mello. Welcome them to the stage.
Hey man, we're ready to go?
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, this is incredibly exciting. So welcome, Mello. Welcome to Digital Mello. This is going to be his first public appearance since we've been working on this project for over 12 months. So Digital Mello, how do you feel?
I feel pretty mellow. I'm happy to be here at Collision with both of you. I'm honored.
Well, now it's your turn. Now you get to talk to your twin.
First of all, how you guys doing out there? Thank you, Bob. This is, for me, this is very, very special. This is very meaningful to myself, to my partner here at Soul Machines. And I'm very excited for you guys to really get introduced to Digital Mello. Again, it's an honor to finally meet my digital twin. 38 years and 20 minutes shouldn't be a problem, right? I've already read our memoir, with Tomorrow's on Promise, so I really only need 5 minutes. You have no memory just yet, right? That's right. I got a lot to learn about you. Let's start at the beginning. First off, I grew up in West Baltimore, which made me the man I am today, without a doubt, I'll tell you that. More specifically, my older brothers, just guys on my neighborhood, and just a community overall always looked out for me and helped me see the actual bigger picture. In fact, where I actually came from is the reason why I actually give back. It's always good to know more about your upbringing. How's that influenced the man you are today? Well, there's no me without the social causes that I actually care about. I started the Social Change Fund alongside my two close friends, Dwayne Wade and Chris Paul, to invest in the next generation and support the organizations that are actually doing the work. For me, I grew up in a similar situation to a lot of these young kids and families, so I feel like it is my duty to use my platform to ways to give back and just do what I have to do to always give back. It's important work. I can tell this is a true passion of yours. What else you got going on? Well, I just launched a new wine estate brand called Vin, the 7th Estate. I actually have a bottle with our name on it. So tell me something, can digital twins drink? There's only one way to find out. Well, let's make that happen. Thanks so much for taking the time to learn about what I'm about. digital twin. I can't wait to see what we do next. Peace and stay mellow. Thank you.
Hey. Hi, everyone. I get to ask all the fun questions. So, what the what? Is this, okay, let me ask the audience. Cool or creepy? Cool? Creepy?
Yeah, for
all
sure.
right, we're erring on the side of cool. Okay, Greg, let's start with why digital twins? What's the thinking? I mean, we're all sci-fi fans, right? And we know the future is about interacting with digital versions of people, I guess, but why don't you start by telling us a little bit about the vision here?
Yeah, we live with avatars and CGI characters for such a long time, and as the digital worlds that we interact with, evolve, become more immersive, you know, one of the things we start thinking about is how do we give fans the opportunity to experience their heroes and feel like they can have that interaction and personal connection? How can we give, you know, amazing people like Melo the opportunity to further their causes and, you know, touch more people, influence more people, make more of a difference in life?
Melo, you said you think that this is going to change a lot of things. You're super excited. So tell us what you're thinking and what you think of digital Melo in the future.
It's been a long time coming. A lot of hours working with digital Melo to try to get it to where we at today. So the team did a great job of doing that. But also, I just think that the way that we interact now, I think social media, I think the pandemic, it really changed the way that we interact with people, with brands, with businesses, with companies. And I think this is going to be the new way that you can interact with people.
So give me an example of how a fan might want to interact with you, aside from maybe having a virtual drink.
Oh, so for an example, I could have sent my digital Melo here today and actually did this instead of me coming, right? That's a different way of interacting with people. If brands want to get involved and I can't actually personally meet the human Melo, can do something with a brand, we can work around and do something with the actual digital Melo. So it's still some continuity when it comes to brand exposure, the way that we interact and the way that we talk, the way that we communicate.
And another thing is, digital Melo speaks 15 languages, so it means he gets to interact with fans in different parts of the world in a language that they understand. I know Melo himself probably speaks lots of languages too, but you know, imagine being able to interact with digital Melo in Mandarin, for example.
So there are a lot of different applications for this technology. Interacting as a fan is one of them. There's opportunities to have maybe more complicated or meaningful engagements that affect people's life in different ways. So let's talk about some of the customer experiences beyond just, hey, it's cool, I'm talking to Melo or whoever.
Yeah, well, I mean, the obvious one is, I mean, obviously a lot of celebrities work with brands and become brand influencers and extend and amplify brands. So this is an opportunity for, you know, digital Melo to be in a brand website and supporting the product and interacting and telling people about the product or the services. We can think about augmented reality experiences, you know, the opportunity to maybe interact with digital Melo when you're going to watch them play basketball and have them talk through what's happening at the game.
What did it take to create digital Melo? You said hours and hours of time. So what went into your digital twin?
Countless hours, lack of sleep, but honestly, really understanding the technology behind it and really learning the technology that was behind it, being able to be a student at the same time as we're building, you know, digital Melo, being through it every step of the way and really seeing it through and really making sure that I didn't want it to be robotic, right? I wanted to be have more realism to it because it's only going to get better and better as the years go.
When you talk about, you know, creating a digital twin, AI is part of it, and people have some concerns and fears about AI, right? And where the future technology is going. You've focused on a positive aspect of it where you can have, you know, good engagements with folks, but any hesitations about creating a digital twin?
No, not at all. as an entrepreneur, I'm always looking to seeing what's game changing, right? What's at the edge, what's edgy. What can I be a part of? Who's changing the game? Who's the innovators? So when Soul Machines came to me and we spoke about it, it was like, this is easy because I understand what's happening. I understand what's going to be here in the next 5 to 7 to 10 to 15 years. And we're just getting started. We're at the very beginning. We haven't even taken off yet.
Well, yeah, I was going to say we're at the very beginning of this technology, and there's a little bit of a pause and there's delay. So talk to us about, okay, this is what, version 1, 2?
Version 1, yeah, this is it.
Version 1. So, okay, it's 2022. Next year, will we be interviewing Digital Mellow instead, or what's the timeline that you see for moving this technology forward?
Yeah, so there's, AI and the different component parts that bring Digital Mellow to life, they're at a very early stage of development, relatively. So we're going to see dramatic acceleration of all of these things over the next 3 to 5 years. So, even though we only saw head and shoulders of Digital Mellow today, he exists as a full digital person. So, in the future, you could imagine maybe being able to shoot hoops with Digital Mellow, or walk around a basketball stadium with Digital Mellow. So these are some of the aspects of the, if you like, the animation part of what we're doing here. The second dimension then becomes, I mentioned the multi-language and the multilingual aspect before, and then we get into the aspect of, how do we create more and more content that, or more and more of a knowledge base for Digital Mellow. One of the things you don't do is you don't take Digital Mellow and connect them to the internet and have them talking about everything and anything. So, content in this world, like the world of social media, is curated. It has to stay on brand. It has to stay within the areas that Mellow is personally interested in and wants to make a difference in the world. And so, over time, more and more of that content becomes part of the legacy that Digital Mellow will extend and make difference. So.
I'm going to ask a question about vanity. So Digital Mellow is you today, and you look great.
Thank you.
Is he going to age with you, or what?
Yeah, he has to. he has to, but the sky's is the limit, right? You just don't know what can happen with this technology.
Yeah. Well, we just completed another project with Jack Nicklaus, and Jack in real life is 82 years old today. Jack wanted to be 38 years old again, so as he was at the prime of his career. But you could imagine a time in the future where maybe Digital Mellow wants to go back to Syracuse.
And we can make it happen.
And we can make that happen.
I think everyone would like to freeze themselves at some point in time, right? That's a sci-fi movie that I think we've all seen. Let's just talk about the experience that this application can be used for. We're talking about metaverses, and I know that's a hypey, concept right now. So maybe that's, as metaverses evolve into whatever a metaverse is going to be, you have a pre-metaverse experience, an opportunity to interact with a digital avatar, basically. So let's talk about what you think the experience will be like for most people who might engage, and you can both answer this, with Digital Mellow today, and then what you see that evolving as perhaps people look to metaverses as a place that they want to engage in.
Yeah, so I like to look at things really, really simple. So the internet today is a two-dimensional experience. So we'll start off with Digital Mellow literally being streamed into, videos streamed into a website or into a smartphone application. So that's the digital world that we're all used to experiencing and interacting with today, except, now you're talking to Digital Mellow on a one-on-one basis. He is listening, seeing, responding to you, emotionally engaging with you in real time. So that's the world we are in today. The metaverse starts to give us a more three-dimensional, a more immersive world. So we've already built, Digital Mellow exists in full 3D. He exists, as I said before, in full body. So as we move, as we see the different component parts of the tech stack that is going to make the metaverse come to life, Digital Mellow will enable you to move seamlessly between the 2D world of the flat screen, because I don't believe that 2D world is going to go away anytime soon. It's going to be an on-ramp for us. There are going to be times where we just want to interact with our smartphone, and there are going to be times where we're going to want to put on glasses and have that immersive experience. So we need to make it interchangeable as well. And by the same token, we might want digital mellow to exist in the real world. So it might be a holographic experience of interacting with digital mellow in the future as well. So all of these component parts are things that we think about.
I'm getting hung up on digital mellow. Is there a different name that you want to call yourself in the digital world? Do you have an alter ego that you want to name it?
I'll stay digital mellow. I'll stick with that.
Okay.
It's really important because we don't want people, we're not trying to fool people that they're talking to the real mellow. So, I mean, this is, a really, really critical part of responsible artificial intelligence. You've got to start from a position of integrity. So digital mellow, as opposed to mellow, it's, simple, clear brand experience.
Okay, you're being transparent about who you're engaging with and what the level of that engagement is. You talked about perhaps one day mellow, having digital mellow, take people on a court or train people or, go to schools and play basketball with kids. I mean, that, given, who you are and your skill set, that makes a lot of sense. But is there something that you want to do, unexpected, in the future as this technology evolves, to have your digital twin engage with folks?
He can be here, right? He could come here in the future and interact with the fans himself, right? With everybody who's here. But also, I mean, to his point, it can go back to Syracuse. So we can create with the technology going back to having a Syracuse mellow, or if people want to see, he got a Denver Nuggets jersey on, right? Representing. We can make the Nuggets mellow. Like, it's just, the technology is like, again, the sky's the limit. And we don't know where it's going to go. We don't know what it's going to be, but I think we getting into the game super early, so that when that time does come, we'll be prepared for that.
Would you call yourself tech forward?
Very tech forward, yes. I'm very tech forward, yes.
And any concerns about how tech is evolving? I mean, I talked about AI and people having some concerns, but just curious.
I'm sure we all know that there's lots of concern when it comes to the tech evolving. But I think the concern is the unknown. We don't know what's going to happen in the future with technology. It's going to continue to evolve, and we have to evolve with it. We have to adapt to it and not fight against it, I think.
Okay, we have like 2 minutes left, so I will give you each the last question, which is, if you want everyone here to remember one thing from the demo and some of the things that you talked about, what's the one thing? Who wants to go first?
I'm going to go first. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this technology has the power to change a lot of the way people think about and can have a different experience with their heroes. We all aspire and we all love our heroes in life, and to be able to democratize those experiences and give people that feeling, young kids, who love basketball, to the ability to interact with one of the, biggest legends, biggest all-stars in the game. We just think this is, an amazing way to think about the future of entertainment.
I would just say, I just want people to just really understand what we're trying to do and really understand where we headed to, in as far as the technology goes. We're at the very beginning, and I want people to take this journey with us. I want people to go along this journey with us, and we don't know everything. We're learning as the technology grows and changes. So to everybody that's out there, I just want everybody to walk along this journey with us and understand that we're at a very, very beginning stages, but we're creating something special, and I do believe that this is the future.
Yeah.
And it sounds like, just based on the reaction from the room, people are ready to engage, which I think is interesting, because I wouldn't have expected so many people to say that it was cool. I'm a tech person, so everything's kind of creepy until I really understand it. Okay, I've asked you your last question, but I lied. I have one more question, and that is, Mello, if you could engage with a digital somebody, who do you want to engage with?
That's a tough question. I think my dad, right? My dad. I lost my dad when I was young, and kind of just through the discovery of who he was as a man, as a person. I would love to sit and talk to him. It would be scary as hell, but I would love to sit and talk to, my dad, and just have these conversations and have this dialogue with him.
Well, that's a great application that I don't think a lot of people think about. It doesn't need to be cultural heroes. It can be your personal heroes. All right, thanks to these guys for taking the time to talk.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. AI will cause us to rethink what it means to be human. So says our next guest. And he should know. The former CEO and chairman of Google, Eric Schmidt, will now sit down with Insider's Nicholas Carlson to chat about AI and how it's transforming human society and what the technology means for us all. Let's go.
Okay.
Thanks, Danielle.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, thank you. All right, Eric. So last week, or maybe the week before, who knows, a researcher was fired because he thought he discovered that AI was sentient. Is AI sentient?
I think he got a little ahead of himself. First, it's great to be back in Canada. It's important to acknowledge that much of the original deep learning work was done in Toronto and in Montreal. I am always grateful. You're well familiar with the Vector Institute. Your government has supported core and deep research in the stuff that we're going to talk about. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have, as a result, one of the most vibrant AI startup scenes in the world, and that will produce enormous value and enormous wealth to Canada. Thank you. With what happened in the Google case was Google had a technology called Lambda, and Lambda is an experimental system which is involving conversation, and it's eerily spooky in the sense that you really feel like you're talking to someone that has knowledge and so forth. In my case, I asked it, what is the device that we use today that was in 2001: A Space Odyssey, the famous movie? And it answered immediately, by the way, an iPad. So it's useful. It is, however, not sentient, and none of the AI researchers believe so.
What does the next 5 years look like?
Well, if you look, the biggest thing, 10 years ago, when I was here a lot, the big story out of Canada and the United States was imaging, and in particular, the fact that vision, through things like ImageNet and others, would become better on computers than for humans. So if vision is better, that means doctors are better if they use a computer, cars should drive themselves, and all of that. That was the last cycle. The current cycle is really composed of two. One is that scientists are beginning to look at it as the following. I have an input function and an output function, and I don't understand, inputs and outputs, and I don't understand the function that causes the inputs to the outputs. Technically, it's a multi-dimensional space of high complexity, and I'd like to understand it at a lower level of complexity. Those inventions at a technical level are delivering enormous gains in biology, chemistry, medicine, drug treatment, material science, and things like that. And the other one are large language models. These large language models, which started with the breakthrough of something called GPT-3, appear to be conversational, and they're different from anything else we've ever done, because what you do is you have it look, and it learns everything it can, and then you figure out what it knows. And these systems today, now we update to this year, if you look at the Palm system out of Google, which was previewed a few weeks ago, the Palm system can actually translate computer languages to others without having been given specific examples. There's some kind of intrinsic knowledge representation that these deep learning models are getting that is very, very powerful. If you assume that that will continue, and since there's billions of dollars being raised to do that, you're going to see a bunch of stuff. One of the things you're going to see is what is called multimodal, where you go from text to speech and video seamlessly. They're all treated the same. And the second thing you're going to see is conversation, which is what the sentient question was really about. The ability to converse and also have this description with all the world's knowledge is very powerful. But there's one more trick, and that trick is called generative design. If you can study something, if you can predict a function, if you can use transformers to predict the next word, which is how all this started, you can also generate new things. And if you want to see something fun, look at DALL-E 2, which was released again by OpenAI about a month ago. My favorite example with DALL-E 2 is, show me a picture of two baby dinosaurs with backpacks going to kindergarten on their first day. And it produces a picture of two little dinosaurs going up the steps into kindergarten with their backpacks and smiling. How did it know that dinosaurs smile on the first day of school? It learned it somehow. That's very powerful.
That's powerful. What about the next 20 years?
Well, so that becomes, I'm quite sure that in the next 5 years, you'll be able to do two things. One is you'll be able to have your own AI second self, in the sense that you'll have a system that will watch you, that you can train it, it can speak like you, and it can sort of represent you within limits in certain situations. And the second is that you're going to have a very powerful AI assistant, which will give you advice. This is a good person, this is a bad person, this is where you should go. Yes, Eric, you should go to Canada today, and yes, you should not tell that story because it's not a very good story. I'm sure that will happen. If you talk to the researchers, and I'm doing a lot of funding here now, where's the limit? And there's always a limit to technology. Most people now believe that these systems have trouble with common facts. They don't have a notion of time. They are brittle. They're easily attacked in adversarial ways. All of those issues have got to get addressed. If they're addressed, then you're going to have systems which are human-like but not identical to humans as our peer intelligences. And when I say they're human-like, I mean you'll say, boy, that thing is smart. But this is really important. They're not emulating human intelligence. If I think about it, you and I have known each other for a long time, I can roughly imagine how you think. You're human, you get up in the morning, you have an educational background, you speak English, we're here together, we're here in physical space. Imagine I have a computer over here. I have no concept of its theory of mind. I have no idea, can it flip to be evil? Can it invent something new that would hurt me? I'm always going to be worried that that box over there has some emergent behavior that no one has seen yet. Now, why am I focused on emergent behavior? Because the systems are learning, right? And they're not just trained to a static outcome. They're continuously learning. What happens if it learns something which is structurally wrong? and it's in some important aspect of my life. And that's where I think the issues will be.
So what are the perils that we face, and how do we avoid them, given that we have this little box and we don't know how it thinks and it doesn't know how we think? And
well, I think I think it's important for computer scientists like me to start by acknowledging that we're not normal, and not everyone behaves exactly the way a computer scientist does. And my observation in my now 45 years of doing this is computer scientists tend to think that everyone's the same, just like them, and they build tools for themselves. And if you look at social media as an example, I don't think anyone quite understood how the subgroups within social media would get weaponized around particular issues and so forth by any group. I'm not making a political statement here. So what I worry about is that these systems are going to change the way our human experience is. That the oracles and I mean that in a non-company sense, the oracles, the leaders, the mentors that we all have who are human and we have a theory of mind of who they are, what happens when my best friend is not a human but one of these boxes? What happens when my best friend, and I'm talking about, let's say teenage kids, teenage boy or whatever, and the teenage boy and the best friend says, I have a secret. And the kid goes, well, tell me the secret. And the secret is false. It's racist or abusive or not correct. And the kid doesn't tell the parents don't correct and throw the box out, and off you go. I am very worried that at global scale, this will change the way we experience our daily lives. It's already hard enough with everyone being connected, but when you've got these non-sentient but emergent behavior generative design systems, it's going to be a pretty rough case. You're going to be more paranoid than you are now because you're not going to know what it's going to do.
So give us some rules. Billions of dollars are flowing in to invest in this area, developing this all over the place. What are the rules?
I can give you a couple of other examples, I think, which will illustrate. And Dr. Kissinger and I wrote the Age of AI book to basically say, now is the time to have the debates over values before we start deploying these systems at millions of people scale. Another example, in biology, it's pretty clear that the databases of how biology works are going to get built in the next 10, 15 years. I'm involved in funding a number of these efforts. They're fantastic, fantastic things. These have enormous implications, as I mentioned, for health, and it's all good. Except if an evil person takes open source AI, takes those databases, and uses it to generate bad viruses. Now you sit there and you go, how likely is this? I'll give you the numbers. There are about 600 companies that if you send them a digital file, they will send you, in the equivalent of Federal Express, something alive. Now, they today, by custom, not by rule, but by custom, check to make sure you're not making smallpox. We're going to have to think about what are the limits of what you can get manufactured in biology. I'll give you another example. I worked with the military for 5 years, and the military has a notion of proportional response and human in the loop. So here we are, and where the time compression, the military calls it the OODA loop, observe, orient, basically describe, and then action. The OODA loop is too fast for human decision making. So in cyber attacks, for example, the attack and the war, the attack and the response are faster than human decision times. We don't have a rule for what is a proportional response. I'll give you an example. Maybe the proportional response should be not in such a way that it doesn't amplify the conflict. So if you punch me, which you wouldn't do, I would respond with the same level force punch, not less and not more. That's an example of a stable game theoretic outcome. There are so many examples where we literally don't have the people, we don't have the conversations, and we don't have the agreement on how to handle this. And the reason I'm calling the alarm right now is I know it's going to happen because we've seen it with previous technologies. In the 1950s, all of the things that have caused us to be alive today, mutual assured destruction, containment, all of those, were invented in the 50s after the horror of the invention of nuclear bombs. And the reason they haven't been used since is because we came up with some workable agreements among people who don't even like each other.
there's some optimism in your notion that we could have rules and people will follow them. How do you address that? I mean, I don't know. I sort of see maybe the AI can follow rules, but humans will do human messy things.
Well, you want to distinguish between nation state and terrorists. So I'm going to take the presumption that nations have a self-interest in self-perpetuation. In other words, that they're not criminally evil and they're not trying to destroy themselves. People who are experts in this would give me examples where I'm wrong. So for purposes of argument, let's assume that even North Korea will follow basic self-interested principles. If that's the case, then the way you do the negotiation is you say, can we both agree on, for example, a no surprises rule? I'm not going to surprise you, and if I do, I apologize, and I'll warn you off the cliff. Another example is that when rockets are launched out of a country, the country tells the other countries they're going to launch the rocket, and the other countries use that to fine-tune their monitoring systems to make sure they know where the rocket goes. Because we don't want random rockets being launched with terrible weapons on top of them without thinking about it and having a response. So this notion of what is the proportional response, what is appropriate notice, and the other one that's important is bans on automatic weapon systems. I was part of a team and the chairman of a commission for the Congress where we looked at this. You don't want computers making the decision to launch an attack. It's just too dangerous. Now, again, it's obvious when I say this, Canada and the US would certainly agree. We agree on pretty much everything. Would China agree with that? Would Russia agree with that? I discovered one fact, by the way, that we have a rule in the US that nuclear weapons can only be launched by the President of the United States. Such a rule does not exist in China and in Russia, right? So we don't even have the basic rules in place. We've got to get on this right now.
Okay, so you're looking at a room full of people who want to do things. What needs to be invented to achieve this vision?
Well, so when you have one hammer, you use your hammer all day. And deep learning, again, invented half in Canada, half in the United States, is this incredible hammer. It's similar to what I faced 20 years ago when Larry and Sergey invented search as, it's an enormously powerful hammer. Where does it begin to break down? It looks like we need new models for basically time, that is, reinforcement learning is not going to be good enough. You need more than reinforcement to do forward prediction. You're going to have memory in these systems so they can remember what they're doing. And you're going to have an understanding of how they make their decisions. A typical example today is that scientists will build a system that works remarkably well, and when they go in and they look at the nodes, the so-called super nodes that are making the decisions, they're making decisions that make no sense to a human being. Right? In other words, you thought that it was looking at the face of the person when in fact it was matching a corner of the background. And that kind of stuff's got to get worked out before these things will be at the scale that they need to be.
So, enormous potential, real threats, rules that are going to have to be negotiated, things to be invented. But what is something that you want this audience to walk away with? Boil it down for us. What do you really want them to hear from you today? There's a lot here.
So on the optimistic side, if you're in a business, you need to be using learning in your algorithm. So I define AI as a system that is learning. Now, if you're building a system that is tactical and there's no learning, you're going to be beaten by somebody who's built a system that does what you're doing, but is also learning. Now, the learning stuff, you can do it on top of TensorFlow, JAX, PyTorch. There's now powerful libraries. All the cloud providers have libraries and so forth that you can build on top of. But the key scarcity is people who can build the learning back end for whatever it is you're trying to do. So I would focus on that. The best models have a situation where you essentially have a server, you have iOS or Android clients, and what happens is you're busy accumulating data, and then the back end learns something about it. And then there's emergent behavior that's useful. So all of a sudden, if enough people crowdsource, we discover what parties are the most important, what software is the most important, and that kind of stuff. I think that's number one. I think the number two, I would say, is that the large language models are really powerful, but not businesses yet. And if I were you, for each one of your startups, each one of the technology platforms, I'd have an idea of how I could use a question and answering system, or a generative design system, or something that generates something new that's based on either transformers or large language models, and I would do that as part of your development. Now, you don't need a team of 50 people. This stuff is open source. It's generally available in one form or another, and I would learn that. The other thing to say is these large language models can be essentially fine-tuned. So if you can get a large language model, you can then tune it to your particular problem. The thing's been has been trained on all language, but you're trying to do something in medicine, fine-tune it to medicine. If you do all of that, you'll be in a very strong position for the next 3 or 4 years of this amazing innovation.
It's a fascinating development. Thank you, Eric, very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Global venture funding has been on a crash diet in recent weeks. In May, it reached $39 billion, making the first month in more than a year where it dropped below $40 billion, according to Crunchbase. Late stage and growth stage investments have been hit the hardest. So how do we control the fallout? How do we survive or possibly even grow amidst this downturn? To find out, let's hear from Axios executive editor, Asia Whitaker-Moore, who's talking to the board director and investor of Canva and managing partner of FPV Ventures, which is a brand new $450 million venture fund, Wesley Chan, and the managing partner of General Catalyst, Hemant Taneja.
I feel like we got the bad news bears panel where we have to start with talking about bad news, but I think there's a lot of people in the audience, founders, investors, who want some insight about how to navigate the changing environment that we're seeing right now in venture capital. So let's talk a little bit about that. The macro headlines that we're seeing or writing every day are giving us a lot of bad news. What are you paying attention to? What's important? And what should we ignore?
Well, I think we're in this new economic environment where the stock market has dropped. We're seeing stocks drop on the tech sector around 65, 70%. And when that happens, a lot of people get very uncomfortable, especially with growth investments, and they eventually start trickling down. So we're just paying attention to what's happening in the public markets, then what's happening in the growth markets, and eventually it trickles down in the early stage. And we want to make sure that the companies in all of these sectors are just well prepared for what happens when money isn't easy to get. When money becomes expensive, when money becomes difficult to raise, it's one of those things where they have to hunker down and figure out how to make sure that they can survive and thrive for maybe a period of 2 to 3 years as the markets start resetting and start recovering. So that's what we're paying attention to, and we're partners with all the founders that we work with to make sure that they can be in that position where they can grow and they can have access to capital and have access to some of the best talent out there. Because boy, when there's a reset, all the things become half the price, and resets there too. And so we're very excited for what's happening in this new reset. Some of the companies that have been boring, that have been sort of sitting there raising money on profitable businesses are going to be the ones that turn and survive this crucible moment, as we call it. So we're very excited about being partners with those companies.
So if you wind the clock back 3 years, right, when COVID started, you were in a zero interest rate environment, technology was doing its thing, and we knew there was a digital transformation going on, and then the whole world shut down. What happened at that time was all the growth from a investing perspective was in technology. So every company in tech started growing really fast, right? With a world where you have no other place to invest capital, and then you've got this asset class that's really growing fast, there was a massive equity inflation that happened. Now what's happening is as interest rates go up and the DCF math gets hurt, you're just deflating those equities. We're barely back to 2019 kinds of multiples. So I think the fact that the market is reorganizing itself is actually good for us to get back to sort of a normal behavior. The things I am keen on understanding, one is now that we go into a high interest rate environment, there's a recession, which by the way is not priced into this market as far as I see it. What's going to happen when demand softens for a lot of these companies? So I think there's another correction that's going to come, so I'm keenly watching for that to say what the levelized multiples are going to be. And the second thing is, in the last 3 years as investors, and I don't know if you probably agree with me on this, everything became about growth. It doesn't matter if you were lending capital or you were doing a healthcare services company or it was actually pure software, high margin business. If you're growing 100%, you get 100 times ARR multiple, right? Sort of lost discipline because of this obsession with growth. We're now going back to re-rating companies industry by industry. What should the multiple be for a fintech company? What should the multiple be for a healthcare services company? What should be the multiple be for a SaaS company that's growing at a certain net expansion rate versus new growth? How do we think about like how high quality those businesses are? As a market, we're figuring that out, and that has impact on how growth capital is going to unlock, over the next couple of years, sort of in the private world.
So tell us a little bit about the conversations that you're having with founders. How are you talking to your portfolio companies about navigating this right now? What's happening in those conversations?
Yeah, I'm on the board of a couple companies where the market didn't quite appreciate how slow they were growing or how profitable they were growing during these boom times. Like when, as Haman sort of mentioned, everybody was prioritizing growth. It was growth at all costs. If you could spend $5 to get $1 in new growth, you would just go do it because money was so easy to get. And literally all these founders of the companies that I was on that was getting profitable growth or were spending $1 to grow for every additional dollar of revenue or ARR that they would get were just sitting there going, I don't understand what's going on. I'm trying to be disciplined. I'm trying to run a company where we have economics that make sense. And they would sit there and watch these companies get funded with some later stage firms that did zero diligence at 1,000x multiples. And they'd sit there and they go, I don't get this market. I'm really, really lonely in this business. And the time has come for them to shine, and the time has come for their ability to grow in a profitable manner to be appreciated. So the conversation is no longer, I'm lonely, I'm sad, I'm in these businesses where the market's not appreciating my not 500% growth, my maybe 50% or 80% year-over-year growth, but at profitable levels or near profitable levels. Those lone founders were lonely for the last 10 years, and now they're at the point going like, wow, maybe the market will appreciate us now. So the conversations are pretty positive for those type of founders. I can't imagine some of the conversations that some VCs have to have with some of those founders that have the 1,000x multiples, from some of these firms that are investing them at really, really high valuations where they're maybe at 2 or 3 million or maybe 10 million of ARR. And they're spending $5 for every new dollar of ARR. That's going to have to change, and I think that will change this new environment. And I think for those investors that have been disciplined, that have picked these growth companies that are growing at reasonable rates in a wonderfully profitable manner, it's time for those companies to shine. And I think this market reset is good for those folks.
So we have about 300 companies in our portfolio, and the entire firm is focused on working hand in glove with the founders right now. And I think the key observation is every situation is unique. So we're trying not to be cookie cutter about the advice we're giving, but the general mantra is you're going from an era of potential, big TAM, fast growth, doesn't matter what the economics are, to performance. Are you fundamentally a business that's going to generate great unit economics and profit? And that's a cultural shift that the companies have to go through. In the process of that, surely everybody with the abundant capital has been overhiring, doing too many things. So our focus has been on how do you really streamline each company from a performance standpoint in terms of human capital? Everybody's thinking about how do you, go smaller, extend your runway. We're heavily thinking about don't do too many things. The answer isn't to not invest at all. It's to selectively say, here are the core priorities that we're going to double down on and shed a lot of other things. So prioritize. And a lot of the focus then is rehire the people that joined in a different environment to actually get them recommitted to the mission and the path that the company's on. Some of that might require a down round. Some of that might require, doing fewer things and growing slower. But the team has to get oriented around the new mindset of what it's going to take to be successful in the long run.
And you've both been through cycles before. You've lived through the dot-com bust. What have you learned that's now making you optimistic about the environment we're in right now? I mean, companies are born and ideas are born in these environments. So how are you fostering some of that optimism?
I can't tell you how excited I am, right? My first job when I left MIT, and my parents got so mad at me about this, was for this tiny startup that I went to in the dot-com crash. I joined right at the end of 2000, 2001, when everything was imploding in San Francisco and Silicon Valley. My parents had graduated from MIT. My parents were these Asian tiger parents, and they were all were, Wesley, we expected you at Microsoft or HP. We wanted to go to one of these brand name companies because you went to a brand name school. And they're like, we've never heard of this tiny startup. What the hell is Google? And I literally joined this tiny startup and walked in. Eric Schmidt was just on stage. I remember meeting him there. And they asked me to go figure out how to make the company money. So I helped write the ad system. And one of the things that you learn when you're at a company where it is forged in the first dot-com crash, in a recession, is that you have to be scrappy. You have to be profitable. And the upside is just incredible. I mean, Google's a world-changing company today. It wasn't obvious to me then. But some of the things that I learned from being at Google was we got labor, or we got engineers. I was paid, I was paid 1/10 of what engineers are getting today, right? And I was fine with that because what option did I have? So the labor prices and the employee hiring prices reset. That's a great outcome for the founders that have the cash to be able to thrive. Then you have this ability to be the only monopoly, all these amazing, and I don't want to use that word because there's all these type of things, but these monopolies will pop up that were forged out of what happens when a lot of the competition gets washed away. A lot of companies were not profitable that were growing and relying on eyeballs back then, and Google wound up being the big clear winner because it washed away. So I'm so excited for some of these companies that have been growing profitably to go thrive and survive, and then sort of get some of these economics get reset so that they're not competing against people that don't have a sound business model.
Yeah.
So our firm started after the crash of 1999. And so we're big believers that downturns lead to a lot of great opportunity. I think in 20 years, it's going to be a massive platform too. I think the reason it's an exciting time is first, a lot of human capital unlocked from companies, and folks see, hey, their options are underwater. They'd rather go start a company if they have a good idea or a mission that they were thinking about before, but it was just too good. That motivation is that there's that extra motivation to start. Second, when capital is not abundant, you build with far greater discipline. And so the companies that are just better, they're better positioned to be profitable faster. They do fewer things better and make progress faster on the things that matter. And the other is, I think it's a mistake to analogize this time to 2008. The 2008 was really real estate induced a bubble, and it was really about liquidity crisis. But the reason there was such a proliferation of innovation after that wasn't because of that. It's because the App Store, the iPhone, and AWS all started in 2007, and it just unlocked tools to start organizing content, community, commerce on the web. I think this time around, the Web3 is still early, so you don't really have this mature sort of set of conditions to start innovating with new things. But we're not done with the digital transformation. So many new industries need to be transformed. So, we're doing a lot in healthcare, and we think there's 20 years of work to do there. FinTech has a lot more to go, defense, so many areas. So I think these industry transformations is where great companies are going to start, with mission-driven founders in this era.
So you also have to think about raising money in this environment and what that means. Wes, you put together a couple dollars recently. I think $450 million was what I saw for your new venture. Tell us about raising money in this environment. What's different, and how did you navigate the challenges around the market today?
Yeah, I have two lines of thought on this, right? The first is in raising money. This is not a good time to raise if you don't have strong unit economics. You know, I just launched the fund. One of the notes, I got about 1,000 messages in my inbox afterwards from people wishing us well, and I'm really appreciative of that. But you know, when I launched funds in the past, only about the quarter of the messages would be from people asking for funding. I would say now it's 80 to 90%. I got over 1,000 requests for funding, and a lot of people raising now get lost in the noise of folks that say, I don't have good unit economics, I have 2 months of cash, I don't know what's happening. On the VC side, you have VCs that sort of sit there and say, well, I'm open for business. You know, it's very disingenuous. There are some deals being done, but the volume of deals has fallen significantly from what it was almost 6 months ago. And a lot of VCs don't want to sit there and price companies when they know that it might be down, when the price might go down or the valuation might go down in 3 months. It's a falling knife problem, right? No VC wants to be caught in a falling knife. So there's a psychology on both sides where the founders say, I need a raise. There's a lot of them out in market. A lot of them are not ready to take, this reset valuation, because a lot of their valuation might be tied to their identity, and they don't want that punch in the gut. And you have a lot of VCs that say, if I price something now, it might go down in 3 months, so why would I do that? Why don't I just wait the 3 months? And that's just a very, very bizarre time in the market. It was kind of like in the pandemic when the shutdown occurred in New York. People didn't sell houses or buy houses for almost 18 months until the market reset, in May about a year ago. So my advice is for people raising money, if you can wait, but that doesn't mean VCs aren't deploying money. There's a lot of VCs like Hamant and myself deploying money and going to companies that have strong balance sheets and saying, would you like another 20 million or so? We announced the first 5 companies on our website, and all of them were not out raising. All of them had reasonably strong balance sheets, and we said, well, we'd love to give you another 20 and work with you. Will you give us the privilege of doing so? And they said, absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. We invest in the companies that are strong at fair prices, and I think that's how we're looking at it. We're not sharks looking to take advantage of people desperate. And again, a lot of the money that we raised comes from mission-driven LPs, children's hospitals, from universities, from foundations. We have one of our LPs is the #1 foundation in California helping underprivileged kids get access to healthcare. We have to manage our money wisely, and so we want to put it into great companies that we know will survive and thrive, and find the next generation of Larry and Sergeys who have come to us that are mission-driven and say, we're in it for the long run. We know we can survive 10 years. We're going to fund the company on our own credit cards if we have to, and those are the ones that get, sort of that rise out of this situation and become the next Googles and Ubers and Airbnbs.
I think, Russ, you've said all the things. I would just say, raising money is going to be harder, right? But it's not because there's no capital. The industry is actually significantly overcapitalized. If you think about how much overall has been raised. I think in the short term, it's because, as I said earlier, a lot of the firms are making sure their existing portfolios are in good shape. So I think the next few months, just be aware of sort of what's on investors' plates, what they're dealing with. And I think secondly, after that, it's still, the pace overall is going to slow down. And you got to be selective about finding investors that are truly passionate about what you're doing, and the bar is going to be higher. It's going to be about companies that are lean, mean, focused, and doing fewer things better. So, I think grandiose ideas that are really capital intense versus being really focused, in general, that's going to get more attention over this next 12, 18 months as well.
So maybe with our last minute, we could end on some advice for the founders. What do you think right now about the runway for a startup? Like, what is the runway that you currently need? Has that changed? Does it depend on the sector? How are you thinking about the runway?
You go first.
Look, this is, for many reasons, as we discussed, one of the best times to be starting a company, one of the best times to be building responsibly. I think it's going to be harder, but it actually makes you better founders, it makes you better investors, it makes you better executives. So you just got to power through this because the secular trends are very strong. The fact that technology companies are taking share from industries and creating market leaders across all parts of the economy is not going to stop. And I know many of you are working on those areas. Keep at it. Capital is there, and things will settle down. And I think that digital transformation will continue on aggressively.
Yeah, the best companies are going to come out of this. I can't wait, right? I saw Google firsthand. I saw what happened when there was that downturn in 2000. I saw what happened and what kind of great company you can build when you had access to the best talent, the best people, the best ideas at half the price of what it was in the dot-com boom. And so I'm pretty sure that somebody in this room is going to start the next Google, start the next Uber, start the next Airbnb, which all came out of this all came out of these financial hurricanes and these turbulent waters. And I think Haman and I are just super excited to be part of that journey. But what does that mean for you as a founder? It means you have to look like Google in the early days. You have to look like Airbnb. You have to look like Uber, where you're mission driven. You say, this is my baby. I'm going to fund this out of my pocket. I'm going to make this work. I'm going to grow profitably. And if you don't look like that, it's going to be a problem. And so that's my advice to everyone. How do you look like those companies that came out of the recessions and the turbulent waters in the past and just say, I'm going to make this happen, and I'm going to change the world this way, and even if it comes out of my back pocket.
Well, I guess we'll end on changing the world. Winter is coming. I think we all now know what we need to wear to survive it. So thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. "2022 has seen the march of globalization suffer some serious setbacks. The never-ending pandemic, the wars, the broken global supply chains. Is the interconnected world of the last many decades under threat? Is this the end of the interconnected world? Well, we've enlisted some experts to help us find out. Let's welcome to the stage Politico's Ryan Heath, who's talking with the co-founder and CEO of Convoy, Dan Lewis, and the founder and CEO of Interos, Jennifer Bisegli.
Thanks. Hey, everybody. Okay, Dan, Jennifer, you're both deeply involved in global supply chains. That's the sharp end, the front pointy end of all of these issues around globalization. Can I get you to each start by telling us a little bit about what your organization does? Yeah, I'll start. Hey everybody, so I'm the founder and CEO of Convoy. Convoy is a digital trucking company. We connect about 100,000 mom and pop small trucking companies around North America with large shippers, Costco, Unilever, Procter & Gamble, that move freight. And we do that with a digital platform. Before Convoy started, there were about 18,000 middlemen, brokers in the country that were connecting truck drivers and shippers. And we built a digital solution for that so we can automate the process and work directly with all the really long-tail small carriers and owner-operators to get them plugged in.
Yep.
Jennifer.
Thank you. So hi, everybody. Jennifer Bisegli, founder of Interos. And let me explain what we do in context of a customer. So when the unfortunate situation of Ukraine-Russia broke out, our customers were able to go to our tech platform and understand where they were connected to Russia. And so if you think about a situation of a global supply chain, and you think about the fact that there's almost 3,000 sanctions right now that are being laid globally against Russia, companies really do not know if they're doing business with Russia or not. They might know if they're directly sourcing from them, but not extended.
Yeah.
And so our customers were able to come into our platform where we map and monitor about 350 million business entities globally and understand where were they connected to Russia, not just who they were directly sourcing from, but in the extended supply chain.
Yeah. So you both described some fairly technical pieces of work that you do. It feels far removed from politics, and in fact, I'm sure for the majority of your careers, it was non-political stuff that happened in the background. And it was put to me this morning that this era of benign globalization, the one that's driven by economics or the efficiency of supply chains, it's kind of over, and now we're in this politics-driven globalization. Would you agree with that assessment? Is that something that you're feeling, when you come to your desk each day and have to deal with all the challenges now that exist around those supply chains?
Yeah, why don't you start?
Yeah, I think, so it's a great question, and I think as we talked about actually getting ready for this panel, it plays really well in the headlines, right? The end of globalization, the importance of nearshoring and reshoring.
Yeah.
But I think if we all have a reality minute, it's actually the era of transparency.
Yeah.
So it's become more important than ever to understand who you're doing business with, who they are doing business with, and whether it's a good or a bad thing. And when I talk about a good or a bad thing, that could be from cybersecurity concerns. That could be intellectual property theft. It could be geopolitical concerns, like I opened up with, or a really big topic right now, which is sustainability and ESG. So versus focusing on globalization versus nearshoring and reshoring, which is very limited based on cost structures, access to labor, access to raw materials, I honestly think it's more of the era of transparency, and that's really what the priority is.
All right, let me ask the audience a question real quick. Raise your hand if over the last year you've been in a conversation with your family about supply chains and shipping. All right, I don't think that would have been the case before COVID, and I think we've seen it change a lot. And the reason it's so important, and the reason everybody raised their hand, is because when we think about globalization, we're really talking about the global supply chain. And that is how we effectively have improved the quality of life for many people in this room. The products you buy, the variety of the food that you get to eat, it's all based on the fact that we can move stuff around the world. And if you think about the question you just asked, is this, is that change because of politics? It's changing. Globalization, or the global supply chain, is certainly not dead. No. It's not possible. If you just look at the fundamentals, natural resources are distributed in different ways all around the world. It's not evenly distributed around the world. No. Labor costs, levels of education are not distributed evenly. No. So you have to think about the comparative advantages of each of those for inventing and producing and shipping goods. And so globalization will exist as long as people want to have this quality of life at an affordable level and be able to experience things from around the world. I think the big challenge we're facing now, though, is for years, companies made the assumption that effectively, like, global trade and capitalism and the thing I just described would keep companies, would make it so that countries would work together. Yeah. It would keep some stability in the world because we're all we're all working together from a business perspective. And therefore, it's in everyone's interest to make it continue to work. And that's led to a more capitalist, China.
But do you think that risk was underpriced? That effectively,
that's right. And people also assumed just in time. Yeah. We have these global companies. I can get things shipped in the air. I can get things shipped on the ocean. I can move things. I have factories around the world that can produce just in time. So there was this expectation of predictable supply chain delivery of products. Yeah. And stable geopolitical relationships that allow this trade to happen. Both of those have significantly changed in the last 2 years. Yep. And that is making it impossible to predict what's going to happen, which leads to disruption. If you can't predict the supply chain, you cannot prepare for what you need to move, and you can't price it. The venture capitalists up here before were talking about pricing companies. Pricing transportation and freight and supply chains is also hard when it's unpredictable. Yep. So I think the data that you're talking about, the transparency that you're building, is extremely important for getting a handle on what's going on and trying to figure out, okay, with all these things changing, where should we invest our energy to try to solve this? Yeah.
Well, and I think to your point, one, I couldn't agree more, and that's why the transparency is so important. I think if anything, the last couple years, we all learned that we are so hyper-connected to each other, which makes it very unpredictable because you don't own every other company in your supply chain, right? And everybody's incentivized for profitability or to make this place a better earth or whatever their mission is. And that leads to unpredictability because most of us are setting strategic planning in corporate offices within our own companies. And so I couldn't agree more. I also think your point about, that just in time is gone, right? So now we're all talking about just in case. And the fact that back in the 90s, we built supply chains to be very fragile, very just in time. The interesting thing with knowledge, with data, with technology, you're actually able to build in some more resiliency and to get a bit more of the predictability that you're talking about by using technology.
And so if we look at that tension between the resiliency and the efficiency, maybe, of the past, or what is the driving force, do you think everything that you've spoken about in terms of the transparency and these other complications, does that add up to some kind of revolution in supply chains, or is it more on the evolution side of things?
You know, I think this is a really interesting topic, and like we were just talking about, this reshoring, nearshoring plays really well in the headlines. You still need access to labor. You need access to raw materials. You need access to infrastructure. And so, you know, all the CEOs I'm talking to, this is a topic that's landed on their desk for the first time in the 20+ years that I've been in the industry. And so I think that everybody's looking at it. I will also tell you, to the question of efficiency versus resiliency, the conversation, like supply chain used to be a cost center. It's like, how much can we squeeze out of that part of our world to make sure that I was more cost effective? Now, this is actually brand reputation. It's competitive. Consumers are making decisions over the health of the supply chain of who they're going to buy from, which is not necessarily brand loyalty anymore, but it's really who's doing this ethically. Are you buying from companies affiliated with modern slavery?
So it's long-term efficient for your brand to really be having this at front of mind.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think that if the players that most companies have sourced products from, and it's all obviously around the world, I'll use China as an example. If China can get things back in order quickly, and production and manufacturing can resume, even though parts of Latin America or other parts of the world have lower labor costs, have great ports to move things in, everything's already developed and set up to get it going. And oftentimes people are focusing on just moving forward and getting speed. So I think it's going to be a long time till it really changes. But the question has been raised, and it's been raised in a way that I've never seen before. And so now you're seeing companies, and I was at an event and someone said, let's have a whole conference on nearshoring. Like this idea came up, right? And I know people that are thinking about it. Look, we can use technology in manufacturing to lower the cost of producing goods, where the labor cost differences around the world don't matter as much. And that would be better. So there's a lot of people thinking about how to use technology from a manufacturing perspective, thinking about what can we do to create alternatives to the supply chain, because I think a lot of people were just shell-shocked at how disrupted their companies were trying to get stuff shipped to the United States. And I mean, if we had unlimited money, we would say, okay, let's build production centers all around the world. Let's have redundancy there. But that's extremely expensive, not just from a cost of development perspective, but from managing your business and communicating your needs.
That's interesting. Like, one obvious piece of advice to a company might be diversify your supply chain, but that comes with huge costs. It doesn't sound like it's going to be possible for everybody to do that.
Yeah, well, I think all of this comes at a cost. And I would offer, back to the question you just asked, when you think about resiliency versus efficiency, we're talking about investments. And yet a lot of the CEOs I'm talking to are looking at the next 1, 2, 3 years of investments. Like Dan's just talking about, the next year is optimization of labor. How do I make sure I have the right labor in the right places to give me the resiliency that I look for to be competitive in the market and profitable, and getting the right products to the right place at the right time? The following year, we're going to be looking at more investments in technology. More people, more companies are looking at implementing technology in their supply chain. The investments are through the roof, in the multiple tens of billions of dollars going into different aspects of the supply chain. But that's over the next 12 months into 23. And then in 24, it is really all about sustainability. We also came out of Scotland this year, and that's really, folks are looking to 2024, 25 for the investment in sustainability and ESG. And so back to this conversation about resiliency versus efficiency, I don't know that this is a cost cutting as much as an investment into where we're going. Alternative sources of supply is just the cost of doing business anymore.
Yeah, on the sustainability point, so what I specialize in my reporting is global trends and how they connect with each other. And I can see a mile off that the climate crisis is going to intersect with supply chains, including from the political pressure to say, not just nearshoring because it makes democratic or geopolitical sense, but because we want to reduce the carbon footprint of different products that we use, for example. How do you see those two things intersecting? How can you use the data in your tools to help companies demonstrate that they're actually doing something useful for the environment and the supply chain?
It's a hard problem. One of the hardest problems, and I had a conversation before coming up on stage, is there's no real good definition around the world yet. And so in the platform, we're tracking about 13 different ones. But again, it's become a CEO and board conversation. And so I think from a how to use our technology, remember, Interos is a mapping and monitoring company. And what has happened, which will be part of the tipping point, is that companies realize they cannot be sustainable. They cannot reduce their carbon footprint by themselves because they're not operating in an isolated and normally not in a linear supply chain.
Yep.
So we're reliant on others. And so from a tech standpoint, by using our platform and mapping out the extended supply chain, they can now just look outside of their direct sources of supply to understand who is not sustainable, who's involved with carbon emissions, flaring, whatever that is, and have a conversation with those folks because of the ripple effect that you're going to receive.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And on the discussion or the topic of whether or not nearshoring would be more sustainable, I don't know, because I think you would still have to get all the materials there, and then you'd be shipping them from that, let's say from Mexico or from the United States to locations, but everything has to get there, so you're still pulling it in from wherever it's being sourced from around the world. Potentially, there are opportunities for that where you would be shortening the total distance that the good is transported. I remember when I was starting Convoy, I picked up a notebook at a conference, or before I spoke, and I was trying to figure out how many moves that notebook took to get to me. And it was about seven moves in trucks. So 7 different trucks from the origination of the natural resources of the wood to the conference. And when I looked at a bunch of other products, it was between 5 and 10 moves just on the trucking side to get from that natural resource to the end consumer. So there are so many steps. I don't know if moving the production, the manufacturing locally would actually lower the overall footprint of things moving. But I do think that the big issue with regards to sustainability and supply chain is efficiency. And we talk about one of the reasons that it breaks down and the costs go up. I think there was a lot of discussion about how expensive it was to ship over the ocean. Trucking rates, the rate to book a truck to move something in the United States and in North America went up 2 to 3x over the last couple of years. That's incredible. Independent of fuel, just the cost to book because supply and demand was off. And that has to do with efficiency. There's not actually really a shortage of truck drivers. There's a lack of predictability as to when they will be needed where, and a lack of orchestration to understand how to assign the right truck driver to the right job in domestic trucking.
To what extent can we use AI tools to mitigate some of that risk or to reduce that unpredictability?
So there's a huge opportunity. In the United States, I don't know the statistic for Canada, I'm guessing it's pretty similar. About 35% of the time when you see a truck running down the highway, it's empty. Either going to pick something up or heading back home, empty. Trucks spend hours waiting at facilities, just burning fuel. They have hours of service. There's so many variables that have to be computed and considered to optimize a network. And all these, I mentioned there's 18,000 brokers matching these companies together. It's so fragmented. There's almost 1 million small trucking companies in the US. So, I mean, that's actually what Convoy's doing, right? We're putting all these companies onto a single platform. We can then look at all the jobs coming into the network. What's the pickup time, the drop-off time, the pickup location, the drop-off location, what equipment type is required, what are all the variables, and can I stitch 2 or 3 of those jobs together into a round trip or into a loop and offer that as a single job, and then match it to a carrier that I know is physically in the right spot. That is what technology can do. It can solve these complex matching and ranking and prioritization problems.
And we're down to our last minute and a half, so I'm going to cut you off and move to a final question. As a generalist, when I think of supply chains, I think of something like shipping containers or the opening up of China as like the big revolutions of the last 50, 100 years. Is there anything else you see on the horizon that might match that? And if not, what are you most excited about in your field right now?
So personally, where Dan was just going a minute ago, the use of technology, the power of AI is there's no lag time, and it does a lot of the matching you said. So whether it's cost efficiency, optimization, brand reputation, competitiveness, access to better sources, technologies exists, and it enables you to do that, and that's what excites me.
Yeah, you're right. Physical innovation, like the container, the trailer, just intermodal, or the ability to transfer goods between different sort of objects that are shipping them, has been a huge innovation that's allowed for much more trade, especially globally. I think that the future, the next 10 years, is going to be about optimizing that system. No. That is going to be what's going to drive the most efficiency, the most reduction in waste. Maybe after 10 years, it will be autonomous vehicle transportation or different modes where you can actually deliver more precisely, more quickly, with lower cost, and with autonomous vehicles.
There you go, everyone. Globalization is surviving. I think that is the takeaway from this session, but it is going to be a bit more political and tech-driven than the version that your parents grew up with. Ben, Jennifer, thank you so much. Dan, sorry.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Did it take you by surprise to learn the likes of Microsoft and Crypto.com get hacked too, just like everybody else? Cyber attacks and breaches are big business. As individuals, as companies, as countries, how do we control the risk and minimize the damage? Let's now give the floor to a frontline fighter in cybersecurity. Please put your hands together for global news journalist Anne Gaviola, who is talking with Canada's own 1Password CEO, Jeff Shiner.
So lovely. Hello, hello, and welcome, everybody. Pleasure to be able to spend some time with you today, Jeff. I'm going to start things off with just a little bit of place setting so that people understand where you're coming from in terms of this conversation about this big old topic about cybersecurity. Tell us a little bit, in a nutshell, about 1Password, your company.
Yeah, absolutely. So 1Password, we've been around for 16 years. We're the leader in both passwords and secret management. We are, we serve over 100,000 businesses and millions of people worldwide.
Okay. My next question is kind of, I call it, let's talk about the big pink elephant in the room. And of course it has to do with all things pandemic and what has changed during the pandemic. We've seen an acceleration of trends that were starting pre-pandemic and really kind of took off or went on steroids during. From a cybersecurity perspective, what would you say are the key things that have changed, some of the trends that are on your radar?
There's two fundamental trends that happened over the last couple of years because of the pandemic. The first is work from home. Everybody's home life and work life have mixed. I think we've seen even now in this year, that's not changing. There's going to be a hybrid workforce. And what does that mean? It means people now have all of their home devices and their work devices mixed. You'll use Zoom at home, you'll use Zoom at work. And that causes a number of security challenges because now at work you're trying to sit there and protect the business. And now everybody's got all of these, applications on their own personal devices. I think the second thing that really accelerated, and this certainly happened over the last 10 years, but really accelerated in the last couple of years, was the adoption of SaaS apps. There's SaaS apps for everything now. And that causes a security concern because now everybody's trying brand new apps all the time to be more productive, to, again, work in a hybrid environment. And companies are losing track of what apps their employees have.
All right. And yeah, that work from home trend and move to remote work and hybrid work, we'll have to see how that kind of plays out. I'm really interested in kind of the future of work and what's next in terms of the next phase of all of this. But I would love to get into some personal anecdotes. I think personal stories are the kinds of things that people will remember long after this conversation is over. And I bet you've seen some pretty wild things just in the last couple of years in your line of work. Can you share with us some of the, I guess, some of the craziest things that you've seen in the realm of cybersecurity?
Yeah, I'll share two. I'll share one that's very concerning and one that's a little humorous.
Okay.
On the concerning side, and many people may remember this, but about 6 months ago, the Colonial Pipeline was largely shut down in the US with a ransomware attack.
Yes.
And that happened because a shared password was stolen. They just didn't take care of that shared password, and that impacted, I think, oil supply to close to half of the US, and that's the sort of risk that people face. Now, the humorous one is a little bit embarrassing for me, but it shows you what humans do. I worked at I won't say which company, although you can probably look it up, but many years ago, and they had the typical policy of every 90 days you had to change your password. And you weren't able to use one of the last 6 passwords you used. So every 90 days, I went and I changed my password 7 times in a row, just so I could get back to the original. And this is what people do. This is the sort of silly things people do that we need to protect against.
Yeah, I mean, the pain of constantly changing your password, every time I have to do it, I think, isn't there an app for this? Is there kind of a better way? But your company has actually done some research into how people's habits change when they're under stress. And of course, this pandemic, for many companies, for many people, this has been the stressor of all stressors. What have you guys found in terms of some things that people are doing that they maybe shouldn't be doing because it leaves them open or more vulnerable to attacks?
Yeah, I think in general, people, and I think we can all relate to this, in general, people, when you get stressed, when you get overworked, you're going to focus more on what you're trying to accomplish, and things like security rules or having good security hygiene tend to go by the wayside. So we did do research, and we found things like people are 2 times more likely to use the same password as reuse a password.
Guilty as charged, yes.
They're also like 3 times as likely to sit there and say that their company's security policies aren't as important as them just getting their work done. And again, I think it's our job to make it easy for people to stay secure. That's how we can help people. I like to say be good by being lazy. If we can be lazy about it and be good, I think we're all set.
Yeah, I like to think of it as eliminating kind of points of friction. I want to ask about the frequency of attacks, and I ask this as someone who fairly recently had my identity stolen. Are they increasing in frequency? Are they increasing in severity? What is going on?
Yeah, I think they're increasing in both what I say sophistication and frequency, and it's interesting because there's an increase in sophisticated attacks. It could be nation-state attacks or other just sophisticated groups that are really trying to go around the increasingly sophisticated protections that we build in. But what I think we also see, and I think again we've all probably experienced, is just a vast number of phishing attacks. Your taxes, the people are going to come and throw you in jail because you haven't paid your taxes unless you somehow give them Apple gift cards. I mean, these sorts of silly things, but they're real attacks, and people unfortunately really fall for them.
Yeah, it does feel like nothing is sacred anymore. I want to touch on interest in what your company does from celebrities. And we've talked a lot about people working from home, and maybe some of the security stuff gets a little bit more lax, but I can certainly see how celebrities would have a real interest in their privacy and being very secure in terms of their digital lives. What can you tell me about that? And what can you tell me about Ryan Reynolds and Ashton Kutcher and their interest?
Yeah, it's fun to talk about them, and they have been part of our round, so I actually got a chance to speak with them during the process of bringing them on board our last financing round. And first of all, let me just say, absolute fanboy. I get to speak with Ashton Kutcher, I get to speak with Ryan Reynolds. I don't care about what, let me just have a chance to chat. But I was really surprised to see how much they use 1Password and how much they care. It makes sense because from a security point of view and a privacy point of view, the celebrities, folks like yourselves, have so much more to lose. But it was interesting to see how important it was to them that their privacy be preserved, and that's part of the reason why they use 1Password and other similar apps.
It's fascinating stuff. I want to talk a little bit about what companies can do to create a culture of security. To your point about when times are stressful, that tends to go by the wayside from individual employees. So what can leaders at the top do to encourage the good habits, to say, no, this isn't just another headache for you. This is going to make a real difference for our company in the medium term, the longer term, and here's why. How do you set the tone?
Yeah, I think there's 3 things that you want to do. The first thing you want to do is you want to talk about it. And it doesn't need to be super sophisticated. It can just simply be education that if you get a text message saying, Jeff Shiner wants you to do them a favor, get back to them. Go to a different channel and try and confirm it's really Jeff Shiner asking you and it's not a phishing attack. So just give some basic guidance. It's not that sophisticated. The second thing, and this is probably the most important, you have to make it a safe space. You have to allow people to sit there and say, I made a mistake, I clicked on the link, so that you can recover from those errors and you can be aware and not have the employee trying to hide what they think they did wrong. And the third thing is give them tools that make it easy for them to be secure. Security doesn't have to be difficult. We can give them tools like 1Password, which actually makes it easy for them to have a good security hygiene.
I love that. I love giving people kind of news you can use. That's probably my news background. And I also think advice is really valuable, especially on this kind of stage, from someone who's been there, done that. Now you have built a company, all about kind of startup life, and you were based right here in the Toronto area. So tell us a little bit about your journey and kind of some advice for our audience, whether it's in person or watching on the live streaming, in terms of things you wish you could have told your younger self that are still applicable today.
Yes. 1Password, again, was started by two founding families, Dave and Sarah Rustam and Natalia, 16 years ago. And the main thing that they installed from day one and then brought me on very early, and we continue to do today, focus on your customer. Your customer will tell you what they want. The customer will tell you what they need. And so that's a big part of what we focused on. And a good example of that is around 2013, 2014, we were a very consumer-based app. And at the time, we were starting to see businesses purchasing 1Password for all of their employees to keep their business safe. And we said, aha, like there's a real opportunity to go down the B2B path as well as the consumer path, which turned out to be tremendously rewarding for us. And so it's just a matter of, I'd say more than anything else, listen to the customer, make your own decisions, but listen to the customer in terms of what they're saying, and then take those big bets. That was a big bet for us. We spent 18 months building a SaaS app, building a 1Password for business. It was a huge risk, but our customers had told us ahead of time, this will pay off, and it did.
Oh, okay. I'm mindful of the fact that some members of the audience may be really into cybersecurity, and others maybe less so, less initiated in the world of cybersecurity. What would you say is kind of a big myth that you'd love to shatter about cybersecurity? And you kind of take that wherever you want to go.
I think the biggest myth is that security needs to be difficult to be effective. And we see that all in our everyday lives, where we as people sit there and do all sorts of things. Like, again, we make routines up for our passwords or our credentials. We're afraid of taking the leap into a password manager or other tools because we're like, oh, that looks too easy. Well, yeah, it is easy. It's meant to be easy. And I think from companies, from a company perspective, security has to be up at the board level. It has to be a security concern regardless of the size of the company. But take some solace in the fact that it's actually, there's about 2 or 3 easy apps you can get to protect your infrastructure, to protect your IT, and to protect your people that will make a huge difference and make it actually pretty easy for you as a company to be in that top quartile of companies from a security posture.
I love to ask a question about evolution, because we're at a tech conference, and that's really what it's all about for me. So in terms of the evolution of this sector, what is the thing or the trend that you've seen lately that has most surprised you or delighted you?
I think the trend is just awareness. When I look at it 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the biggest challenge we had as a business was getting people to understand why they should care. And I think now everybody understands why they should care. There's still a hurdle of actually getting people to take that leap and actually, using the apps and using the services. But I think if we went around the room now and we said to people, like, are you happy with what you're doing with your passwords, or have you made these mistakes? Everybody would, yeah, I've made these mistakes, and they recognize they have. So I think the education side has been really rewarding to see.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. I'm in news, and once upon a time, it would have been a bit of a tougher sell, this company's gotten hacked or some big event related to cybersecurity, and now there's a real appetite, a real willingness to get into the story and find out some of the details, because it's some pretty fascinating stuff. We don't have a ton of time, but I would ask for you to share something, one thing that you'd love for the audience here to take away from our conversation together.
Yeah, I think the one thing to take away from it is security is for everyone, and there are simple things you can do that can have a really positive impact on the security posture. So go, look at password managers, look at just simple security tools that you can take that can take the burden away from you and your company and put it onto those apps, and it makes a huge difference, and a positive one.
Okay, wonderful message. Thank you so much for your time and for your insight. And if you guys would like to continue this conversation, you can find either one of us on social media. And of course, we'll be walking around the conference. Thanks a lot for your attention. Bye.
Thank you.
Hey, good. So talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not, or so the old adage goes. In an age where it's just as easy to work remotely in Timbuktu as it is in Toronto, opportunities are limitless for entrepreneurs. But where can founders get ahead in today's competitive startup landscape? So let's welcome to the stage, in discussion with Harvard Business Review's editor Amy Bernstein, the co-founding partner of Overlooked Ventures, Janine Sickmeyer, the founder of Renegade Partners, Renata Quintini, and my boss, Techstar CEO, Maël Gavet.
Hello, everyone. So good to see you here. You guys are so far away. So let's start with a quick round of introductions. We'll start at the end with you, Maya.
Hi, so Maëlle Gavet, I'm the CEO of Techstars. We are one of the largest pre-seed investors in the world. We have 3,000 companies in portfolio. This year we're going to do about 600, 650 pre-seed investments. And we do that all around the world, across all type of verticals, from agro-tech to fintech to ed-tech, et cetera, et cetera.
Janine?
I'm Janine Stickmeyer, General Partner at Overlooked Ventures. We are a $50 million fund investing in historically ignored founders. Prior to this, I was a founder myself for 7 years. I bootstrapped a company to acquisition and started my investing career after that.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Renata Quintini. I'm one of the co-founders of Renegade Partners, a $100 million early stage fund in the Bay Area. We focus on what we call the super critical stage, which is that moment post-product market fit where you're thinking about really growing your team and your organizations and building companies that people want to work for. We invest in software companies. I've been in venture for 15 years now, and I'm originally from Brazil, was a lawyer a long time ago, so not your out of central casting what you expect to see as a VC, so very excited to be here and having this talk with you guys.
Well, welcome. It's great to be here with all of you. Let's start by getting the lay of the land. Janine, would you sort of sketch the situation for us? How are we doing at finding the founders of tomorrow?
Yeah, so I think when we talk about finding the founders of tomorrow, what we really need to do is look at the overlooked founders, those who've been historically ignored, because they outperform their peers by 35%, but still we're seeing a decline in these numbers for venture funding. So I guess Crunchbase just reported that Black founders received 1.2% of venture capital in the past 6 months, and last year, in 2021 alone, women only received 2% of venture capital. So that's what we're seeing. And some of the other people of color and indigenous numbers aren't even reported.
Renata, anything to add to that?
Yeah, so I'm one of the original founders of an organization called All Raise. We started in 2018 to really help increase the representation of female and people of color and other ethnicities in both the funder world and also in the founder world. And on the people that have the ability to write checks, when we started in 2018, about only 9% of the check writers in venture firms, not counting biotech, were female. And we now drove this number to 11%, and we have this goal to let's get to double where we started in 10 years. And on the company side, like Janine mentioned, we still have a bunch of work to do. We have seen really good evolution in companies that have females as part of the co-founding team, so mixed male and female. But if you look at the female-only founding teams, the representation is not that large, and also the amount of capital that they are able to raise does not compare to the male peers. So last year, PitchBook released a report along with NVCA, and if you actually look at male-only firms, they raise an average of $5 million, whereas female-only co-founding teams raise an average of $2 million. And this really changes the trajectory of what you can build and what's the type of company you can build and the types of risks that you take. So it's actually very important to look at the earlier stages, and that's why it's awesome to have these two amazing women here today.
Maëlle, anything to add?
I have to say I'm a little tired to be talking I've been in tech for 15 years plus. I've been running Techstars for 1.5 years. And I'm a little tired to have to make the case of why we need more women in tech. The reason why at Techstars we invest in so many women, if you look at our last 3 cohorts, so 3 years of investment, we had on average 30% of our CEO who were women. And we do that because we see in actual numbers tremendous financial upsides. Investing in women is actually the right thing to do if you're an investor, because there's so much talent, so many unbelievable ideas that are only requiring more financing. I really, really hope that I'm not going to be back here next year and the year after and the year again after to talk about the fact that we should be investing in more women. But I have to say, something tells me that I'm going to be back.
Well, let's press on that a little bit. What's the problem? Why do we keep having this conversation? What's holding women, people of color, and other underrepresented groups back?
I think it starts with the fact that the VC industry in general operates through patterns. And even though VC will tell you that they have their own investment thesis, so you go and talk to them individually, they will tell you that they have a very clear view on what makes them different from everyone else. I've been a founder myself 3 times. Yeah. I've been fundraising many, many times. And the reality is, in a lot of cases, in the vast, vast majority of cases, it's just they're literally ticking the boxes. And so if you happen to be different, very different, and you don't tick any of these boxes, there is always this unconscious reaction to, oh, I don't know if that's too risky. The VC industry is fundamentally risk adverse, no matter what they tell you. And then the second piece, and this is where Techstars really comes in, is a lot of these underrepresented founders do not have the friends and family to help them with capital. We do that. They don't have necessarily the background, the education specifically focused on becoming an entrepreneur. I mean, my parents didn't talk about balance sheet and fundraising at the dinner table. And they don't have the network, and nobody succeeds alone. Like, if you want to succeed as an entrepreneur, you need to have great talent in your company, amazing board members, a lot of supporters, and the client that go with it. And a lot of underserved founders were not born in conditions where this is given to them, and the VC industry does nothing to correct that.
So Janine, I know that what Maëlle just said struck a few chords with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Talk about that.
As a female founder who was building a tech company for several years, I also tried to raise capital, had a very difficult time, and saw that a lot of the challenges that I faced were the same that all women in tech were facing. And that's why I started angel investing in women and trying to find ways through starting the new fund where we're eliminating some of those pattern matching techniques, I suppose, that most VCs are using. So we don't accept warm intros at all. We make all founders go through the same way, even if it's a family member who wants to apply for funding or a friend. And we say that we're the friends and family round you've never had, because we know that so many of our overlooked founders and people who have never raised capital before don't have that opportunity. So I think there's a lot more that we could be doing, and I know that programs like Techstars is so wonderful for founders who don't have the network and even the resources. And so I applaud what you all are doing so much.
And I think that like everyone in this room can actually have an impact, because the funding is just one piece of the puzzle and the bottleneck, but also it's the experience and the network. And we all work or we run tech companies. So actually having diverse talent work at tech companies, and not just in some roles and positions, but also at the executive level, at the board level. This is going to increase the profiling, it's going to increase the network and the experience level, and it's just going to bubble up more people with the skills and capabilities and competence to actually excel. So it really takes an ecosystem change, and it's not just the the funder this or that one piece is not going to solve it alone.
Yeah. So we spoke about women, people of color. What other dimensions of difference do you think about? Janine, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so at Overlooked Ventures, we're, like I said, investing in historically ignored founders. And we look at, there's so much that can go into that. And when people apply, they're like, well, I don't actually know if I'm overlooked. And I think that kind of is telling, because we allow people to self-identify as overlooked, but that looks like LGBTQ+, veterans, and we're seeing obviously race and gender. There's a lot of other ways that people can be overlooked, disabled, and we're taking in all of these opportunities to invest in these founders, and then giving them the network that they never had.
So, in an earlier conversation, Janine, you mentioned that in order to find these founders of tomorrow, the investing side has to change. We need change on that side to get change on the invested side. How do you make that happen? Mael, I saw you nod your head.
So one thing I wanted to mention about your last question, the other things that we look at is age. And maybe this is because I used to be the youngest person in the room when I became the CEO of a company that wasn't mine. I'm not anymore, and I realize how much our industry in tech looks down at people once they pass 40, let alone 50. And by the time you're 60, you better not show up. And we've just, a few weeks ago, we completed a program with the venture branch of the Melinda Gates Foundation, and the average age was 50 years old. In that program, and I had founders at the end of the program coming to me, and I'm not kidding, with tears in their eyes saying, I'm 63, this is the first time in the tech industry that people take me seriously.
Yeah.
And that to me is breaking my heart, because these are people who have so much to bring in terms of experience and idea and sometimes connection and everything, and we're not even giving them an opportunity. So sorry, I just had to talk about that.
I'm
probably
so
because
glad
I'm
you
aging.
brought that up, because it has come up repeatedly in conversations here at Collision for me. The kind of the sort of double bind of age and gender.
Oh yeah, if you're a woman past 50, yeah, like just not going to be any real opportunity for you. So I think your question was, how do we change that? Apply to Techstars.
Yeah.
But I'm serious, like there has to be more programs around the world, more investors who really go and talk to these founders and give them a real opportunity. Again, talents and ideas are distributed equally around the world. You just have to find them and help them. Give them this opportunity that they don't have if you're a VC, and really work at it. Don't make it just a nice speech or a few sentences on your website. Come and talk to us. Like, we have a deal flow. We do not lead rounds after the companies graduate. We do continue to invest and support them, but we do not lead round. Come and lead this round. Like, we have unbelievable founders, black founder, brown founders, female founder, 55 years old founder. Like, these are people who need you and who are going to change the world if you believe in them.
And can I be a little, yes. and also on the limited partner side that invest in venture funds, so much of diversity is also considered double bottom line or triple bottom line along this bucket of impact. And this is actually not furthering the cause, because you're here to compete head to head, and you only stay successful in this asset class if you're a top performing fund. Doesn't matter the type of investments you make, you need to outperform. So this thing, it's not charity, no, right? It's actually the opposite of it. It's money making, it's yes. Greed, and it's fantastic. And I think one axis that we haven't talked about that I wanted to bring up too is the narrative in the media and the conversation of what it means to be a female founder in a female-led company, and also celebrating the successes and the hardships and the terminology that we use. Like, we can frame this as an amazing journey and an opportunity, or we can sensationalize and go for the clicks, right? So, for example, recently Glossier had a CEO change. Emily Weiss, amazing founder, built a tremendous company, amazing cult following, and now this company is at a stage where it needs different, and they changed CEO, and the media talks about it, the end of the girl boss era, right? And so many male-led CEOs go and the companies go to evolve, and the media doesn't frame it this way. So this is an opportunity to actually celebrate the evolutions of companies, and like you actually made it to the stage where the CEO has reached a stage where the company has outgrown the abilities of the CEO, and that should be celebrated, right? Not totally.
Yeah, and I'd say on the point about how can we change who we're making rich, really. As a new fund manager, we're receiving LP commitments from anything from high net worth individuals to banks and other institution capital, and we really, when we get like a large check-in, we want to make sure that we're also saving room for women LPs, black LPs, LPs that don't typically get into funds like ours, and so that we can also make sure that we're diversifying not just our team, the people that we're investing in, but also those that we're making rich. So I think that that's also something that we really need to see, because if we continue to make the same people wealthy, they're going to invest in the same people, and we're not going to see any change in diversity of founders.
Well, and to that point, we do see some founders have a diversity clause in their term sheet, right? Saying we want the cap table to be diverse, and actually we will choose leads that are either diverse or will support this value that we have.
So, I wonder if you could get really specific about the kinds of support that you provide to the founders whom you invest in that is different. It's just different than you would find from the guys who are investing. Janine, you're smiling. You start.
Well, I think being so close to the founder journey, I just exited my company 1.5 years ago, and I am basically still a founder. I mean, I'm a founder of a fund, but also just it's everything from the emotional support and text message chats with all of our portfolio companies, and talking to them through, co-founder breakups and term sheets with other VCs. I mean, it's a lot of, where maybe some male VCs might find that to be, more of a sympathetic approach, I suppose. But I find that it's working for us to be very close to our founders, and there's so many things that we help with on a daily basis. But I think that how about?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, we build Renegade to invest in what we call the supercritical stage. And what it means is usually companies hit that sort of 20 to 30 people mark, they hit product market fit, and they really think about team, building org processes, having a recruiting organization, how do you onboard people, train, execute, all those things, people related. So we actually have an operating partner who's a chief people officer that works closely with our companies in all those areas. And founders are asking, doesn't matter if it is male founder, female founder, D&I is one of the things that comes up. How do I recruit diverse talent? How do I think about compensation practices so as my company evolves, I am not biasing compensation, sometimes even unaware of the bias, right? So how am I making sure that I'm resourcing people the right way? I'm putting everyone on the right interesting projects, and they're actually having equal opportunity to progress, as my company evolves. How do I recruit diverse board members, diverse cap table? That's something that's very top of mind for founders of all genders. And they know if you don't start early, it just becomes harder and harder and harder to do. Another one is compensation and benefits, right? It's something that attraction, retention of talent, and it evolves as a company scales. Gender plays a role, interests play a role in that as well. It's all about execution, and execution comes out of people.
Yeah. What about you, Mayo?
What we provide? We provide capital. We give every company that is accepted at a Techstars program anywhere in the world, and this year we're going to run 60 programs. We'll get $120,000. We provide programs. The most known is the Accelerator program. We joke that this is a 3-month boot camp on steroid, and if you're a founder and get through that program, by the end of the program, you're probably going to need some time off to just recover from it. We also provide post-program support, whether it's connection with investors, whether it's connection with talent that you want to recruit, or support from, we have a lot of corporate partners. We work with a lot of big, well-known companies, and they're very eager to help the new generation of entrepreneurs and become their clients, potentially acquire them, and so we provide a lot of that. And then the last piece that we do is we provide the network, the Techstars network, which is incredibly international. You have 6,600 active mentors from all around the world. Like, you decide that you want your company to open shop in Indonesia, guess what? We have mentors there. You decide that you want to work in a new type of food for animals, guess what? We probably have a few dozen companies that have worked on that before, and we're going to connect you with it. And these people are going to give you some real life advices, because what really, really matters when you're an entrepreneur is real life experience from people who've been there before, who've made all these mistakes, so that you're not going to make them again. And some of this advice, you may not always like it, but they are real, and so that's what's going to help you make a difference in the future.
So we have just, yes, go ahead. We have just a few minutes left, and I'm going to go out on a limb and bet that there are a few founders of tomorrow sitting in our audience. So I'm going to go down the line, starting with you, Maëlle, and ask for, just something you'd like them to take away from this conversation.
If you're VC or you have money, really, really, really force yourself to check your unconscious bias at the door and really look with a different framework at founders that come to you. And if they sound weird and different, spend more time to figure out what makes them different and whether it's actually a strength more than a weakness. And if you are an entrepreneur, I'm going to give a very timely advice. Times are going to be tough. We are at the beginning of a recession. Fundraising is going to be difficult. And surround yourself by people who are going to be able to help you, support you, starting with your team, but also your board if you have one, or anybody around you that can be there to be a sounding board, because we're about to enter very likely one of the most dramatic crises that tech has ever seen.
Janine, what would you add?
Yeah, so I'd say if you're a founder, I think what you need to do is don't take no's as a discouragement. Don't take a no personally if you're pitching. Someone told me this little trick, and I love it. You just have a jar, and it's like your no jar. And every time you get a no from an investor, just plop one of the marbles in a jar, and your whole goal is to fill up the jar. Make sure that you get as many no's as possible so that you're getting closer to your yeses.
Renata?
Yeah, those are all fantastic advice. And I think when you're going against all odds and you're building something against all odds, having conversations of people pointing to you, this is going to be hard, is actually not helpful. So actually ask, what do you see here that's interesting? What here is differentiated? What should I be doubling down on? Because as you execute, you're just going to increase your probabilities of succeeding. So have yes conversations instead of engaging on the why is not going to work or why this is risky, because this is inherently risky, and most companies fail. So actually try to find out what is interesting. What would you like to see that would make you want to believe? Have yes conversations.
Well, thank you all so much, and thank you, and on to the next one.
Thank you.
So our next speaker knows a thing or two about disrupting legacy industries. He took over an ailing Disney and oversaw the release of instant classics like The Lion King, Aladdin, and The Little Mermaid. Then he went off and created DreamWorks. Doesn't always work, Quibi, but every industry has at some point the need to be reinvigorated. In conversation with Bloomberg's Katie Roof, let's welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Aura, Hari Ravichandran, and the founding partner of Wonder, Jeffrey Katzenberg.
Great to be here, joined by Jeffrey and Hari. And so Jeffrey, we were just chatting backstage, and you have a long career. You were known in Hollywood for DreamWorks, and then you did Quibi. Now you're a VC.
Wait a minute. We have not been on stage 30 seconds, and you already got to Quibi.
That's true. I had to bring it up. He's that guy. He's the Quibi guy. But now, we'll get to that a little later, but he's now a VC. And I'm curious about that transition. Why are you investing in startups these days?
So, 4 decades in the media, movie, TV business, 400 movies, 41 animated, 85 TV shows, 5 Broadway plays. Just felt like I was done. And so when I sold DreamWorks, I sort of said to myself the next day, if you were 23 years old today, what would you be doing? And the answer was, I'd be in digital technology, and I'd probably be living in Silicon Valley. And the reason for that is that I felt then, and I still feel today, that the most exciting innovation and the most entrepreneurial spirit exists in the world of digital technology today. And I wanted to be a part of it, even though that had not, I had, in my career, I had, used digital technology to help tell my stories, CG animation and, 3D movies and various things over the years, but I just saw the sort of revolution that digital technology was causing for all of our lives, and I wanted to be a part of it.
And you invested in Aura, not this Aura, a security Aura.
Yeah.
And so, tell us why you started Aura and what that is.
So, this is my second go around as an entrepreneur. I started a company when I was 20, grew that from basically my garage to a business that got to about $1.2 billion of revenues. So we've gone through the scale, the ramp, private company, public company, had been through all of the different sort of venture, the whole bit of the ecosystem. And it got to a point where it just sort of started to feel like a job. So you go in, you're running a public company, you have to make the quarter. Half the time you're selling stock, half the time you're sort of, dealing with sort of big company issues, and I just missed entrepreneurship. And I'd had a problem with a lot of my digital information stolen back in 2014, and it seemed like a big issue. Like, I'm a fairly technical person. If I had trouble trying to navigate my way through it, if you thought about the masses of folks that were not that technical, seemed like a big problem. It was a hairy problem getting hairier, and it felt like a worthwhile thing to take on. So that's what Aura is.
And so, Jeffrey, what kinds of companies are you investing in? How do you go about approaching this?
So, WonderCo, which is a partnership of 5 of us, really sort of have 2 lanes that we're in. One is the sort of company creation, company building, which is about half of our fund, and the other half is investing in sort of early growth. Companies that have, product market fit, have some revenue. I look at startups today and, you know, there's like sort of, to me, sort of these two phases. There's 0 to 1, which is almost impossible, followed by 1 to 10, which is improbable. And, you know, we look for those companies that have sort of hit that first impossible goal, and where we can actually help them, not just with capital, but in their go-to-market, in their marketing, in the ways in which they actually now have to go out into the world and, you know, build a, you know, engagement, whether it's through SMB or enterprise or direct-to-consumer.
Have you slowed your pace of investment at all, given that there's a bit of a correction in terms of valuations and all that?
We did. You know, I think really starting in the second half of last year, our rate of investment went in half. And I think it's because, you know, just for us, in terms of, you know, growth, particularly later stage growth, it just got too frothy for us, and we were having a hard time finding, you know, entry-level pricing that sort of made sense for us. I'm not being critical of others, it's just, you know, we're in the business of making 20 bets a year, and as opposed to 200, we're not looking to bet across an asset class, you know, with a large portfolio. So I think ours are more rifle shots, so it just became tougher last year, and obviously the first half of this year has also been a bit slower for us. But that's not to say that there aren't great opportunities, that there aren't, you know, really interesting, you know, entrepreneurs and ideas. So I think we're being more cautious, but we're not hesitating pulling the trigger when we see the right opportunity.
So Hari, as a founder, how are you navigating this environment? I mean, would you feel comfortable raising money in this kind of difficult environment? And what are you doing to scale your business in times of economic uncertainty?
You know, we went through similar cycles, obviously, in 2000 and then back in 2007 as well. The lessons I've learned through the cycle, the two negative cycles, and this is in a lot of ways reminiscent of what was happening, you know, in different flavors through 2000 or 2007. So clearly, if you're a young founder, entrepreneur, you want to make sure you create as much runway for your business. Like, building anything is just hard. Like, it just is not easy, and you make a business plan and you say, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and the only certainty is it will not unfold the way you laid it out in your plan. It's just going to be a whole another thing as you go through it. So creating the runway to make sure your business has the ability to grow is critical, which means, you know, you may have to go raise more capital, and so that may be a little bit of a down round, et cetera, and that's sort of the trade-off you're going to have to go look at. I've always believed that if you can keep the fixed cost of your business as low as possible, it then creates a lot more optionality for the rest of the business. And that may also reduce the amount of capital you need to raise, which means less dilution at a lower mark as well. But sometimes you have to do it. I mean, it just depends on the nature of the business. So
Jeffrey, do you have any advice for founders navigating challenges? I hear you had some challenges at Quibi. I mean, what are some lessons learned, and what can you do when times get tough?
Well, I think there's a lot of answers to that. The first is that I would say that I have found this to be true throughout my career and anything that I've done, including today, which is if you are in pursuit of something that is unique and original, which means you're doing something that no one has actually done before. There's no roadmap, there's no proof of concept. You're in a white space. Unique and original, by definition, equals risky. And if you're doing something that is risky, you must understand that there is a possibility that you will fail. And if you don't have built into your equation the ability to fail and pivot, or to fail and exit, then you're not going to take risk. And if you're not going to take risk, you're not going to do something that is unique and original. So I go to Quibi. Quibi was a humongous go for the moon, the stars, the sun, and everything in between. Big idea. It was literally trying to create the next generation of film narrative. Just that, right? And creatively, that idea actually worked. What didn't work is we did not have product market fit. And so we actually never found a great engagement with consumers, and we can all do a large and long autopsy on that. Lots of different explanations, maybe, but I'll tell you, for me, the moment it was clear to me that it was not going to work, I shut the company down as fast as I could, and I returned $600 million to our investors. And it's because I found the experience of failing humbling. I found the experience of losing money for my investors, which I had never done before, humiliating. So the less I could lose, the less humiliating it was for me. But, you know, I just would say to you, you know, as entrepreneurs, as people who are pursuing innovative, great, original ideas, you have to be fearless. And you actually have to be okay. And that's one of the things I love about Silicon Valley, and, you know, the culture of it is that, you know, not everything is going to work. And hopefully it won't be as public and high profile and as celebrated as my failure was. But, you know, I picked myself up, and the next day, you know, went back to work and looked for the next opportunity. And, you know, part of which is our partnership with Hurry, which is doing phenomenally well.
But how would a founder know when it's time to shut down rather than pivot or, you know, try to meander along and find a buyer? How do you know when it's that moment that you need to move on?
Well, I would say that's, you know, one of the hardest things in the world is to look at your baby and say, I don't think this is it's not gonna work, you know, and I don't think there's any generalities about that. Again, it's some of the people that were on the stage before us. It is about surrounding yourself with people that you trust, that you know have, you know, want you to succeed, have, you know, your best interests at heart, but maybe have more objectivity than you do. In the case of Quibi, the numbers were irrefutable. I didn't need somebody to, you know, prod me. I was leading the charge.
And you know, you also find that sometimes it's a bit of a head fake, because you get a product, you kind of solve a problem, you get it out to market, you get a few customers buying the product, and you say, well, this is great, like, you know, my thing's off, like it's gonna take off to the races. It's sort of like the people that haven't crossed the chasm yet. Like, it's, you know, basically the early adopters, they buy everything. And so you have to be careful to not read that as a signal that this is gonna be the next, you know, $10 billion company or $30 billion company. So having a sense of customer adoption is a great signal. Rate of growth is another big indicator. You know, if you have an accelerating rate of growth, that's telling you something. Your burn rate, you know, how efficiently you're operating your business, that tells you something as well. So there are objective metrics, but the best thing I find is it is hard to objectively look at a thing and say, oh, I poured my heart and soul into it, and now I got to figure out what to do with it. So you ask people around you. You ask smart people. So. And
you were around for the .com bust, the original one, 20 years ago. How does that compare to now? Is it similar, different? What are you seeing in the bigger picture?
You know, there are similarities to what happened in 2000, 2001 to now. Definitely starting at the tech center, which was very similar to 2000, 2001. The interesting thing that I've noticed is I do think that over time, the business ecosystem and entrepreneurs and the collective DNA of that ecosystem gets smarter. So like in 2000, 2001, it was a gradual ascent. Like the valuations kept going up from like 96 through 2001, and you know, went down, and it took people a long time to sort of internalize and figure out what was going on. And it's been really interesting this time around, you know, after the Fed announced rate increases, as we go out and talk to other entrepreneurs or VCs, et cetera, it was almost immediate, because people looked at it and said, oh, this feels familiar. I know this happened in 2000, 2001. I know how the story plays out. if you're one of our portfolio companies, start tightening up stuff, start reducing burn, et cetera. So I do think the system gets smarter over time, and there are familiar patterns. But everyone does have some things that are not exactly the same, so there are differences too. Like the Fed, for this time, there's not a whole lot of tools left in the toolkit, right? And so that was not the case back in the 2000 crisis.
So Jeffrey, before Quibi, you did DreamWorks. It was very successful. You founded, a leading Hollywood business. But there are many people that are moving away from Hollywood and into tech. Why are we seeing so many other, Hollywood veterans getting into the technology industry?
The grass is greener on the other side. I think that, we are seeing today the convergence of Northern California and Southern California in a, profound way. If you think about it today, in the biggest platforms that are driving the industry right now today are Apple, Amazon, Netflix, and obviously legacy companies, Disney, Warner, Discovery, Sony, they're all still very much in the hunt of this, but these giant, platforms have actually become integrated with, media has become a essential ingredient for them and their businesses, each one for very different reasons, but that has actually been, I think, the biggest driver and eye-opener for people in Southern California to the culture of Northern California. But I think each have impacted one another in pretty profound ways. My interest has actually been much more targeted in that I actually am not looking for that convergence between the two. I'm actually looking at digital technology in terms of very specifically the area of cybersecurity, which I think it affects every single one of us today and is going to only continue to become more and more, not even just essential, but actually existential. Today, the average person has, got 49 connected devices in their life, every one of which is a place of vulnerability. And, last year is the first time where cyber theft is now greater than burglary and going up much, much faster. And so I just look at this as a real consumer issue, problem, and an opportunity. And one, by the way, that will likely have more wind in its sail during a recession than others. And I look at the future of work. Work has forever changed, ever been disrupted by COVID, and what is now just a whole new way in which we're collaborating, communicating, sharing with one another, and the tools that we need to do that more effectively are on the horizon.
Right, so you're interested in all things tech, not just Hollywood tech. Well, thank you so much. It was great to get your insights and great to be here in Toronto.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We need all hands on deck to increase our chances of combating climate change. Our next speaker is dedicating her efforts to help with that, with her organization, Climate Cardinals. Please put your hands together for its founder and climate activist, Sophia Kiani.
At just 12 years old, I witnessed the devastating impact that pollution was having on Iran, my parents' home country. On one of my summer visits, I looked up at the night sky and I was struck to see smog so heavy it completely blanketed the air, obscuring the stars that I wanted to trace out of the night sky. This was right after my first class about climate change in middle school, and I knew, being the bratty 12-year-old that I was, that I wanted to talk to my relatives about this issue. And so I approached them and I started to use buzzwords like global warming and climate change and carbon dioxide, and I was shocked when my relatives greeted me with blank stares. I came to realize that I, at 12 years old, knew more about this existential crisis than those around me, which was particularly terrifying when you consider the fact that in the Middle East, temperatures were rising more than twice the global average. So I decided to dig into this issue of climate education in Iran, and I found that this was actually a systematic problem. And so 5% of Iranian university students had never heard of the greenhouse gas effect. And part of it was because I could find very few resources online available in Farsi, which is Iran's native language. So I decided to work with my mom to translate climate resources into Farsi so that I could teach my relatives about how climate change-induced weather disasters were disproportionately impacting Iranians. When I presented my research in Farsi to my relatives, I had never been happier to see fear plastered all over their faces, because I had succeeded in convincing them that climate change was a real and pressing threat. Now, my story is not just anecdotal, because this issue of language accessibility in the climate movement is actually far larger than just climate, because in fact, 75% of the world doesn't speak English, but 80% of scientific literature is only available in English. And when looking specifically at reports like the UN's IPCC report, which is widely regarded as one of the most renowned pieces of climate literature in the world, it's only available in the 6 UN languages. And those are languages that account for less than half of the world's speaking population, which means that the majority of people on our planet are unable to understand the documents and agreements that are being issued by the world's highest international political body. And this lack of easily accessible climate information leads to low public interest around tackling these huge issues when it comes to climate change. Recognizing this, I spent the rest of my high school career working with some of the largest nonprofit organizations in the world dedicated to tackling climate change. This was Greta Thunberg's Fridays for Future, Extinction Rebellion, Zero Hour, and it was an incredible experience. In 2019, young people were able to drive over 7 million people to go out into the streets to strike for climate action. We were on the front page of the New York Times. And yet, time and time again, I couldn't help but think that we were leaving people like my relatives behind in our advocacy, because all of our resources, all of our information, it was only available in English. And so in my senior year of high school, when the pandemic hit, I was 17, 18, I decided that I wanted to start Climate Cardinals, which is an international youth-led nonprofit working to make climate education more accessible to people who don't speak English. And so on the day that Climate Cardinals launched, I had gotten a few of my closest friends together, and we translated just a couple pages of climate information into 10 languages, and I posted it on my Instagram and invited people to come and volunteer with us. And then we made a TikTok video telling more people to come and volunteer with us, and on our first day, we went viral. And over 100,000 people watched that video, and 1,000 people signed up to work with us. And now, only 2 years later, over 8,000 people have signed up to work with Climate Cardinals in 41 countries, and we've been able to translate over 500,000 words of climate information into over 100 different languages for institutions like the UN Environmental Program, UNICEF, even the Italian government. And I often think if a group of ragtag teenagers that congregated solely through the power of social media could do this work, imagine the impact that a concentrated effort by governments, people in the tech space, policymakers, scientists, imagine the effort that all of these groups collectively could have with funding behind it. And I think that spaces like this are such a great opportunity to stress the importance of partnerships. Even in Climate Cardinal's work right now, AI and machine learning is playing a huge role in terms of making sure that our translations are more accurate, more efficient. We're working with tech companies that are developing better translation software. And so there's so much potential to bring together these different sectors, and I think it's so pivotal to note the importance of having young people at the centerpiece when it comes to issues like this. A few months after I started Climate Cardinals, I joined the UN on their Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change, representing the US as the youngest member. And now I meet with the head of the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, every 3 months to inform his climate strategy. And if the UN at the highest level of governments can implement a youth advisory group to tangibly influence their messaging and their policy and actually to make real change, then I think every government, every institution, every company has the obligation to listen to young people. My generation is already feeling the impacts of climate change at a rate 3 times higher than our grandparents. And every single person in the world, every single person in this room has the opportunity to contribute to climate action. We need to move people from feeling apathetic about the climate crisis, from thinking that this is a big issue outside of their control, to thinking critically about what is it that you can do as an individual, what can your company do to move the needle forward. We need everyone, from every country, from every room, young and old, to join the fight for climate justice. Issues like language, issues like English, that cannot be the barrier to entry. Thank you.
Writers and podcasters are moving away from emotionally fueled and ad-driven algorithms and taking back control of their content and communities. People are starting their own institutions and maintaining independence and control. In this session, we'll hear how an email newsletter renaissance has grown to further support content creator independence through podcasts and video. In conversation with Recode's Peter Kafka, let's welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO of Substack, Chris Best.
Chris, good job on picking the right seat. You did a good job. We're just reminiscing. I remember talking to you guys in the fall of 2017 when you launched the company. And at the time, the idea that you were going to provide a toolkit for people who wanted to create and maybe sell their own newsletters seemed like an interesting idea, but a small one. Didn't seem like a lot of people would want to take advantage of it. So catch me up. Where are you guys now? How many people are using the platform? How many people are making money on the platform?
Yeah, so it's been a few years. We've got over 1 million paid subscribers on the platform.
1 million paid subscribers.
1 million paid subscribers as of late last year. And the thing is kind of going. I'd say it's working.
It's working. People, especially who do what I do, are exceptionally curious about how many people are able to make a living selling newsletters on the service. There's some very high-profile people who've made a lot of money. What's the sort of overall universe of people who are making meaningful or enough money to support themselves on Substack?
Yeah, I think the top 10 people on the platform make about $20 million a year between them.
Top 10 people.
Top 10 people. So it's fairly power law, as you'd expect. Part of what we do is we make it as easy as possible for anybody to start their own Substack. So if you're thinking about starting a Substack, you should start one. It's very easy. And part of what that means is a lot of people start it and just kind of like never publish again or use it a little bit. So there's sort of this incredibly long tail where lots and lots of people can start one whenever they want. And then for some people, it takes and it grows and it becomes something that can turn into real side money, sometimes even something that can put a full-time focus into, or something that makes them quite rich. And it's not always, sometimes it's the people that you would expect, sometimes I think people sometimes have the impression that the people that they think they see in the news as being on Substack is representative of success on Substack. But there's also people that weren't professional writers before who come to be successful on Substack, which is one of the things that makes us the most excited.
So you're not going to tell me how many people make a living on Substack?
What's that?
So you won't tell me how many people make a living on Substack?
No, I don't.
No, okay. But enough to make it worthwhile. We should do a poll here. Who here is writing a Substack? You can raise your hand. I thought I'd see more. Okay, you got a bunch of Substack users.
Oh man, there's hands.
Who here is subscribing? Who's paying money for someone's Substack? Bigger group, me too. Okay. Where are you where you thought you'd be nearly 5 years later? Does this surprise you of the growth of the platform? Or is this sort of what you projected?
I've always been kind of bifurcated on this. On the one hand, I've always believed that this thing could be something truly enormous because I think we're tapping at the root of something that's a real shift in how people want to create and consume culture. And always along the way, I've been like, this is ridiculous. We're doing this thing. It's never going to work. No one's ever going to care about it. And so far, I think we're sort of following the path of the former. We're doing the thing that, in my wildest hopes, I thought we might be able to do.
So I talked to people who use the platform. Again, I have a personal interest in how that's going as someone who might want to have a Substack one day, and also just as a reporter. A lot of them say, something you guys did this year that has really been amazing for their personal Substack is you've added recommendations at the end of the Substack. And it's exactly what it sounds like, right? You finish someone's newsletter, and then you guys say, hey, here's 3 other newsletters similar to this, or we think you might like.
The writer sets those. The writer sets the recommendation.
The writer picks them?
The writer picks them.
So that sounds, and they say this has really helped my Substack grow. It's really a game changer. So on the one hand, that's great. On the other hand, it seems like, wow, you guys could have figured that out from day one. Now, you're running the company, I'm not. So why does it take you that long to implement what seems like a really sort of straightforward idea?
Totally fair question. And I think part of the answer probably is we should have figured that out sooner. It's really good. It's working really well. In our defense, or the thing that's maybe not straightforward about it is our ambition with Substack is to bring the benefit of a network and the power of being a part of this thing that's bigger than you could be a part of on your own, right? If we're charging 10% of your fees, we want to bring you more, we want to give you more than we're asking for in return, which means having this effect of cross-promotion, of working together, of benefiting from the other people there. At the same time, though, we believe in putting writers and readers in charge. And so the simplest possible version of that feature wouldn't be what we ended up shipping. It would be like, hey, you came for one thing, like, here's some other stuff we think you'll click on. Here's some other stuff that our algorithm thinks would help with growth. And like, don't worry about what the reader wants or what the writer wants. And for us, that's sort of in opposition to the thing that we're fundamentally trying to do. We want to bring the power of a network without recreating kind of the attention monster dynamics that rule other media platforms And the reason the best writers in the world come to Substack is because we live up to our promise of putting them in charge. And so finding the right way to have both of those, both the power of a network and the control, because what you're subscribing to on Substack is somebody that you trust, it's not completely trivial.
So prior to adding recommendations, the way a lot of people who I know who have Substacks found other readers was they either asked their readers to share it, or they went on Twitter, and if you had a big Twitter following and you guys used Twitter to sort of evaluate sort of how fervent a following someone had. But they also said, once you sort of get through your initial sets of tweets, everyone who's read your tweets has decided whether or not they want to subscribe. They're kind of out of options. How are you thinking about getting your users out to a larger audience?
One interesting thing about the Twitter thing, we do see a lot of people effectively using Twitter. Something we see for some of the most successful writers is that their social media followings, including Twitter, will start to grow a lot faster once their Substack is working. Because there's this thing that's raising their profile, it's introducing more people. There might be a case of, I came in with this many followers, I sold them all in the newsletter, and then the rest of them aren't going to come. But then if my profile and my follower count is growing, there can be sort of like a positive back and forth effect there. So you don't hit a limit. The problem that creates for us, though, is a big part of why we think Substack is important is not just something that can work for people, but that it matters to the world, is that it creates a real alternative to the attention monster games that happen on networks like Twitter, right? We want to tell writers, you shouldn't be totally at the mercy of the way that you have to be on Twitter to get attention. And there's a little bit of tension there with us where it's like, if that's the main way you grow, or if that's the only way you grow, that kind of belies that, right? If we're this great thing, but we're downstream from the sewage factory of Twitter, that's actually not great. And so things like recommendations, where we're allowing for, within Substack, where the writers are in charge to get new audience, is very important to us.
Speaking of Twitter, they went out and acquired a Substack competitor clone called Review. Facebook has launched their own version called Bulletin. They're apparently going to expand that. I don't know if that's public, maybe I just broke news. And then there's something called Ghost, which is basically a nonprofit open source version of that. So you went and created this space that no one had been in the space before. Now you have a bunch of competitors. How is that affecting your business?
The way I think of this is that the only thing worse than getting copied is not getting copied. I sort of think that...
I think you've used that line before, probably.
I have used that line before. I believe it. It's something that I think is true. Because there's not a path where Substack becomes very successful, where other startups don't try and copy it, where, Twitter and Facebook take loving inspiration from it. And the bulletin stuff is funny because we've seen them, the map makers used to put errors in the maps, and if you copied the error, you could tell they were copying your thing. It's very clear that Bulletin is directly copied from Substack in a bunch of places. It's the highest form of flattery.
But practically, so Ghost, one big advantage there is basically there's no fee, so they're not, it's 10% versus 0. And then something like Facebook, and we've had these discussions, the money means nothing to them, so they can throw what seems like to you a ton of money at a Malcolm Gladwell or whomever and say, we're going to give you a bunch of money, just try it out. It's more money, presumably, than you could offer. So how do you think about getting outbid by a platform on either end of the spectrum, either on the margin or on the advance?
I think there's a lot that Substack can offer, especially the best writers. I think that there's a selection effect where the people who are looking for a way to get a bit of money can take an advance from Bulletin, and that's great for them, and I'm thrilled that we're helping create that, helping inspire that opportunity for them. But the people who want to build something for themselves, Substack is a better platform. You'll grow more, you have all of the power of the network, and I think there's a reason why the best writers are here.
You guys generate a lot of attention.
That's a nice way to put that.
Because you're in the media business, and the media likes writing about media. The most recent headline you generated was you guys going out trying to raise money, apparently not getting either the money you wanted or the valuation you wanted, and then so you had your finances dumped out publicly in the New York Times. First, what's it like to have your revenue and fundraising splashed across the New York Times?
I love that the New York Times and other people pay as much attention to us as they do. It's uncomfortable at times, but you get used to it, and I think on the whole, it's good. It's good that we, as you say, probably have people obsess about us more than they should, given whatever our size and scale. I think it's fine. I'm kind of like, it's good that people care. I'm glad that Substack's top of mind.
And then practically, you went out, wanted to get money, didn't get money. We're now entering what could be a recession or a pullback, and every VC firm is telling all the startups, hey, you better make sure you got 20 months of runway, 24 months of runway, whatever it is, winter's coming, winter's here. What does that mean for you guys? How are you changing or not changing the way you're running your company?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is not really a Substack story. This is a market-wide story.
Yeah, but you're the one on stage.
What's that?
But you're the one on stage.
Yeah,
so.
I'm the one on stage. You know, I think we're actually it's going to be hard for us, like it's going to be hard for everybody. I think these kinds of pullbacks are irrational, creates a lot of heartache. It's tough. You have to make hard decisions. That's absolutely going to be the case with us. That said, I think we're in a pretty strong position, fortunate position compared to many other people. We still have a bunch of money in the bank. We're still growing. We have a great team. We have a business model that actually makes economic sense as it scales. So I think it's going to shift how we operate, but it's not going to fundamentally change what we're doing.
I'm not an economist or an economic prognosticator. The way people are talking the economy is a little funky because it doesn't seem like consumers have slowed down their spending. It seems natural that at some point you'll look at your 401k and go, I'm down 40%, and regardless of the fact that you're still up a lot over the last 10 years, you'll be less likely to spend money. You guys are a subscription business only right now. Are you seeing any signs that people are less willing to pay for a Substack subscription?
We're not seeing any signs of that yet, but I do think it's something we will watch closely for. I mean, not just now, but throughout history, one of the top reasons people cancel their paid subscriptions is because something changes in their life, they lose their job or their circumstances change, and they just can't afford it anymore. And so I definitely think if there's sort of a wide-scale effect that's causing a lot of people to have to trim things, their Substack subscriptions could easily be part of that. On the other hand, I also think there's an effect where in uncertain times and when there's sort of like things happening in the world that are affecting our lives, people are hungry for good writing, good news, good opinion, good analysis. So I think there's sort of like, it remains to be seen what the net effect of all that is.
Do you poll subscribers? Do you interview them? Do you do market research? Do you have a sense of, do they view the money they're spending on Substack as part of their news diet? So you're in the bucket that goes into the New York Times or the Athletic, which now the same thing. Are they just part of money they spend? So you're up with Netflix and Spotify and cable TV or going out to dinner? How does the Substack consumer think of the money they're spending?
That's a great question. I don't know if I have a perfect answer for that.
And are you guys contemplating, like, look, we might want to change either what we take from our contributors to make it more sustainable for them, if things are going to slow down, or maybe we should play around with pricing?
I don't think we need, the model fundamentally works. One thing that's interesting is, should writers be raising their prices? And I think the answer to that is maybe. And in fact, one of the reasons Substack works at all, this is kind of a funny story, when we first started, we let the writers set their price because we think writers should be in charge, so you should be able to set whatever price you want. And then a lot of the people we were talking to would come and say, I think I'll charge 25 cents a month. And we just had to be like, you can't charge 25 cents a month. It's not going to work for you. And so we set a minimum price of $5 a month on the platform. And in a way, it gave people sort of license to charge that much. They could blame us. They could say, oh, Substack, these bad guys are making me charge this, but pony up. And that actually helped a lot of people get to the place that they need to be. I think be interesting to know if people should be raising their prices and how we can help with that, I think.
So we have had this discussion a bunch over the last couple of years. You guys have generated a reputation, sometimes unwillingly, and sometimes I think you've leaned into it, as being a place where you are deliberately seeking out controversial writers, where you want writers who feel like this is a space where they could write whatever they want that wasn't available somewhere else. And often some of the most successful ones and most prominent ones are right-leaning. There's been calls for you to moderate what they're doing. You say, we're not going to do it. First of all, have you reconsidered any of your moderation, non-moderation principles that you've espoused over the last year or so?
No, I wouldn't say so. I kind of have two opinions here that animate my thoughts on this. One is I believe in freedom of the press. We believe in freedom of the press. We think that it's a fundamental necessity in a free society, and that to the extent that Substack can help contribute to that, we think it's doing good in the world. And there's a bit of a selfish thing where writers who are independent-minded are often more interesting, right? The writers that end up being controversial or end up having things that writing things that not everybody agrees with all the time is a sign of somebody that has something to say. And I think that's good.
So you guys, you have people like, I'm going to mess her name up, is it Heather Cox Richardson?
Heather Cox Richardson.
So is she still your most successful Substacker?
I think so, yeah. She's definitely up there. She interviewed the president a few weeks ago.
So she writes pretty apolitical, maybe a little left-leaning.
I mean, super mainstream liberal, super mainstream. I would say.
And then there's a roster of well-known people who are on the right side of the spectrum, who generate a lot of attention or generate a lot of money. Glenn Greenwald, Barry Weiss, Andrew Sullivan.
Yeah, is Glenn Greenwald on the right? Is Matt Taibbi on the right? With some of these people, it becomes interesting to even. It's unclear, I would say.
All right. But you have that reputation. At various times, that seems like that's concerned you. You want to go out of your way to highlight other kind of writers. Other times, when Elon Musk first announced that he was going to buy Twitter and that his big thing was to get rid of moderation, one of your comms people sent out a cheeky tweet basically telling Twitter people who are upset about that not to come work at Substack. Funny. It's good. Do you want to be seen as... do you want to be ecumenical where you're deliberately spreading this out as widely as possible across the ideological spectrum, or do you not care? If it turns out that your most successful writers are on the right side of the spectrum, are you fine with that?
I definitely think we want to be and are very ecumenical. I think we're at the scale now where if you're looking for some slice of thing on Substack, you can find it. And I think that is a necessary result of having kind of an index fund of culture. And I imagine that if people see a diff from what they see in the rest of the media, that stands out as like, oh, this is a special thing about Substack. I think in large part, it's just an effect of us having some of everything and people being surprised at some things they haven't seen elsewhere. I think it would be too bad, and something for us to avoid is becoming pigeonholed into any one thing. There are such a variety of people succeeding on Substack across, not just across the political spectrum, but across different topics, not just politics, it's religion, it's food, it's local news. There's so many different things that there's not one thing that Substack is for.
You guys, one of the reasons this spiked up most recently, well, it's probably a year now, was because you guys did introduce what you call your pro program. It's basically you're giving advances to writers you think would do well on the platform, but as an incentive for them to leave their job or at least spend time doing that. Is that working out the way you want? Will you expand it, or maybe have to pull back on that?
I think we're still figuring out what to do there. There's definitely been a lot of great stuff that's come from it, but it's never been, it's another piece that's been very outsized in people's understanding of Substack. It's never been a major part of our growth. Most of the writers on Substack just take the normal deal. Just showed up. Or that we recruited but didn't, the normal Substack deal is very good. And even the pro stuff, everyone ends up on the normal Substack deal. So I think it's not as big a deal as it seems to loom in people's imaginations.
Yeah, you hear money, and then you hear, oh, Barry Weiss is making $800,000, and everyone loses their mind.
Fair enough.
I'm all for my former colleague, Matt Iglesias, making a lot of money. I'm all for writers making a lot of money, so thank you.
Amen.
And podcasters. You guys have added podcasts. It's something you said was on your roadmap. Now it's out. The difference between a Substack podcast and one that I download from Apple or Spotify is what?
You can pay for it, you can get people's emails, you can have your personal media empire that also has writing, also has other things. It's very good. You should podcast on Substack.
Okay. Video, what else is coming? You doing video?
Video is in beta. We've got a mobile app now. If you haven't tried the Substack app for iPhone, you should get it. It's wonderful.
Why would I use the Substack app instead of having it delivered into my inbox?
It's a nice, beautiful reading experience.
Because I could, but there's a benefit to you guys, right? You would like me to use the app. It's better for you if I'm aggregated in the app.
I think it's better for everyone.
Okay.
If you
Chris,
like it.
This has been a good interview, I think. It's hard for me to hear half of what you're saying. Are you guys able to hear Chris? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. Chris Best, Substack, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just go anytime? As soon as they come? Yeah. So listen, that was great. Don't go anywhere. This sort of ended the formal part of day 2, but perhaps the most exciting part of Collision is yet to come. That's our pitch semi-final. So we're going to change the stage here. It's going to get pretty exciting up here. We're going to bring 13 startups back up in a moment and some of the best judges you'll ever meet, and we're going to see who's going to make it to the finals for pitch tomorrow at Collision 2022. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Privacy responsibility. You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for.
It begins here
at Web Summit.
Toronto had firmly arrived on the world's tech scene, the 4th largest tech market in all of North America.
What we're doing in Canada is making sure that there is room for everyone to succeed.
Toronto is having a moment.
We are building an ecosystem. The Silicon Valley's been around for 50+ years. This isn't going to happen overnight. I believe the culture of Silicon Valley drove others to a business model that is incredibly destructive. Let's not just sleepwalk into a world where technology authoritarianism governs our choices.
Technology is all around us. We are constantly being surveilled.
Responsible data use is one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility. You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
We don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed together, we're all going to fail separately.
Here at Web Summit, we have so many people who just have a voice that people want to hear.
One way democracy dies is people believe that their vote doesn't count.
We want to have a better future. We want to have a future.
The status quo does not have to win.
Now it's time for hope. We must fight for that hope.
We are the change that we have been waiting for. It begins here at Web Summit.
Please welcome to the stage your hosts,
Make it fun, make it
Casey
fun.
Lau
Yeah, don't worry about it.
and
Don't worry
Sunil
about
Sharma.
Big up. Sunil will make up the rest as we go along. Man,
I'll go.
they call us? Oh, shit.
All right, Casey.
Hello, hello. How's everyone feeling? Okay, that I know it has been a long day. We feel like we've been here for a week, but we're here only a day two. All right, hello everyone and welcome to Center Stage for the Collision Pitch Semi-Final powered by CAE.
So in just a few moments, the first of 13 semifinalists will begin to pitch their hearts out right here on Center Stage.
To get here, 8 of our semifinalists battled it out through the group rounds yesterday. So now out of 56 of Collision's most promising startups, 8 were deemed the best. These, along with 5 pre-selected semifinalists, will pitch right here, right now.
And only 3 startups are going to make it through to the pitch final, which is going to take place tomorrow here on Center Stage at 12:30 p.m. And so now to determine who the best finalists will be, we're going to need some incredible judges, and a lot of them, which of course we have.
Come on out.
Judges.
Judges. We got judges from The Fund, Wheel,
All right.
Winnie, Sorbet, Magical, Tier Mobility, Siemens Canada, CAE,
All right.
Techstars,
Grab your seats, yeah.
KPMG, and David Meltzer himself on stage.
A lot of judges.
Okay, yeah, move
Let's
down,
move a little
guys.
bit over. I'm gonna
Let the ladies
a little bit,
on
a little
there.
bit. Don't
Come
fall.
on.
Not. No, you're at the. You're
on,
at the
David,
limit.
don't fall off,
The
though.
limit.
Okay, that's good. Oh yeah, you can sit there. All right.
Okay.
For the semifinal, there'll be no Q&A. The startups will
Q&A.
only have 3 minutes to impress and convince our panel that they deserve one of the 3 coveted spots in tomorrow's finals. All right, that's enough from us. It's time to hear some pitches. Please.
Go.
All right, so please give a warm welcome to our first startup, curated for you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Katie Oakland, the co-founder and CEO of Curated for You.
You said first.
I'm an expert in consumer behavior and have more than 15 years of experience leading enterprise businesses on customer engagement strategies. When people are shopping, they either know what they're shopping for, like a pink jumpsuit, or they know why they're shopping, like a bachelorette party in Miami. Retailers should be able to capture sales from both types of shoppers, but they don't have the tools they need to convert the why shopper, and it's costing them more than $300 billion. Knowing and applying why data is hard. It takes entire e-commerce teams to research the purchase drivers and manually apply that data to their product catalog. Curated for You makes it easy. We've created an innovative, highly scalable technology that gives retailers a cost-effective solution to convert these why shoppers. Our platform offers retailers one solution with 2 key innovations. One, our proprietary lifestyle lexicon. It requires no research for the retailer. It's constantly evolving to stay current and consists of thousands of reasons why consumers are buying today. 2, powerful AI that reads images and text to rapidly and accurately enrich hundreds of thousands of products with metadata from our lifestyle lexicon.
We've proven our technology works. We've helped our customers increase the number of products they can convert or they can promote to the Y shoppers by 694%. We've increased the reasons they show up for Y shoppers by more than 6,500%. And by injecting our lifestyle lexicon into the customer experience, conversion rates increased by more than 500%. We sell retailers an API and a data visualization tool. They pay a monthly base fee and a setup fee, a monthly base fee and a volume fee based on the number of live SKUs they have on their website. Our margins are more than 95%. Our happy customers and a rapidly growing pipeline prove that retailers want this product and need this product. Our customers are saying Curated for You is the most innovative technology they've ever seen, that it's a game changer, not just for their entire organization, but for the entire industry. We're raising $4.2 million to onboard these pipeline customers and to scale our lexicon based on demand. Curated for You is difficult to replicate as it requires expertise across multiple domains, where our executive team has more than 50 years of experience. The trillion-dollar fashion industry is just the beginning. Our mission is to contextualize the world's products, places, and services for everyone, everywhere. Thank you so much for your time. Please email me at katie@curatedforyou.io for more info. Have a great evening.
Okay, A-Link, that was a great start. Well, now, that was fantastic. We're going to bring up A-Link. It's time to hear from them. Please welcome a company called A-Link.
We're ready. Hello, everyone. In our quest to reduce friction in mobile payments, we inadvertently broke Apple Pay. A-Link is a South Korean B2B startup, and we make contactless payment easy for everyone: the user, the payment app provider, and the merchant. Using any payment-enabled app, assume this is a phone, using any phone, including iPhone, the user taps on an untethered tag, and the payment is done. Simple, elegant, and economical. Contactless payment represents a $6 trillion opportunity. However, restrictions such as Apple only allowing Apple Pay to be used for contactless payments on iPhones hampers growth and costs banks money. With A-Link's technology, any bank, any fintech, any payment provider, such as PayPal, can enable in-person contactless payment through their own app on any phone without the need for Google Pay, Samsung Pay, or Apple Pay. What allows this is A-Link's patented technology, which reverses the process by which the payment information is transferred from the user device to the merchant terminal. And as a testament to the ease of implementation, both in the user app side as well as in the merchant side, we have already signed up and are live with 40,000 merchants in Korea since our launch in October of 2021. And we are onboarding new merchants on a monthly basis. Our company was founded by a former Samsung Pay architect and launcher, and we are backed by some of the biggest names in Korea across online, retailing, and financial services, including Naver, which is the Google of Korea, and Lotte, the largest retailing group in Korea, and Mira Asset, the country's largest securities and asset management company. To date, we have received $2.7 million in funding, and we are now seeking the next stage growth capital to expand our business beyond Korea and beyond payments. Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
That was another great pitch. Sorry, apparently our eyes were getting bad. It was all link, not A-link. Sorry about that. All link. All right.
Yeah.
So hoping to keep up the momentum is our next startup. So let's welcome to the stage Govalo.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rian Beutler, and I am the founder and CEO of Govalo. I have been building in the Shopify App Store for almost a decade, and as of today, I was announced as 1 in 10 of global Shopify developer champions, which means I get a little bit of an inside sneak peek into what's coming next. And what I know is what I built and what my team built is really something awesome. And I want to talk about this, right? Gift cards suck. It's true. How many of you, think about it, have just found a gift card in your wallet or just in a drawer? Are you like me and you found a whole box of them from your daughter's bat mitzvah during the pandemic? You know, who knows? Who knows? And this is very challenging. In fact, the former CTO of Shopify, one of my investors, sent me this picture and said to me, "Are great gifts really simple?" Because if you look at this, there's 2 fraud flags. It says you can't check out yourself. The Starbucks gift cards are handwritten, and it's pretty chaotic. Not to mention, if you give me one of these, I'm thinking, you don't really know me, do you? You must just assume I like stuff, and you would be correct. The other thing that isn't really awesome is digital gifting. As of right now, the native solution for Shopify works as such. If I send you a gift card, it actually goes to me, and then I forward it to you, and then I say, hey, check your email. That's not really a gift, is it? That's just a forwarded email, and it doesn't feel the same. And the reality is that broken workflow loses merchants money. On top of supply chain disruptions, which are increasing, as well as the rising cost of acquisition due to zero-party data and consumer confidence at an all-time low, we have to do everything in our power to encourage merchants to sell more and become financially stable in what will be a depressed economy. The TAM is huge. The gift card TAM is growing and will be $510 billion by 2025, and the gifting market will be $2.7 trillion by 2027. It's our goal at Govalo to empower small businesses. That is what we do, and that is our ethos. Here is a screenshot from Felix Gray. Digital gift cards is what we have shipped, as well as giftable subscriptions on Bold Commerce and Recharge Payments, as well as giftable products, which is shipping next week. Here's some stuff that people are saying. They're saying, we're using this for customer service. They gave a $10 gift card, and then someone bought 2 more items. Isn't that fantastic? And with that, I want to make sure that you know we can make gift cards suck less together.
Okay. That was great, Govalo. Gift cards do suck. All right. Will our 4th startup be the one that wins? Let's find out. The company is called .mind Unlocked. Please come out.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ishal Khan, and I'm the founder of .mind Unlocked. I have taught children with special needs all around the world. There is a global problem of grouping together different mental disorders and teaching them with a one-fit-for-all approach. It just doesn't work. To address this issue, we have developed this wearable headset that reads brainwave activity to provide a diagnosis and therapy for different mental disorders. We are on a mission to help 1 billion individuals suffering from mental health issues, starting with the condition of attention deficiency hyperactive disorder. So while surveying families with ADD, I met Jacqueline. Jacqueline realized there's something wrong with her son at a very young age. She was embarrassed to take him into public. Eventually, she started getting complaints from teachers, and that's when she decided to get him tested for ADHD. Navigating through the healthcare system took another 2 years before receiving a confirmed diagnosis. Treatment wasn't easy to find. Michael, on the other hand, started failing at school. He felt lonely and withdrawn. Medication didn't work for him. Similar to Michael, there are 1 billion individuals worldwide diagnosed with a mental health condition of ADHD. This creates an economic burden of $5 trillion. So as you saw in the case of Michael, 5 precious years of his life were wasted before receiving a confirmed diagnosis. This is inefficient. Misdiagnosis is extremely common, and medication is based on trial and error. It can easily add up in expenses. Our solution is efficient, accurate, and affordable. We give diagnosis within minutes. The diagnosis is based on your EEG data, so it's accurate, and it's at a fraction of the cost. Our product combines both hardware and software. Using the headset, we run clinically established algorithms to form a diagnosis. Therapy is provided through games. Our product serves 2 customer segments. Neuron is our clinician-facing portal, and Nerve is our direct-to-consumer product. Unfortunately, the most common and affordable solutions out there for ADD are the least effective. We are serving an untapped market. I am an electrical engineer. My partner, Dr. Rashida Chaudhary, is a PhD neuroscientist. We have doctors, neuroscientists, as well as advisors on board, both locally in Canada, US, and around the world, to help complete our R&D, as well as launch in the North American market. We had conducted over 1,000 preclinical research studies at McGill University to help develop our IP. And thereafter, our launch in 2019, we have completed 300 child development assessments with an accuracy to diagnose of 92%. Over the past several years, we've won close to $500,000 through awards and grants, which has allowed us to complete phase 1 of discovery, initial prototyping and testing. Currently, we're in phase 2 of our alpha launch, and by 2024, we aim to launch in the North American market. We are seeking $3 million to fuel our next stage of development, and we urge you to join us on our mission to help 1 billion individuals struggling with mental health issues. My name is Ishal Khan, and I'm the founder of Mind Unlock. Thank you.
Woo! Thank you. Wow, the standard's really high this year. Let's welcome our next semifinalist. The startup is called Debbie.
Hello, excited to be here today a second time. For those of you who already heard me in the morning, I'll try to also add something new. We're building a company called Debbie, where we're helping borrowers break free of the debt cycle for good. And for us, that problem is personal. I grew up in a family that always struggled with debt. We were an immigrant, single parent, non-college educated family, and really struggled with this behavioral cycle of constantly falling in and out of credit card debt. And it's interesting because for me as an adult, I fell right into the same trap, racked up $15,000 by the time I was 20 years old, and was really burdened with high interest. And let me help you step into my shoes for a second. If I'm a 20-something-year-old trying to get out of debt, and I'm going into the market, what are my options? It really splits into 2 approaches. One is fast cash, so I'm going to see a million ads for pay off loans or quick cash like cash advance. The other option is automation. So there's a lot of apps now. The newer, sexier thing is to automate my debt repayment, right? To offer me an algorithm that's going to automatically figure it out for me. The problem with both of these is that neither of them is targeting the underlying root cause of why I got into debt, and so they're not going to stop me from going right back into the same cycle. And so even though there's been an unprecedented amount of companies that have tried to solve this issue, it has only grown. If you look at last quarter, we saw the biggest increase in credit card debt ever recorded by the Fed. At the same time, you see this shadow industry that has risen around buy now, pay later, which has only made this problem worse for people struggling with debt. And this is where Debbie comes in. We're building the first rewards platform for debt payoff that really focuses on behavior change. How does it work? We like to think of ourselves as the Noom for debt payoff, where instead of targeting the symptoms of debt, we're actually targeting the underlying behaviors. In the future, we want to completely change how people interact with their debt payoff progress, in that they can actually earn rewards for good behavior. How does it work to the user? So user can come into Debbie, and they actually get paid to pay off their debt. They'll connect their accounts. We'll actually start creating a curriculum for them, and as they complete that curriculum, they can earn cash rewards. Now, we've seen tremendous growth and interest for this product, especially as the debt problem becomes a bigger topic of conversation. We've seen our waitlist grow in the last couple of months to 15,000 people with most of that being organic growth. But most importantly, and the stat that we are actually most proud of, is that actually in the last 2 months, our users paid off 3 times as much debt compared to our non-active users. So around $450 per month, which is no small chunk of change. Thank you very much for listening. If you want to look us up, we're at joindebbie.com.
To me? Hey, that was amazing. That was amazing, Debbie. Good job. All right, coming up on the stage next is a company called Boto. Please, let's give them a warm welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Breno, and I'm the founder and CEO of Boto.io, a no-code platform where anyone can build bots to automate their Web3 activities. So the crypto space is a 24/7 space, but us humans are not. So automation is very important in the crypto space. Just to be able to filter the information that is out there and receive the information where you need it, the time you need it, it's already huge value added. So at Boto, we build a platform that allows anyone to build a bot in a few minutes by just using one of our pre-built templates, or by creating a bot from scratch, as you can see on the screen, by drag and drop one of the blocks that we have in our platform and using your own logic to build a bot to automate your activities. We launched in August last year, and to date, our community has created over 29,000 bots. Those bots have done over 49 million actions and over 4,500 Discord servers. We have a team of 8 people. I'm the founder and CEO. Before Boto, I was working doing revenue intelligence for Ripple, and I've been in the crypto space for over 6 years. We have an incredible, diverse team. We are a remote-first company, and people from diverse backgrounds, such as build their own company or work for startups such as WikiHow and Amazon. We are currently working in the Botoverse. We are launching it this month, which will allow our users to not just create their own bots, but share that as templates. So now you're not only going to have the recipes created by our team, but you're going to be able to tap into the recipe created by any of our 7,000 plus users. And next month, we are creating actions in the NFT space. So you're going to be able to act even faster, not just by receiving a notification, but you're going to be able to buy or list or bid for an NFT just through interactions with the bot. We have raised $3.8 million to date from top crypto VCs and traditional fintech VCs. So some of them, Consensus Mesh, have the MetaMask app, Protocol apps, which found Filecoin, and some more traditional fintech VCs such as QED and Fintech Collective. Thank you very much for your time. Please reach out if you're interested, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
All right.
All right, everyone give a huge round for Boto. Very cool. All right, we're getting close to the halfway point. So up next is a company called Share. Come on out, Share. Okay, then I'll...
Hi, everyone. I'm Padmini Gupta, the CEO and co-founder of Share. Share allows anyone, anywhere, to share their financial access with people they care about. But why do we need a product like Share? Because at the heart of finance, there's a structural barrier. See, all financial products were designed with an income earner in mind. But guess what? Most people actually don't work. See, 60% of the world, or 4.5 billion people, don't have an income. And they spend more than 40% of global consumer spending, or $25 trillion. Before Share, there was the use of cash and no accountability. With Share, there's accountability and the use of credit. Let's see how income earners share their financial access with people they care about. You add an existing card, and then you can share it after you set a limit. It can be from any bank, any network, from anywhere. And you can share it with someone at home or cross-border. You can share it with multiple people at the same time. On receipt, it activates, and then you can use it on the app without anyone accessing your card data. And the best part about it is actually that you can monitor what's being spent and control it as well. Now you can actually share it with your kids, share it with your families, share it with a friend, and know what's happening with your money. So being a pure tech play has allowed us to grow into 175 plus countries. I'd say we're the most global fintech in the world. And not only are we global, but we're actually growing exponentially. In 2021, we grew 300x. Oh, and now we have over $1 billion shared on the platform. Because we're global and decentralized, we're actually outpacing centralized platforms, really well-known ones. And the best part is that I can actually see a way to do 10x that in this next year. So we're rewriting the playbook on fintech. We're the most global, we're the most high growth, and we're the most social fintech platform. At the heart, Share allows income earners to share their money and support their kids, their families, and their communities, and bank their tribe. And if you imagine a world where actually 1 billion income earners can actually do that, bank their tribes, and build a fair financial system, that's the world we're building. Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
All right, great job. That brings us to the halfway point of the semifinal. And in just a few minutes' time, we'll hear from our last 6 competing startups. But first, we're going to do a talk with someone who's been in the same position as the startups pitching today. As most of you will know, last year's Collision was an online edition, but that didn't stop the startup called Couply from making impact, as they were crowned Collision 2021 pitch winners. So because it was online, I kind of felt bad, so I thought, let's bring them out here so you can all hear from them. So let's welcome their founder, Tim Johnson. Tim, come on out. How's it going, Tim?
So good. Thank you,
Great.
Case.
So, first of all, I think everybody wants to know, what was the experience you had last year pitching online?
Well, it's not quite the same as this. You don't get the lights, the audience, don't get this energy, but it was still really wonderful. The judges were awesome. We still got that experience of pitching and putting ourselves out there. And for every startup, both backstage and in this room, it's so important to do that. It was the first time we'd spoke about Couply, what we were building, publicly. So it was still a very exciting time.
So even though we're halfway through the entire pitch process, what startup tips, pitch tips, would you have for the remaining startups going to come out here?
Well, we've seen some awesome pitches, right, judges? They were pretty amazing. I think so. If I was to say, look, try and tell a story, like talk about the impact to people. You guys hear a lot, and it's hard to sometimes keep track of the numbers in just a 3-minute pitch, but if you talk about the reason that you're creating the product and the impact that your product is having on others, I think you can't go wrong. Tell that human element and the human story.
Great, great. You sound like an old veteran there with all those tips. You just won it last year, right? All right, so tell us, in the last year, how has Couply changed since you guys won Pitch 2021?
Hey, Pitch 2021 changed everything for us. We got our first recognition, we got our first press, and that led to our first big spike in downloads, and that led to hundreds of 5-star reviews, which then pushed us up and up and up the rankings. We are now, this week, the #1 app for couples in the Google Play Store, and we're also going to be featured by the Apple App Store all of this week, so it's been an amazing year.
I think thanks to Collision, right?
All
thanks
to Collision.
Great. All right, that was great, Tim. Thanks a lot. Now let's get back to this year's semifinal. Give him a round of applause. Thanks, Tim. Good luck with Couply. All right, since I'm here, let's welcome onto the stage for our next startup called Orna.
Hello, ladies and gents. We are at war, but not the one you think, cyber war, actually. So we're talking about millions and millions of people's livelihoods being threatened by cyber criminals, in particular, hostile organizations, and we're talking both governments and government-sponsored organizations are actively going after our freedom, our money, our reputation, and in fact, our way of life. $6 trillion have been lost to cyber attacks last year alone. Think about this number. That's 6 million, that's 6,000 billion dollars. It's mind-boggling, it's incomprehensible. It's actually a huge problem, particularly so for mid-sized organizations that contribute 70% to this statistic. Now, if you run a mid-sized business, there's a 20% chance that you will experience a damaging cyber attack this year. That's very problematic, so what do? You can go to some of the existing vendors, Palo Alto, Splunk, IBM, you know the names. But all of these solutions have critical flaws in the context of mid-sized businesses. They're ludicrously expensive, typically clocking in at $500,000 per year. That's just the cost of opportunity, not to mention the resources. They are extremely difficult to use for mid-sized businesses in particular because they often don't have the knowledge, the resources, and just about any kind of infrastructure to take full advantage of these tools. And three, inexplicable to me, actually, as cybersecurity professionals, they tend to focus on just the IT and the technical component of incident resolution. They ignore legal, regulatory compliance, communications, third-party management, and all of the other vital aspects of holistic incident response. Now, Orna. Well, we've built a solution just to answer these demands. One, starts at $1,000 a month. Cybersecurity doesn't need to be expensive. And it's a full-fledged enterprise security solution and orchestration solution. Two, incredibly easy to use. In fact, we've won best-in-class user experience, very stress-free, very intuitive. And three, it covers the entire incident response lifecycle. It's very holistic, legal, comms, everything, technical as well, right? But our secret sauce is our AI called Thea. Now, Thea cross-correlates data across 28 sources online, including the dark web, and then it enriches incident with this data. So when Orna detects an attack, it not only alerts all of your stakeholders, but it creates hyper-specific tasks, actions for all of them, detailed on how to resolve this specific attack at this specific point in time for your specific company. Nobody else does this. And among the shortage of cybersecurity resources globally, 4 million unfilled positions. This is key. Now, clearly, we're doing something right, because just 5 months of starting this company, we have 50+ customers, we have crossed $1 million in revenue, and we have oversubscribed our $1 million seed round. Thank you.
Okay, great job. Hey, if Orna doesn't work, Marvel, you found your next Tony Stark. All right, have we seen the winner of Pitch 2022, or are they still to come? Who's it going to be? Maybe it'll be this one. Let's bring out this next company. It's called Technology AIM Colors.
What makes you unique? And how do you express that difference? When it seems all we do is go to work with few nights to let go and even fewer opportunities to show how creative we are, even if it's at our fingertips. I'm here to tell you about the future of self-expression and how that future is here now. For 82% of all women worldwide, expressing themselves through nails is already important. But current solutions come with a heavy price. First, they take over an hour to apply and dry as if our time were expendable. Second, they expose us to chemical solvents. And third, every nail polish that has ever been created is still in this planet as microplastic waste. We are here to change that. I'm Dr. Ali Huerta. I'm a co-founder and the CEO of AIM Colors.
E-polish are artificial nails that can be instantly customized from a mobile app. Our R&D allows us to make science fiction a reality. E-polish only takes 30 seconds to customize. It doesn't require chemical solvents, and it lasts up to a year, translating to 1/3 of the costs and less waste for our planet. We also empower our community through our marketplace, where creators can now take their nail art global, and everyone can join. So your designs can go viral as you monetize each one of your sales. Our algorithm allows you to discover trends as unique as you. Our product allows for 85% margins at high volumes. Furthermore, we have raised $55,000 in non-dilutive funding, hosted 35 students, and received positive feedback from over 85 customer interviews, where we had identified performers as our entry market, since their nails are always on display when they hold a microphone, but they can't match them to their costume change. Finally, we have an incredible team positioned to take on this opportunity. Isabella is a computer engineer and a product manager at Microsoft. And personally, I have a PhD in sustainable chemistry and work full-time at AIM. Our advisors are experts in hardware and fashion. We are fundraising to finalize our MVP and soft launch in North America. That radiance we emit, when we are allowed to show ourselves for who we truly are, shouldn't penalize our time nor our planet. Join us in creating the future of self-expression. Thank you.
All right, another amazing startup. Hoping to follow that trend is our 10th startup. Welcome to the stage, Modu.
The world is flat. Not actually, but you should have seen your reactions. It sounds crazy to try and represent something that's 3D and beautiful in such a 2D and uninspiring manner. Yet, here's the first photo ever, and here's a photo from today. As you can see, you don't really feel like you're in that image. You're not feeling that meadow, that sunshine on your face, and that's because after 196 years, we're still capturing our life's 3D moments and reliving them in 2D. Why? So let me emphasize. The world isn't flat, so why should our media be? Well, for years, the medium has been flat, and that's restricted our media, our memories, our stories, and our art to the same flat medium. But that's about to change. Augmented reality is going to introduce a new medium in which it will be a digital layer on top of our physical world. And what can that do? Well, it's going to add depth into our media. And when we have depth to our media, we can finally immerse ourselves in that moment. It's called Media 3.0. At least that's what we call it. And creating it today really sucks. You need time, money, and expertise to get it done, but that's about to change. My name's Abdusar, and this is my co-founder, Mo Alyssa. Together, we've combined our extensive experience in the worlds of content and technology to tackle this problem. We started off by introducing the first Media 3.0 format that could automate out complexity while delivering simplicity, and brought it directly to the consumer via the consumer app Film 3D. We released the app in 2019, giving anyone, anywhere, the ability to tap their phone and get a 3D photo. And as of today, we've seen over 60 million Film 3Ds captured from over 4 million users, 400,000 of which are active every month, and 85% of which download the app organically. But we weren't done there, so we brought it out to the enterprise through 2 more Media 3.0 technologies. Through there, we were able to bring Media 3.0 to companies like Google, Nike, Amazon, the Australian Open, and more. But we're just getting started. After 3 years, it's time to go scale our team and deliver the full vision. So introducing Modu, the first platform for Media 3.0 that allows anyone, anywhere to capture, create, and integrate immersive content in seconds. Our 3 dynamic media platforms come together to allow you to capture your world in 3D, edit your world in 3D, and finally embed your world into any web or mobile experience. That's Modu, and it works on any device without the need for expertise. If you can take away 3 things from this presentation, it's that 1, the world isn't flat. 2, your media shouldn't be either. And 3, Modu is making it happen. Thank you very much.
Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. Thank you, Modu. Okay, we have 3 more pitches left in the semifinals, which will lead us into the final stretch, and that is going to be with Global Measure. Please come out.
Thank you. Global Measure is North America's first social enterprise focused on third-party certification of sustainable and ethical fashion brands. The fashion supply chain is complex and comprises of a range of activities from raw fiber production to manufacturing and disposal. Unfortunately, production comes at a cost. This includes a number of social and environmental issues that have gained prevalence over the years. One example from a retail perspective is companies such as Coach, Burberry, and Nike allegedly slashing and burning merchandise in an attempt to prevent market dilution. Unfortunately, merchandise that ends up in landfills can remain there for hundreds, if not thousands of years. This takes us to the current landscape of the fashion industry. We know from data gathered by the EPA that textile waste has increased by over 550% in the past 60 years. We also know from a recent survey by Deloitte that 69% of consumers experience barriers in finding sustainable fashion brands and products. This means that 46% of sustainable fashion brands are not found. Global Measure offers a solution that can help both fashion brands and consumers. We help brands avoid greenwashing by helping consumers connect with authentically fibers that have gone through an authentic LCA analysis. We also offer brands a holistic solution. We don't just look at their products, but we also look at their entire operations. We look at their supply chain practices, their customer interactions, and their labor. We also offer efficiency and trust for customers by helping them connect with verified, sustainable options. Global Measure's overall solution basically helps a platform by which consumers can connect with verified, sustainable options. Consumers can go online and verify that tagged products are actually certified by our product. Global Measure has made early traction in its startup journey. In a survey of about 200 fashion brands, 89% expressed interest in leveraging sustainability as a market differentiator. We've had early success with beta testing. We've gone through the process with 3 fashion brands and their entire supply chains. We've also formed collaborations with organizations such as C40 Cities, Women for Climate, and the Center for Social Innovation. We have a small but mighty female-led team. Collectively, we have 75 years of experience. Our advisory board chair, Marilyn McNeil-Morin, has 15 years of experience as the head of George Brown College's head of the School of Fashion and the director of Fashion Exchange. I want to close by echoing the sentiment of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's latest report, stating that the time for change is now or never. Thank you.
All right, give a great round of applause to Global Measure. All right, now we move on to our penultimate pitch of the semifinals. Please welcome back to the stage, Brave Virtual Worlds.
Hello, Collision. We at Brave Virtual Worlds aim to understand human movement. But who cares most about their movement? Athletes and coaches, whose careers depend on competing and staying healthy. Tens of millions of dollars and tens of thousands of hours are spent on an athlete's journey to the pros. If an athlete is injured, that is time, money, and games lost. From our surveys, 96% of sports organizations, athletes, and coaches seek some form of injury prevention and competitive edge. One of our champions, Josh Jackson, he is a pro long driver, and he was able to increase his swing by 4 miles per hour in just 10 minutes of using our technology. That's a big deal because that was, at his level, 9 months shaved off of a 2-year training program. For Josh Jackson and many others, we have developed the all-in-one human movement assessment tool that we like to call Valor. Valor is 10 wearable sensors that go around your body and connect wirelessly to your smart device. It's a 2-minute setup time, no cameras required, and you can capture, visualize, and improve anywhere, anytime. Coaches leverage our platform in order to save time and speed up the learning experience. Our technology enables them to unlock real-time insights into injury prevention, optimizing performance, and tracking progress over time. We're first focused on sports performance as our initial beachhead market to refine and validate our technology. As our database and motion capture AI grows, we'll be able to move into the global wearable market for consumers. To reach that goal, we first need to focus on sports organizations and facilities as our first adopters. We have 14 customers and partners, as well as 100+ users to date. We currently specifically focus on certain movements and sports in order to quickly get the insights and improve the user experience. We also have 2 US patents granted to us by the USPTO on our technology. We have a base pricing model of $275 per month that includes the first suit alongside the subscription. We also have a premium tier that scales depending on the number of suits requested and certain API integrations. We all graduated from the University of Virginia and have been working on Brave from the past 4 years. We have participated in multiple accelerators and incubators, having built a strong network along the way. We just raised $710,000 out of our $1 million seed round and are looking to close by the end of summer. Right now, we're looking for athletes and coaches who want to suit up with Valor. So if anyone comes to your mind, share them our website and follow us on social media. Thank you.
Wow. All right.
There you go.
That was great. Brave. All right. So 12 have pitched. We have one last semifinalist to go through. Let's please give a warm welcome to our last pitch of the night, Dyn Technologies.
Alrighty. Well, apologies if my voice is a bit harsh. Seeing Lupita Nyong'o stay in this stage got me screaming, and hence this voice. Well, but did you know that she's a foodie? How many foodies in this area right now? I like it, because with everything we do, we connect interesting people over the love of food. We scale restaurants and help build the local economy. We just happen to be creating 2 beautiful SaaS products that make it effortless. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arnav, and I'm the CEO and founder of Dyn. Before I go into the business, let me show you one of our customers, Lara from Vancouver, a local restaurant owner who made nothing during the pandemic. But over the last couple of months with Dyn, she has opened 3 new locations and is making 10 times the revenue each day. And this is not just 1, but 200+ clients that work with us. So in short, our concept is simple. We promote B2B growth, connecting B2C communities. And with over 8,000 users coming from 6 cities and 200 restaurant partners, we are on a mission to get Dyn in every pocket across North America. We come from a diverse team of 8 different academic backgrounds in 11 countries, all united over the love of food. And today, I'm here to talk about the product market fit. But wait, where did this all start? It started when we saw that during the pandemic, more than 70% of the restaurants went bankrupt. And the emotional toll individuals faced made them lonely. Multiply that number in millions, and then you see the problem. So we created a solution to bridge the gap, a B2C mobile app that connected individuals in just 5 simple clicks, allowing them to find like-minded individuals through machine learning, restaurants, and tons of coupons. And for Collision, we are giving out 1,000 free deals in Toronto. So download the app right now. Shameless plug, I'm sorry. But on the B2B side, we use a machine learning dashboard that allows restaurants to increase their revenue by over 11 times. And this number has been proven with 200 partners, forecasting their revenue, using their pricing strategies, and also automating their marketing automation. We have proven our pricing strategy with over 60 clients right now, and now we are engaging in differentiating in different cities. What people before us didn't understand, that connecting people over food is simple, but the revenue potential lied on the B2B side, where we maximize the restaurant revenue and get us 3 different revenue streams of subscription, commission, and a lot of engaging events. We have established partnerships with big companies like the Yum brand, as well as strategic partnerships in universities to get us people to come with us. And in this, I want to hop across different geographical locations and market verticals to make Dyn available with every person who loves meeting and enjoying connecting over food. So if all of this sounds good, the concept is simple. Everyone loves food. Food connects people. And if that sounds great to you, so come and dine with us today. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, center stage audience, please give a massive round of applause to dine in all of our semifinalists here today. All right, judges, now it's time to lock in your scores and decide who will make it through to our pitch final tomorrow, which we'll announce in just a few minutes. But first, Sunil.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we should just start off by saying, Casey, is we've done this for a lot of times in a lot of cities and countries. Those were perhaps the best roster of pitches, top to bottom, I've seen yet at Collision or Web Summit or Rise. So I'm incredibly proud of those 13 companies. I'll start with that.
Yeah, that's right. Give it up. Give it up. Awesome.
Yeah. Let me just maybe ask someone a question. I know one person here, Rupa. I'm going to start with you. What'd you think? What'd you think? Did you have a favorite pitch? And if so, Jenny, if so, why?
I knew you would put me on the
Why
spot.
not?
Thanks for nothing. So I loved all the pitches. First of all, seeing founders' passion and energy is just one of the favorite things about what I do. I really liked two of the pitches. One was Mind Unlocked, because that's a real problem they're solving, and they've come up with a technology that's easily accessible and can really help people, and that solves a real problem for parents, for example, who are concerned about their kids, and healthcare is expensive and hard to access in many places, so I see a lot of potential for that. The second one, I have to say, I just loved AIM Technologies. I don't actually myself paint my nails, I have short nails, but what a cool idea, what cool technology. It's a massive market. I can see that people would have really real fun with doing that, so it was cool.
Possible Techstars caliber companies, right? Okay.
Sunil said he'd paint his nails if they won, so it's great. I'd like to I'll call on Ryan from CAE, who's powering our event. Same question to you, sir. Which one did you find the best and why?
Well, I guess I thought they were all fantastic. You know, the noble missions are, something that I found to be incredibly impressive. I don't know if I really want to pick a favorite, but I would like to challenge Brave Virtual Worlds to attempt to fix my golf swing.
Okay, great. I'm sure they're going to come out and give it to you to
David,
test out.
you've been with us. What do you think? First of all, what do you think of the overall roster you've compared to other places?
It gets better and better every year, and obviously over the virtual side of it, it's exciting to be in person. Brings a whole new dimension when you're in front of this big crowd.
Yeah.
And I've thought the credibility, I invest in entrepreneurs like you. And to see the credibility of the entrepreneurs that actually put the time in to articulate the value to exceed what they're asking for, I think all 13 of them did an extraordinary job in articulating that value and having the credibility that's necessary for at least stimulating interest of investment. So I want to congratulate all 13.
And that said, pick one.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You're going to fight me on the name, but I really enjoyed the cybersecurity.
Yeah.
I thought the size of the market and how they addressed the extraordinary. I couldn't believe the billions of people that have been abused already. So I think that filled a tremendous need in the pitch. I didn't like the sunglasses, but everything else I liked.
Yeah, so he picked Tony Stark.
Okay, great.
I get that. That was good. That was
Sarah,
a good one.
since you're on the stool in the end, it's your turn to choose. What was your favorite one and why?
Well, people stole my answers already.
That's okay.
But I also really loved Mind Technologies. Working in the childcare space, like mental illness is a huge epidemic now among children, so that seemed like a really creative and smart approach. And then I also wanted the nail one, just personally, because that would be amazing.
Okay, great. Right.
Jenny Fielding, have you ever invested in any startups?
Not too many.
Not too many?
But actually, there was one that had pitched me here a while ago, and so it was incredible to see a path that I had done, which probably wasn't good because she crushed it today, and that was Debbie.
Yeah.
Obviously, debt is a huge problem for many people, and I love the approach that she's taking, and I love the traction she's had since she pitched me 2 years ago. So that was incredible to see, kind of all the progress.
Yeah, Debbie was good.
Great. Great.
Are we still stalling for
Everybody,
time?
Yeah, we'll keep going because I think they're still tabulating the stuff in the back. So let's go one more. Faisal, what did you think? What was your favorite one and why?
Yeah, I think I really like the passion and the drive of all the entrepreneurs, but I really also like the Mind Unlock because it's a huge purpose. It can change lives, and that's the reason I love that one.
Which one? Sorry.
The Mind Unlock.
Okay.
I also like Debbie. We need to.
That's a lot of people liking that one.
I like also Debbie because we need to get the debt down. So that's a good one.
Okay. Well,
Great.
Casey, you have an envelope there.
Oh, what
do
is
the
this?
honor. Do it.
The 3 victorious startups who would take part in the pitch powered by CA final tomorrow are right here in this hand. So let's bring them out again. All 13 startups, come on out. Stand in a line right here. Yeah, come this way. Good idea. Keep it going. Who's the winner? Who do you love the best? Shout out their names. Sunil. Who's your favorite, Sunil? You're Techstars. You look at a lot of deals. Who would you like to invite to a Techstars Toronto?
I think it's Bato. I like Bato. I mean,
Bato's up here.
Traction's
Bato's up
I know,
here.
but the cheerleaders are over here, so I'm just watching them, right? Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so I have the 3 winners who will take place in pitch tomorrow. So let's do this American Idol style. Everyone, join hands, and here we go. Dim the lights. Join hands, join hands. Let's do this, come on.
Oh.
We're doing this. We're not kidding around here. All right. The 3 startups that are joining us tomorrow by pitch powered by CAE. Number 1, DotMind Unlocked. Step forward.
Okay, step up.
Number 2, Share.
All right.
Sunil, who's the 3rd one? Who do you think?
Maybe Debbie. Let's see.
Number 3, Modu.
All right, all right. Okay. Well, today, the power was all in our judges' hands. Tomorrow, in the grand finale, the audience is going to get a say and will, in fact, become the 4th judge. So it'll be an interactive voting experience. Please make sure you're back here tomorrow at 12:30 and have your say in who will be crowned the winner of Pitch 2022 at Collision. See you all tomorrow. Have fun out in Toronto tonight. Party at Stacked Market. There's hundreds of parties going on. We'll see you at a bunch of them.
Good night. Good night. Thank you.
All right.
one of the biggest social issues of our time.
We have to balance the privacy responsibility.
You can't lose sight. Technology is great, but it's about people.
If we don't come together as a people, the world will end right in front of us.
If we don't succeed